Chapter 1. The Night the Sky Went Quiet. Ethan Cole had never liked Thursday nights. They were the days when people tried to squeeze one more bad decision into the work week. One more drink before driving, one more fight before going home, one more line of something they swore they'd quit. By the time midnight crept over Phoenix, the city was always humming with sirens. Tonight was quieter than usual. Ethan leaned against the ambulance bumper behind St. Augustine Medical Center, sipping lukewarm coffee from a paper cup gone soft at the rim. The hospital's back lot smelled of diesel fumes and disinfectant, the twin perfumes of his life. Sodium lights buzzed overhead, casting the parking area in a pale orange haze. "Your last one for the night, Cole," dispatch had said an hour earlier. "You're officially off in 10. He checked his watch again, out of habit more than need. 10 minutes had become 7, then 5. Now he was already past his shift change, but the replacement crew was late. They were always late. He smiled faintly and reached for his phone. If he wasn't going home to Silver Creek yet, he could at least hear it. The lock screen lit up with a picture of his kids, Liam holding a fishing pole at the lake, Grace half hidden behind him, hair tangled, laughing at something Ethan couldn't remember now. The sight loosened something inside his chest every time. He dialed Mara. The call rang once, twice, 3 times. "Come on," he murmured, drumming his fingers against the ambulance. On the 6th ring, she picked up. "Hey," she said, slightly breathless. "Perfect timing. I just got the gremlins into bed." "Gremlins?" Ethan asked. "I thought we had kids." "Kids during the day, gremlins after 9 p.m. You'd know that if you ever came home before midnight." He laughed, the sound easing the tension that had crept into his shoulders during the shift. "One more day," he promised. "I'm off starting tomorrow night. I'm on the road early Saturday. If the old truck doesn't fall apart on me, I'll be home by Sunday." "We'll pretend we believe that," Mara said. He could hear her moving through the house, the creak of the hallway floorboard, the tiny click of light switches. Familiar sounds, even from hundreds of miles away. "How was school for the gremlins?" he asked. Liam nearly set the kitchen on fire doing a science experiment. Grace told her teacher she's going to grow up to be a dragon. You know, normal Cole family stuff. Warmth spread through him, simple and clean. "Put them on if they're still awake." "They're definitely still awake," Mara muttered away from the phone. They were staging a rebellion over brushing their teeth. There was rustling. Then Liam's voice came on, too loud. "Dad? Hey, buddy. When you come back, can we go camping? Uncle Rob said the canyon trail is open again, and I want to sleep outside and see if wolves come." "No wolves in Silver Creek," Ethan said. "Just coyotes and your mom when she hasn't had coffee." "I heard that," Mara called from somewhere off the line. Liam snorted. "So can we? If the weather's good and you promise not to burn the forest down with your experiments." "We'll go," Ethan said. "Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. Mom says you break promises, but I say you just forget them." "Wow," Ethan said. "I feel so honored." The phone jolted in his hand as someone rapped on the side of the ambulance. Ethan turned. His partner, Dixon, flashed him a thumbs up. "Shift's yours if you want to run," Dixon said. "Night crew just rolled in, and I don't plan on sticking around to hear the charge nurse complain about bed counts." Ethan nodded but held up one finger. "Give me a minute." Grace's small voice floated through the speaker. "Daddy?" "Hey, G," he said, softening instinctively. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "The house is making noises," she whispered. "The wind's weird." "It's just the trees," Ethan said. Silver Creek sat nestled between low hills, and wind could howl there like a living thing. "You're safe. The house is strong. And you've got your mom. She can beat up any wind." Grace giggled. "That's silly. You can't punch the wind." "Says who?" "Science," she replied primly. He could picture her serious expression, the way she pushed her hair behind her ear when she said important things. "Daddy? Yeah? Are the stars the same in Phoenix?" He glanced upward. From the hospital lot, the sky was mostly washed out by city glow. Only a handful of stars peeked through. "Sort of," he said. "Here they're shy. When I get back, we'll look at the real ones from the hill, okay?" "Okay, you promise?" "I promise." The word settled in his gut with more weight than usual. A promise now felt like tying a knot in the future, and trusting the world not to cut the rope. Mara came back on the line. "All right," she said. "Children appeased. One is reading under the covers. The other is trying to negotiate for 10 more minutes of consciousness." "Liam?" Ethan guessed. "Obviously." They chatted a little longer, about the repair Mara had done on the back fence by herself, about the neighbor's dog that kept sneaking into their yard, about the fact that Mara had finally cleared a corner of the garage for Ethan's tools. "I'm proud of you," she said suddenly. "For what? For not quitting? For working those shifts? For still wanting to come back to this place after spending weeks in a real city?" "I don't want a real city," he said. "I want my weird little town and my noisy little house. And your loud wife? Especially my loud wife." The line went quiet for a moment, not with tension, but with shared understanding of the distance between them. "Hey," Mara said. "Storm's rolling in. The radio keeps crackling. If the power goes out, I'll call you." The rest of her sentence dissolved into static. "Mara?" Ethan pulled the phone away, frowned at the screen. The call timer kept running, but her voice was gone, replaced by a hiss that made the hairs on his arms rise. He walked a few steps away from the ambulance, as if better reception could be coaxed out of the air. "Can you hear me now?" No response. The static grew louder, then cut off altogether. The call dropped. The signal bars in the corner of the display vanished. "What the?" He tried calling back. The phone thought about it for a full 30 seconds before returning a single message. "Call failed. Network unavailable." A prickling unease crawled up his spine. Phoenix had cell outages sometimes, but rarely complete failures, and the hospital's Wi-Fi would... He opened his messaging app. No connection. He tried refreshing his email. The screen stayed stubbornly blank. Behind him, the fluorescent lights over the ambulance bay flickered. Once, twice, then every light in sight went out. The hospital, the parking lot, the street beyond, all swallowed in sudden, absolute darkness. The orange haze of the sodium lamps died, leaving only the faint silver of moonlight and the headlights of a few idling cars, which flickered once and went dark as well. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then the night exploded with sound. Somewhere in the distance, a siren died mid-wail. A car collided with another, the crunch of metal followed by a horn blaring continuously. People inside the hospital shouted, glass shattered. A generator tried to turn over with a cough and a groan, then fell silent. "Dixon?" Ethan called, eyes straining to adjust. He could still make out the hulking outline of the ambulance, but the dashboard lights were off even though the key was in the ignition. "What the hell?" Dixon's voice floated from the driver's side. He twisted the key. Nothing happened, not even the click of a starter. "Battery's dead?" "Wasn't dead 5 minutes ago," Ethan said. He walked around and yanked open the hood release. The latch popped. He lifted the hood and peered at the engine with limited success. It looked fine. The entire city felt wrong. Without power, Phoenix was stripped of its constant electric hum. No neon signs, no glow from apartment windows, no roar of traffic on the freeway. Only confused voices and the far-off bark of a dog. And then, another sound, faint but terrifying. The low whine of an aircraft engine descending too fast. Ethan looked up. A plane, a medium-sized commercial jet by the look of its silhouette, was gliding across the sky from west to east. But there were no navigation lights on its wings, no blinking beacons. The engines were nearly silent, a muted, choking murmur. "Oh my God," Dixon said, softly. "They're dead." As they watched, the plane dipped slightly, nose dropping. For a breathless second, Ethan hoped it would level out again. Instead, it continued to sink, disappearing behind a row of distant buildings. A few seconds later, a dull orange bloom rose on the horizon, followed by the rolling thump of an explosion that they felt more than heard. Screams echoed from somewhere beyond the hospital. "Okay," Ethan said, voice sharper than he intended. Training kicked in, shoving fear aside. "We're no good standing here. Check inside. Find out what's going on with backup power. I'll grab whatever gear we can carry. If the ambulance is dead, we're going to be running calls on foot." Dixon stared at him. "You think this is more than a blackout? I just watched a plane fall out of the sky. Ethan snapped. Yeah, I think it's more than a blackout. That jolted Dixon into motion. He jogged toward the ER entrance, where staff and patients were already spilling into the dark parking lot, illuminated by a few handheld flashlights. Ethan circled to the back of the ambulance and yanked open the rear doors. The interior was a dim cave of shapes and straps. He grabbed what he could: trauma bag, airway kit, portable oxygen tank, a small defibrillator that beeped weakly before his screen went blank. Great, he muttered. You're just decoration now. He slung the trauma bag over his shoulder and stepped out into organized chaos. Nurses were wheeling patients outside, some using manual blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes, others pressing IV bags to their chests as they jogged. The triage nurse, a broad-shouldered woman named Alina, stood on the ramp shouting orders. Anyone who can walk, over here. Non-ambulatory, line them up along the wall. Volunteers, grab flashlights from the emergency cabinet. What's the status inside? Ethan asked as he reached her. Total power failure, she said, not taking her eyes off the crowd. Backup generator tried to fire, then fizzled. We've got ventilators down, monitors blank. We're moving the worst cases near the doors for air and light. Telecoms are dead too. Landlines, everything. Any idea what happened? He asked. She shook her head. Somebody said EMP. Somebody else said solar flare. Somebody else said terrorists. Take your pick. I just know I've got people who'll die if we don't get air into their lungs and blood into their veins. You want a job? You know I do, Ethan said. Good. You're on respiratory duty. Every vent-dependent patient gets a human ventilator. We've broken out the manual bags. Go. For the next hour, the world narrowed to a series of compressions and counts. Ethan knelt beside a middle-aged man whose chest rose and fell under Ethan's hands as he squeezed the manual resuscitator bag. In through the mask, out again. 1, 2, 3. He monitored the man's color, listened for gurgling that might indicate fluid in the lungs. Sweat ran down his back in a slow, itchy river. Around him, the ER staff moved like ghosts in the semi-darkness, flashlights bobbing in their hands. Someone had found a few battery-powered lanterns and placed them on carts, but they barely dented the shadow. The air was thick with the smell of antiseptic and panic. Switch, a nurse said, tapping his shoulder. Another caregiver took his place, sliding seamlessly into the rhythm of squeezing and counting. Ethan stood, muscles complaining. He glanced toward the sliding glass doors, now propped open with a trash can to let in some air, and saw more people streaming in from the parking lot. Some walked under their own power, clutching cuts and bruises. Others were carried, blood soaking their clothes. He grabbed his trauma bag and headed outside again. The night felt even darker now that his eyes had adjusted to the lanterns. The only significant light came from a set of car headlights pointed toward a rough triage area, powered by one of the few vehicles that was apparently still running, an old rusting pickup whose owner refused to shut it off. Guy said it's carbureted, Dixon told him when Ethan asked. Old engine design. Turns out vintage hipsters are the only ones driving tonight. They worked side by side on a woman who had a deep laceration along her thigh from where she'd fallen through a broken window. Ethan irrigated the wound with saline and clamped a bleeding vessel, his hands moving almost on autopilot. His mind, however, kept darting away. Silver Creek, Mara, the kids. The thought of that plane falling, multiplied by 1,000 and scattered across the country, made his stomach clench. What if there had been a flight over their little town? What if... Stop. He forced the images away. He had patience in front of him. He could control this, at least a little. After several more hours, the kind that stretched into an eternity of stitches and splints, of blood and shouting and whispered prayers, the flood of new casualties slowed. People were still arriving, but not in the desperate wave of the first hour. Inside the hospital, things were calmer as well. Those who had been most dependent on machines had either stabilized with manual support or hadn't. Ethan washed his hands in a basin of water someone had hauled from a maintenance closet, dried them on a towel, and for the first time since the power cut, checked his phone again. Still no signal, no network. The battery indicator had barely moved, as if the device itself had given up trying. Still nothing? Dixon asked, leaning against a wall, his own phone dangling uselessly from his fingers. Dead, Ethan said. It's like the tower disappeared. Maybe it did. Dixon gave a humorless laugh. You hear what one of the docs said? Guy in radiology said it looks like an EMP hit, electromagnetic pulse, Fry's electronics. Could be from a nuke, could be some kind of high-altitude device. Could be the sun sneezed wrong. Who knows? If it was a nuke, we'd know, Ethan said. Maybe, Dixon shrugged. Or maybe we're not supposed to know. All I know is half the cars in the lot are bricks now. Ethan rubbed his forehead. I need to get home when this settles. My family's in Silver Creek. If it's like this everywhere. Dixon's expression softened. You'll get there, man. How? Ethan asked quietly. If vehicles are down, if communication's dead, what, am I supposed to walk across half the Southwest? Dixon didn't answer. He didn't need to. A doctor stuck his head out of the ER door. Cole, we've got a kid with trouble breathing. Possible asthma attack. Come on. Ethan went. He didn't keep track of time after that. Without clocks, the hours bled into one another. People talked about seeing more fires on the horizon. Someone claimed there had been looting at a gas station a few blocks away. The hospital staff worked until they were hoarse and shaking, then kept going. There was nowhere else to be. Sometime near dawn, when a faint gray glow began to seep into the sky, Alina found Ethan in the hallway. You're off shift, she said. You've been here almost 12 hours straight. Go sit down. Eat something. I'm fine, he protested. She gave him the kind of look only a charge nurse could manage. Sit. That's an order. He obeyed, more out of muscle memory than anything else. In the break room, the vending machines were dark rectangles, useless and silent. Someone had raided the fridge and lined a table with whatever food they'd found. Yogurt, crackers, a few wilted sandwiches. He sank into a chair and picked up a granola bar, barely tasting it. His mind kept replaying the last few minutes of his call with Mara, the way her voice had faded, the odd tone on the line just before everything cut out. What if it hadn't come back for her either? He stood abruptly, the chair scraping. He needed to know. If the cell network was dead, maybe landlines would come back first. Maybe there was some radio, some way. Nora, he muttered. He didn't know her well. She'd arrived with one of the later waves of patients, not as a victim, but as a volunteer. Early 30s, dark hair pulled into a messy bun, a hardware store flashlight dangling from her wrist. She'd introduced herself as someone with a little bit of background in communications equipment. Right now, she was in the hospital maintenance room, bent over a tangle of wires and old equipment. You look like hell, she said as he stepped in. Thanks, Ethan replied. How's the Frankenstein project? She sat back on her heels, smudging dust on her cheek. I've got an old battery-powered HF transceiver that maintenance kept from the 80s. Found extra batteries locked under enough crap to build a wee fort. I think I can get it to listen, maybe even talk, if anyone out there is still talking on analog. Anyone? He asked. She heard the hope under the word. Her expression softened. Family somewhere. Wife and kids. Rural town northeast. Few hundred miles. I don't even know if they know something's wrong. Oh, they know, Nora said quietly. Trust me, everyone knows by now. She flipped a switch on the old radio. Static filled the room, comforting in its own way. She began slowly turning the dial. Come on, she murmured. Give me something. Buried in the hiss, a faint voice emerged, then vanished. A moment later, another. If anyone, repeat, total grid, failure. Nora carefully tuned back, honing in on the strongest signal. This is an emergency broadcast from the Office of Emergency Services. All residents are advised to remain calm. Power restoration efforts are underway. Do not attempt to travel long distances. Stay in place and await further instructions. The message looped. There was no mention of what had caused the failure, no details about the scope, just bland reassurances that sounded as hollow as the static between them. That's it? Ethan demanded. Stay where you are and wait? That's their big plan? For the first 12 hours of a catastrophe? Nora said. Yeah, that's probably exactly their plan. But what if staying is more dangerous? Ethan paced the small room. We just watched a plane drop out of the sky. There could be fires, riots. Supply chains are gone. What happens when stores run out of food? When people realize help isn't walking through the door? Nora met his eyes. Then you don't stay, you move, but you do it smart. Not while everyone's still in shock. Not before you know which roads are open and which towns are turning into war zones. He thought of Mara, of the way she'd sounded a little breathless, like she'd been hurrying between rooms, closing windows against the coming storm, of Liam insisting on camping, oblivious to the possibility that the world itself might be collapsing, of Grace, asking whether the stars in Phoenix were the same. I promised them I'd be home Sunday, he said. I can't even call to tell them that promise might be broken. Nora sighed. You're not the only one. Half the staff is in the same boat. I've got family in Albuquerque. For all I know, the whole place is on fire. Or perfectly fine. That's the problem. We don't know. A distant shout echoed down the hall. Someone burst into the maintenance room, a janitor, eyes wide. You folks see the news? He asked, then laughed bitterly. Right, no TV. But one of the old battery radios in the security office just picked up something. They're saying it's everywhere, not just here. The whole country. Could be the whole world. Ethan's mouth went dry. Everywhere? That's what they said. Grids down. Communications fried. They don't know how long to fix it. The janitor shook his head. Feels like the end of the world. It wasn't the end, Ethan thought, but it might be the end of the world they knew. He left the maintenance room and walked back to the ambulance bay. The sky outside was lightening from black to deep blue. Without the usual light pollution, stars still burned overhead, sharp and bright. For the first time, he could see the Milky Way as a faint, pale river slicing across the sky. The beauty of it felt like an insult. He thought of Grace's question. Are the stars the same in Phoenix? He looked up harder, as if he might somehow find Silver Creek in the patterns above, as if the stars could tell him whether his family was all right. They said stay. The emergency broadcast said wait. But as the first red smear of sunrise crept over the horizon, Ethan Cole made himself a different promise. He would find a way home. If Phoenix turned into a trap, he would escape it. If the highways became rivers of stalled cars and desperate people, he would navigate them. If he had to walk every mile between here and Silver Creek, he would. Somebody shouted his name, pulling him back into the present. Another patient needed help. Another crisis, one he could actually reach with his hands. Ethan took one last look at the brightening sky, at the silent city, at the hospital struggling to function without the lifeblood of electricity. Then he turned and ran back inside, the weight of his promise settling into his bones like steel. Chapter 2, A Road of Strangers. By the second dawn without power, the hospital smelled like fear. It mixed with sweat and iodine, with the metallic tang of blood and the sour reek of too many people crammed into too little space. Someone had opened every window they could pry loose, but the air inside St. Augustine Medical Center still felt heavy and used, like a room that had forgotten how to breathe. Ethan stood at the revolving door that no longer revolved, propped open with a folded stretcher. Outside, the parking lot shimmered in the early heat. People moved through it like ghosts, some wandering, some dragging bags, some just sitting on curbs and staring at nothing. He'd slept for maybe an hour, slumped on a plastic chair in the hallway, his neck kinked at an impossible angle. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the plane dropping behind the skyline, heard the hollow whoomp of impact, or he saw Mara's contact name on his phone screen. Call failed, call failed, call failed. Cole! He turned. Alina was striding toward him, ponytail frayed, scrubs stained with blood and coffee. She looked like she'd lived 10 years in the last 24 hours. Then again, so did everyone else. You're on break? She asked. Sort of, he said. I was thinking of doing a quick walk around the block. Check on the urgent care clinic, see if they... No! Alina's voice was firm. We're consolidating. Too many people, not enough staff. Security says we've had 3 fights in the parking lot and 1 attempted carjacking. We're pulling as many folks inside as possible and locking the doors. Locking people out? Ethan asked. Locking chaos out, she snapped. Then her expression softened. Look, Ethan, I know you want to help everyone, but we're not a city. We're a building. We've got finite supplies, finite hands. If we don't draw a line, we'll collapse. He almost said we already have, but bit it back. Any word from outside? He asked instead. Real word, not that stay calm loop. She hesitated. One of the docs heard a clearer broadcast on a car radio that still works. They said major grid failure over most of the continent. Probably coordinated attacks. No timetable for restoration. Attacks. The word felt colder than the air conditioning that no longer ran. From who? They didn't say. Alina squeezed the bridge of her nose. Rumors are multiplying faster than bacteria. EMP weapons, cyber warfare, sabotage. Take your pick. Official line is still temporary disruption. Temporary, Ethan repeated. The hospital corridors, the dark city, the endless silence from his phone, all answered the word with quiet disbelief. Alina looked at him more closely. You're thinking about leaving, she said. He didn't deny it. My family's 300 miles away in a town nobody on those broadcasts cares about. If this is bad here, it'll be worse there. No resources, no help. I'm supposed to be home tomorrow. I can't just wait. I know, she said. Half my staff is in the same situation. But right now, you're one of the most experienced paramedics I've got. We're still the safest place in a city that's starting to crack. As if on cue, a shout rose from the far end of the parking lot. A small knot of people had formed around a pickup truck. Voices escalated from frustrated to angry. Ethan and Alina both turned. She sighed. Go, she said. See what that is. If it's something medical, holler. If it's another argument about gasoline, tell them we don't have any to spare and we're not a gas station. Yes, ma'am, Ethan said. He trotted down the ramp, weaving around a cluster of patients smoking outside, as if the apocalypse had given them one last excuse to skip the quit attempts. As he got closer, he recognized one of the voices, Dixon's. I said we're not stealing it, Dixon was saying. We're borrowing it. There's a difference. Not when you're taking the keys out of my pocket, another man snarled. The man was tall and broad, late 30s, buzz-cut hair growing out unevenly, a faded National Guard t-shirt clinging to sweat-slick muscles. He had one hand on the door handle of an old olive-green truck, the other clenched at his side. Dixon stood opposite him, palms out in a calming gesture, his paramedic badge catching the light. Everything okay? Ethan called. Fine, the big man said, not looking at him. Just explaining the concept of private property to your buddy. Your truck still runs, Dixon said, throwing Ethan a look that was half apology, half pleading. Half the city's vehicles are dead. This thing fired right up. How's that fair? It's fair because I spent the last 3 years rebuilding it, the man snapped. Carburetor, no computer, spare parts for half the engine in the shed. You want a ride, you ask. You don't fish my keys out of my pocket while I'm sleeping. I was going to leave a note, Dixon muttered. Ethan stepped between them. Okay, let's slow down. I'm Ethan. This idiot is my partner, and you are... The man glared for a beat longer, then exhaled. Caleb Ward, he said. Staff Sergeant, National Guard, formerly. Formerly? Dixon asked. Caleb gestured around at the powerless city. I'm guessing my unit's not going to be cutting me a paycheck this month. Ethan eyed the truck. It was a beast. Old Ford chassis, jacked up slightly, bed-lined with scratched metal, twin gas cans mounted on the back, and a home-welded grill guard on the front. It looked like it had been built for backcountry hunting trips and stubborn winters. You're lucky, Ethan said. Most engines are fried. Luck had nothing to do with it, Caleb replied. Computers fail. I don't trust things can't fix with my hands. There was something in his tone, half pride, half I told you so, that made Ethan bite down on his instinctive retort. Arguing about philosophy wouldn't help. Look, Ethan said carefully, we're not trying to commandeer your truck, but there are a lot of people here who will need to get out if this place stops being safe. You've got wheels. We've got medical skills. We could... No, Caleb cut in. I get where this is going. Convoy, heroic mission, we save the city. I've seen that movie. It ends with everyone dead but the dog. We don't even have a dog, Dixon said. Caleb ignored him. I joined the Guard to help people. You know what I learned? The more people you try to help, the more end up dead. You can't save a city with one truck. You can't even save a hospital. So your plan is what? Ethan asked. Drive away alone and hope the world magically resets? Caleb's jaw flexed. For a moment, Ethan thought he'd just walk away. Instead, he jerked his head toward the hospital entrance. You see that old woman in the wheelchair? He said quietly. The one with the oxygen tank that's not running anymore? Ethan looked. He saw her. Pale, thin, white hair in a messy bun, a nasal cannula dangling uselessly from her nose. A nurse was fanning her with a clipboard. Her son asked me last night if I could drive them home, Caleb continued. 3 miles away. I said yes, soon as things settled. Then 3 more people asked me the same thing. Then 10. I've been here 8 hours and I already got a list long enough to fill the bed. Every time I say no, I see it in their faces. You're leaving us to die. His voice went flat. I will not spend the collapse apologizing to strangers for not saving them. Ethan didn't answer right away. He knew that guilt. It was the job's constant shadow even before the sky went quiet. Maybe, he said, you don't have to save strangers. Caleb frowned. I've got family east of here, Ethan said. Town called Silver Creek. I need to get there. I'm not asking you to ferry the whole hospital. I'm asking you to take me as far as you can on your way out of this city. Medical backup, extra set of eyes, someone who can patch you up if things get ugly. What makes you think I'm heading east? Caleb asked. Because the fires are north, the desert's south, and west is Los Angeles, which is probably a nightmare right now, Ethan said. If you've got sense, you're going inland. A flicker of something passed through Caleb's expression. Amusement, maybe. You're not wrong, he said. Dixon raised a hand. I'd also like to file a formal request to not die here. You have family? Ethan asked. Mom in Mesa, yeah, Dixon said. But that's like 15 miles. I can bike that if I have to. You, he shook his head. You need the ride more than I do. Ethan hadn't expected Dixon to give up a potential seat so easily. He felt a surge of gratitude strong enough to be almost painful. Look, Caleb said, I wasn't planning to advertise for passengers, but anybody who rides in my truck pulls their weight. No freeloaders, no drama. I say we stop. We stop. I say we don't pick up that nice-looking family waving their arms. We don't. Got it? Got it, Ethan said. Fine. Caleb pulled a key ring from his pocket, dangling a single battered key. We roll at sundown. Fewer panicked people on the streets. Less chance of someone deciding they like the look of this truck more than I do. You've got the day to get your affairs in order. Bring water, food, any fuel you can scrounge, and medicine. Especially antibiotics and painkillers. We'll need them. Who's we? Ethan asked. Caleb hesitated, then nodded to a small group sitting on the curb nearby. Ethan recognized a young couple who'd come in earlier with minor injuries. The woman now had her arm in a sling. 2 men in scrub pants and t-shirts, hospital orderlies by their badges, sat beside them. A teenage girl with a backpack hugged her knees, earbuds in despite the lack of music. Folks who were smart enough to say yes when I mentioned leaving, Caleb said. We've got space for maybe 3 more in the cab and bed. Maybe, Ethan calculated quickly. I'll see what I can do about gear, and I need to talk to Alina. She's not going to like losing staff. Her not liking it won't stop the world from failing, Caleb said. You do what you have to do. So will I. He climbed into the truck, turned the ignition. The engine rumbled to life, a throaty, reassuring sound in a world gone quiet. A few nearby people turned to stare, drawn by the noise like moths to a flame. Hey, you leaving? Someone called. Where you going? Another shouted. Caleb turned the truck off again. And that, he said, is why we wait till dark. Inside, the hospital felt more crowded than ever. Word of the broader grid failure had seeped through in fragments, carried by battery radios and rumors. Some staff had already left to check on families and never returned. Alina was juggling schedules like a battlefield commander. When Ethan told her about Caleb and the truck, she didn't say anything at first. She just stared at him, her eyes tired behind smudged glasses. So that's it, she said finally. You're leaving. I don't want to, Ethan said. I feel like I'm abandoning everything. But if I stay, I'll spend every minute thinking about Mara and the kids. I'll be half here, half there, and that's how mistakes happen. She studied him another moment, then nodded as if confirming something she'd suspected already. You're one of my best, she said. Losing you's going to hurt, but forcing you to stay would be worse. Guilt clawed at him. I can wait another day, he offered. Help stabilize things a little more. Ethan, her voice cut through his excuses. We might be doing this for weeks, months. We don't know. If you keep telling yourself one more day, you'll wake up a year from now in this same hallway wondering when your daughter stopped asking if the stars are the same in Phoenix. The reference hit him square in the chest. Alina lowered her voice. You go. You try to find them. And if you do, you figure out how to keep them alive. That's your new job. He swallowed. What if I fail? Then you'll know you tried, she said. Most people won't even get that. She turned away abruptly, as if afraid staying in the conversation any longer would change her mind. Come with me, she said over her shoulder. She led him to the small pharmacy room. The electronic lock on the door had failed with the power. Now there was just a heavy latch and a security guard trying to keep order among nurses clamoring for supplies. Open it, Alina told the guard. Ma'am, we've already... Open it, she repeated, and turn around. The guard obeyed. Inside, shelves of medications glowed faintly in the light of a single battery lantern. Half the stock was already gone, distributed to wards and ER. The remainder looked painfully small. Alina moved quickly, grabbing antibiotics, pain medication, a few vials of epinephrine, insulin, wound care supplies, and bandages. She stuffed them into a plain black backpack. Officially, she said, these are being sent to a satellite clinic that's still functioning. Unofficially, if anyone asks, you stole them. Alina, don't thank me, she said sharply. Thank me by not wasting them. He took the backpack. It felt heavier than the medications warranted. I'll come back, he said, the promise out of his mouth before he could stop it. If things stabilize, if there's a way, you'll have your hands full where you're going, she said. But if you do stop by, bring coffee. Real coffee. None of that instant garbage. Her voice wobbled just enough that he pretended not to notice. They shook hands, their grip too tight, then let go at the same time, as if afraid that any extra second would root him to the spot. For the rest of the day, Ethan turned his attention to three things: gathering supplies, saying quiet goodbyes, and trying one more time to reach Mara. He raided the EMT storage room for non-perishable items, emergency meal bars, bottles of water, blankets, a manual can opener. The vending machines, still dark, surrendered their contents under the persuasive influence of a crowbar. No one objected. Money didn't mean much without functioning banks or credit systems. He stopped by each ward, not to formally announce his departure, but to look at the faces of the people he'd worked beside. Some clapped him on the shoulder, others just nodded, too exhausted to summon words. A few asked if they could come with him. I'm sorry, he said each time. No room. One nurse, a young man named Tariq, pulled him into a quick hug. Find them, Tariq whispered. Don't wait for permission from the world. It never gives it. Ethan tried his phone every hour. He walked to higher ground near the hospital, climbed the outdoor stairs to the parking garage roof, held the device up like an offering to the indifferent sky. No bars, no signal. Just the stubbornly useless clock telling him that time was still moving, even if the rest of civilization had stalled. At one point he thought he felt the device vibrate, his heart leaping, only to realize it was his own pulse thrumming in his fingers. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, setting the powerless city in hues of golden shadow, Ethan returned to the parking lot. The group around Caleb's truck had grown. Along with the young couple and the two orderlies, there was now an older woman, the one Ethan had seen in the wheelchair, sitting in the truck bed, oxygen cannula tucked behind her ears. The tank at her feet was topped with a manual flow meter. Someone had rigged a hand pump to keep pressure regulated. Beside her sat the teenage girl with the backpack, now chewing on a granola bar with nervous intensity. A man in his 50s with sun-leathered skin stood nearby, his arm protectively around a boy of about 10. Caleb was checking the straps, securing their gear. Water jugs, fuel cans, duffel bags, and a blue plastic crate filled with canned food. You expanded your passenger list, Ethan observed. They insisted, Caleb said, and they offered things I need more than pride. He nodded toward the older woman. That's Mrs. Klein, former nurse, knows how to improvise when supplies run low. Mrs. Klein gave Ethan a thin smile. I worked field clinics in Honduras, she said. If we get through this without anyone catching dengue, it'll be a step up. Caleb gestured to the sunburned man. Ray Salazar, mechanic, owns a farm east of the city. Says if we help him get there, we can use his workshop and tools. Ray nodded. Got livestock too, he said. What's left of them if the neighbors haven't decided hamburgers back on the menu. And that's my nephew Jamie, he added, ruffling the boy's hair. The teenage girl removed one earbud that wasn't connected to anything. I'm Tessa, she said quickly. I don't have useful skills, but I can run fast, and I won't complain. Much. Ethan's eyes went to the oxygen tank. How far is your place? He asked Mrs. Klein. 6 miles, she said. On the way to the highway. I convinced Caleb that dropping me off doesn't cost much fuel. And the tank? She patted it. I've got 3 more at home. After that, her shrug was tiny but eloquent. Ethan felt the backpack straps digging into his shoulders. I'm Ethan, he said to the group at large. Paramedic. I've got a few medical supplies, some food, and more anxiety than anyone needs. That last one's standard issue now, Tessa said dryly. Nora approached them carrying a battered metal case. Her hair was even messier than earlier, streaked with dust and grease. Got room for one more radio nerd? She asked. Caleb eyed the case. That what I think it is? Portable shortwave, she said. Analog. Pulled it out of a ham operator's trunk. He wasn't using it anymore. He dead? Tessa asked. No, Nora said. Just busy protecting his family. He traded it for 2 guns and a promise that if I pick up anything useful, I'll broadcast on a schedule so he can hear it. Ethan frowned. Guns? Nora jerked her head toward Caleb. He's got them. I don't believe in trusting weapons to adrenaline junkies who panic. I do not panic, Caleb said. You breathe hard, Nora replied. Despite himself, Ethan smiled. The banter felt almost normal, like something from an ordinary road trip instead of the opening act of the apocalypse. Caleb clapped his hands once, drawing everyone's attention. All right, listen up. We're heading east on I-10 as far as we can. If it's blocked, we detour to surface streets. First stop is Mrs. Klein's place to drop her off and refill water if possible. Second stop's Ray's farm. From there, we reassess based on what we see and what Nora hears on that radio. What about gas? One of the orderlies asked. I've got a full tank and 2 reserve cans, Caleb said. If we don't hit major traffic jams, that gets us maybe 200 miles. After that, we'll need to siphon from dead cars or find old stations with manual pumps. And if we run into trouble? Tessa asked quietly. Caleb's gaze hardened. Then we decide if that trouble is worth our lives, he said. If someone points a gun at us and asks for the truck, they're going to have to kill me to take it. But we don't go looking for fights. He looked at Ethan. You still in? Ethan thought of Mara's laugh, of Liam's experimental fire in the kitchen, of Grace asking about stars. He thought of empty highways and unknown dangers, and the hospital behind him, struggling to remain an island of order in a rising sea of chaos. I'm in, he said. Then everyone load up, Caleb said. We roll in 5. The orderlies climbed into the truck bed, wedging themselves between gear and passengers. Tessa squeezed into a corner, clutching her backpack. Ray and Jamie climbed onto the tailgate, legs dangling until Caleb barked at them to pull them in and hold tight. Ethan walked around to the passenger side of the cab. Nora slid in behind him, radio case balanced on her lap. For a moment, Ethan turned. Back toward the hospital. Alina stood at the top of the ramp, arms folded. Their eyes met across the distance. She didn't wave. Neither did he. They just looked at each other, an entire conversation compressed into one long, silent exchange. Stay alive, her expression said. You too, his answered. Then he got in and shut the door. Caleb turned the key. The engine roared to life, deep and steady. A few people in the parking lot started toward them. Hands raised. Can we come with you? A man shouted. My wife's pregnant, another cried. Please! Ethan reached for the door handle instinctively. Caleb's hand shot out, gripping his wrist. Don't, he said, voice low. We can fit one more, Ethan said. Maybe two. And then three more will beg, Caleb replied. And we'll spend the next 20 minutes arguing while the sun goes down and the streets get meaner. Look at them. Ethan did. The faces were desperate, pleading, broken. He could almost feel their hands on the truck, dragging it down. We cannot save them, Caleb said. We can't even save all of us if we overload this rig. You want to get to Silver Creek? We roll now. The words were harsh, but they carried the blunt weight of truth. Ethan closed his eyes for a second, swallowed the acid in his throat and nodded. Go, he said. Caleb released his wrist and shifted into gear. The truck lurched forward. People pounded on the sides, shouting. Tessa flinched as someone slapped the tailgate, then tightened her grip on the bedrail. Ethan kept his eyes straight ahead as they rolled out of the hospital lot and onto the street. Phoenix without traffic felt wrong. The wide avenues, usually clogged with cars, delivery trucks, buses, were littered with stalled vehicles, angled at odd positions, like toys dropped mid-game. Some had their hoods open, owners peering in vain at inert engines. Others stood abandoned, doors hanging open. Here and there, small knots of people walked in the road, carrying bags, pushing strollers, leading dogs. Some watched the truck with open envy. A few shouted curses as it passed. Caleb navigated slowly at first, weaving between stalled sedans and SUVs. A block away, smoke curled from a strip mall. The sign for a convenience store hung at an angle, shattered glass glinting on the pavement. Looted, Ray muttered from the back window. It's starting. They passed a gas station where every pump was wrapped with yellow tape, a handwritten sign taped to the glass door. No power, no gas, no cash. Don't ask. At an intersection, a group of men were arguing near a parked police cruiser. The lights on top were dark. The officer standing beside it looked as lost as everyone else. Nora cracked her window and listened. They're fighting over who gets to use the cruiser's battery for their radio, she reported. We should keep moving. The further they got from the hospital, the fewer people they saw. Houses replaced apartment buildings. The hum of city life faded, replaced by the rustle of dry wind in trees and the occasional bark of a dog. Mrs. Klein's place was in one of those neighborhoods. Small, single-story houses, tidy yards gone a little wild. Caleb pulled up to the curb in front of a beige stucco home with a cracked driveway. Here you are, he said. Ethan and one of the orderlies helped Mrs. Klein out of the truck bed. Her legs wobbled, but she straightened with dignity. I can get inside myself, she said. You save your muscles for the road. Ray grabbed her oxygen tank while Tessa lugged a small suitcase from the truck. Mrs. Klein stood on her front step for a moment, hand on the doorknob, looking back at them. You know, she said, my late husband used to say the world could end 3 times over, and the mailman would still try to deliver coupons the next day. I kind of hope he was right. Maybe he is, Ethan said. Maybe in a week this'll all look like a bad dream. Maybe. Her eyes said she didn't believe it. But if it doesn't, remember, people forget how to be human faster than they forget how to be hungry. Don't let yourselves starve in either department. She gave them a little wave and disappeared inside. Back in the truck, the mood was subdued. She's not going to make it long without electricity, Tessa said quietly. Not with that oxygen stuff. She'll make it longer here than crammed in the back of this truck, bouncing over who knows what, Caleb replied. We did what we could. They drove on. As the city thinned, the sky opened up. With every mile east, the horizon grew wider, the colors of sunset spilling across it in streaks of orange and red. Streetlights that should have flickered on remained dark, useless metal poles against the sky. They reached the on-ramp to I-10, or what was left of it. Cars were jammed all the way up the ramp and onto the freeway, bumper to bumper, many at odd angles where drivers had tried to switch lanes and failed when engines died. Some people still sat behind their wheels, staring straight ahead. Others walked along the shoulder with backpacks and water bottles, stepping over cracked asphalt. Damn, Ray said softly. Parking lot. Caleb slowed, taking in the choke point. We're not getting through that, he said. Not without spending all night weaving and all day after dealing with pissed-off pedestrians. So we take surface roads, Nora said. Surface roads mean intersections, Caleb replied. Intersections mean more people. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, thinking. Ethan watched his face and realized he was seeing the soldier beneath the gruff mechanic act, the man weighing risk versus reward, calculating angles. There's a frontage road that runs parallel to the highway for a while, Ray offered. Not as many. Cars, few lights, mostly industrial. If we can get to my exit, we can cut north to the farm. Can your farm get us closer to Silver Creek? Ethan asked. Ray squinted, mentally mapping. Not much closer in miles, maybe. But you'll have supplies, a place to rest, maybe a working radio tower if Nora can rig something. Beats wandering blind into the desert. Caleb nodded. Frontage road it is, he said. He swung the truck away from the blocked-on ramp and onto a smaller street running beside it. The further they went, the darker it got. With no city glow, the stars brightened overhead, a spatter of light in a sky that looked larger than Ethan had ever seen it. The truck's headlights carved a white tunnel through the dark. They passed a warehouse with its loading dock doors hanging open, pallets strewn like broken teeth. A shopping center with a dark movie theater, posters for films that no one might ever see now peeling in the heat. A motel with its neon vacancy sign dead, a couple of silhouettes moving behind sheets hung over the lobby windows. Once in the distance, they heard a gunshot. Everyone in the truck went very still for a few seconds. No one suggested investigating. After an hour, the buildings thinned to scrubby land, dotted with gas stations and fast food places. One station had a hand-painted sign out front. Water and food trade only. No cash, no credit, no fighting. Tempting, Tessa said. Too tempting, Caleb replied. Places like that are going to become magnets. Give it a day and there'll be more guns than canned beans. You really an optimist, you know that? Nora said. I'm realistic, he answered. Ray directed them onto a narrower road, lined with fields gone to dry stubble. Another 5 miles and we're at my place, he said. You'll see the windmill. Ethan's eyelids felt gritty. The adrenaline from leaving the hospital had ebbed, replaced by a steady ache behind his eyes. His mind kept sliding back to Mara, to the mental picture he had of her standing in their kitchen, tap not working, stove dead, kids asking questions she couldn't answer. Hey, Nora said quietly from the back seat. Look, she pointed up. Ethan followed her finger. The stars were brilliant now, clustered and scattered, forming patterns he could never remember the names of. The Milky Way was a clear band across the sky, luminous and fragile. Before this, Nora said, you had to drive miles into the desert to see them like that. Now you just have to wait for civilization to fall apart. Perks of the apocalypse, Tessa muttered from the bed. Ethan pressed his forehead lightly against the cool glass of the window. Somewhere under that same sky, Mara and the kids were looking up at the same stars, maybe wondering if he was doing the same. I'm coming, he thought. I don't know how or how long it'll take, but I'm coming. The truck rolled on through the dark, a single island of light moving east, leaving the husk of Phoenix behind. Chapter 3. Silver Creek Under Siege. On the night the lights went out, Silver Creek was arguing about casseroles. The annual church potluck had spilled from the fellowship hall onto the lawn, plastic tables groaning under slow cooker chili, macaroni salads, and desserts that were mostly excuses to eat whipped cream. Kids darted between adults with glow sticks and paper cups of lemonade. Fireflies blinked above the dry grass like tiny, confused stars. Mara Cole balanced a tray of store-bought cookies because she'd been too tired this week for from-scratch anything and tried not to lose sight of her children. Liam, she called, no running near the tables, please. I'm not running, Liam said, skidding to a halt beside her. I'm accelerating slowly. His t-shirt was already stained, his hair sticking up in 3 directions that looked deliberate. At 11, he existed in a perpetual orbit between mischief and excitement. Accelerate toward your sister, Mara said. She's by the lemonade. Make sure she doesn't give herself a sugar coma. She's 7, not 90, he muttered, but he loped off in the right direction. Mara set the cookie tray down beside a pan of something labeled mystery lasagna and took a moment to breathe. The air smelled of cut grass, barbecue, and late summer. Crickets chirped under the din of conversation. It was the kind of small-town scene Ethan liked to tease her about in their nightly calls. "You know that's not a real place, right? You're living in a postcard." She smiled at the thought and automatically reached for her phone to check the time. Ethan would be finishing his shift in Phoenix soon. She'd text him a picture of the kids covered in potluck and say, "Wish you were here to suffer through this with me." The signal bars at the top of the screen flickered once, then vanished. Mara frowned. Silver Creek's reception was spotty on the best days, but usually she could at least send a text from the church lawn. She tilted the phone, as if angling it toward the distant cell tower would help. Nothing. The church's power blinked. The floodlights under the eaves dimmed, brightened, then went out entirely. The string of bulb lights strung between trees surrendered one by one. For a split second, the yard stood suspended in a strange twilight glow. Then the entire town's electricity died. The old street lamps along Main Street went dark. The hum of the church's air conditioning unit shuddered to silence. Music from the portable speaker near the fellowship hall cut off mid-chorus. For a few seconds, no one spoke. The only sounds were crickets and the distant rush of the creek that had given the town its name. Then someone laughed. "Well, there goes the grid again," called Mr. Fisher, who ran the hardware store. "Probably a squirrel suiciding into a transformer." Murmurs of agreement fluttered through the crowd. Power flickers weren't unheard of in Silver Creek. Sometimes a storm, sometimes an accident, sometimes just old infrastructure sighing under summer demand. A few kids cheered the darkness, waving their glow sticks with new enthusiasm. Parents reached for phone flashlights. A soft constellation of white beams sprang up around the lawn. Mara's phone remained stubbornly helpless, frozen on a text screen that refused to send. Grace appeared at her elbow, plastic cup clutched in both hands. "The lights went sleepy," she announced. "They'll wake up," Mara said automatically. "Finish your drink, okay? Slow sips." Grace obeyed, eyes wide as she watched the adults. Up by the church steps, Pastor Harlan Briggs clapped his hands for attention. In his mid-40s, broad-shouldered, with a square jaw and a streak of white in his dark hair, he looked like someone central casting would send if you asked for trustworthy pastor with slight cowboy energy. "All right, folks," he boomed, voice carrying without a microphone. "Looks like we've got ourselves an old-fashioned blackout. No reason to panic. Silver Creek's weathered worse. We'll set up some lanterns inside, keep the potluck going. Maybe we can even convince the youth group to sing without their fancy speakers." Laughter rippled through the crowd, tension thinning. Beside Mara, Mrs. Adler, Silver Creek's unofficial gossip queen, leaned in. "Bet you $20 the power's back by morning," she said. "Make it cookies, and you're on," Mara replied. She tried Ethan again. This time the phone didn't even pretend. No service. Unease prickled at the back of her neck. "Mom, can we play flashlight tag?" Liam asked, reappearing with 3 other kids in tow. "Close to the building," Mara said. "And stay with Grace, please." "Ah, do I have to?" he groaned. "Yes, she's small. The dark is big." Grace stuck her tongue out at him. "I'm not scared." "That's because you don't have any survival instinct," Liam muttered. But he grabbed a glow stick crown from a table and plopped it onto her head like a helmet. "Now you're a light beacon. Happy?" As the children took off across the lawn, Mara put away her phone. It was probably just a local outage, maybe a line down somewhere between Silver Creek and the substation. The town was used to waiting for repair crews that had bigger places to help first. Still, when a set of headlights rolled slowly down Main Street and then sputtered out like a candle, something in her gut tightened. The car coasted to a stop. The driver popped the hood and stuck his head in. Even from the church lawn, Mara could hear his confusion. "Maybe jump the battery?" someone suggested. "Battery's fine," the man replied. "It just died." Within 20 minutes, 3 more cars had stalled on the road near the church. By the time Mara walked her kids home under a slice of moon, the first siren wailed faintly from somewhere toward the highway. The next morning, Silver Creek felt as if it had woken up in an old photograph. Without the noise of HVAC units and refrigerator compressors, the town's sounds were all natural and close. Birds, wind, the creak of old wood settling in houses that had never truly slept. Mara stood on her porch with a cup of lukewarm instant coffee, heated on a camp stove she'd dragged out of the shed, and listened. No cars passed on the street. That was the strangest part. Usually by 8 a.m., there'd be at least a few pickups rumbling toward job sites, the school bus rattling past, someone's music thumping faintly through open windows. Now, nothing. Liam and Grace sat on the steps, still in pajamas, watching a neighbor ride by on a bicycle. "Why's Mr. Ortega riding a bike?" Liam asked. "He has a truck." "Maybe his truck's not working," Mara said. "Why?" Grace asked. "Because sometimes machines break." It was a weak answer, and she knew it. "Eat your cereal before it gets soggy." "It's already soggy," Liam said, poking the flakes floating in their milk. "We should eat the ice cream first, before it melts." Under other circumstances, Mara might have argued. Today she filed the suggestion away. She'd tried the tap when she woke. Water still came out, but weakly. That meant the town's water tower had reserves. But without power to run pumps, storage wouldn't last long if people treated the taps like normal. The radio on the kitchen counter was dead. It had always been plugged in. She dug in the junk drawer for batteries, found 4 and slotted them in. The little portable crackled to life, then settled on static. She scanned through FM, AM, even the weird stations in between. Nothing but hiss. Her stomach felt like it was full of bees. "Okay," she said aloud, as if narrating to an invisible audience might steady her. "Step 1, information. Step 2, water. Step 3, food. Step 4, don't let the kids see you panic." The library was her territory. If there was one place in Silver Creek where information in all its stubborn, low-tech forms still existed, it was there. "Kids," she said, turning back to the porch. "Get dressed. We're going downtown." "What about school?" Liam asked. "If the buses aren't running, school's not either," Mara said. "We'll check in later. For now, I need your help carrying some books." Grace perked up. "Can I pick the books?" "You can help, yes," Mara said, mentally restricting the list to things that wouldn't give Grace disaster nightmares. They walked the 6 blocks to Main Street. With each intersection, the strangeness deepened. More stalled cars, some parked neatly at curbs like normal, others skewed at odd angles as if drivers had simply given up. A few folks stood in driveways, talking in quiet clusters. At the corner grocery, a handwritten sign was taped to the locked door. "Power out. Open for cash only later. Don't break the glass, please. We'll all need it. Mark." "Looks like Mr. Hennigan still believes in humanity," Mara murmured. Inside the shop, she could see him moving by lantern light, making stacks of canned goods. It wasn't a bad idea. If people thought he was trying to keep things organized, maybe they'd be less likely to panic. The library building, a brick structure from the 60s with tall, narrow windows, looked unchanged, though Mara knew the computers inside would be nothing more than paperweights now. She unlocked the front door and ushered the kids in. "Lights are out," Liam observed. "Good thing books don't need electricity," Mara said. She opened curtains to let sunlight spill across the wooden tables. The library smelled of paper, dust, and faint lemon cleaner. It was a comforting smell, the olfactory equivalent of an old friend. Grace made a beeline for the children's section. "Can I read Dragon Princess again?" she asked. "You've read Dragon Princess 5 times, Liam said. "It's practice," Grace replied. "For when I'm a dragon." Mara's lips wanted to curve into a smile. Instead, she forced herself toward the nonfiction shelves. She knew where everything lived. Water systems, first aid, gardening, cooking without refrigeration, the kinds of books that people borrowed once, then never again because they were too boring. Now, she suspected, they were about to become bestsellers. She pulled an armful and dumped them onto a table. Basic emergency preparedness, rural water systems, preserving food without freezing or canning, foraging in the Southwest. The complete guide to pressure cooking, no longer useful. She put that last one back with a pang. The bell over the door jingled. "Mara?" a voice called. "You in here?" She turned. It was Mark from the grocery, wiping his hands on his apron. "Thought I'd find you," he said. "You got any answers for us, book lady?" "I'd settle for one answer myself," she said. "Any word from outside?" He shook his head. "Nothing on the radio but static. Landline's dead. Generator at the store powers lights, but not the register, so we're going old school. Writing down what people take, cash only. Half the folks showed up first thing, asking if they could buy all my bottled water. What did you tell them? Mara asked. That I'm not running a first-come, first-served apocalypse buffet, Mark said. I'm putting limits on purchases. Some people don't like that. Some people are going to like having toilet paper in 3 days, she said. You're doing the right thing. Don't let that get around, Mark said dryly. They'll revoke my curmudgeon license. The bell jingled again. This time it was Pastor Briggs. His usual Sunday smile, somewhere between benevolent and campaign trail, was tempered now by something sharper. His shirt sleeves were rolled to the elbows, revealing strong forearms dusted with hair. Glad to see the library still open, he said. We're going to need it. That's what I'm hoping, Mara said. I'm putting together a kind of community reference table, basic survival information, things people might want to know if the power's out for more than a day. Smart thinking, Briggs said. I was just coming by to ask you about something similar. He stepped closer to the table, scanning the book titles. You got anything on small-town security? Guard rotations, that sort of thing? Mara's fingers tightened slightly around the edge of a book. You're planning security already? We'd be fools not to, Briggs said. I got a call. Landline still worked for a bit last night. From my brother over near the interstate. Said there were already folks breaking into closed gas stations. If the cities are having trouble, those problems will travel. We're right off a highway. People will come looking for supplies. Mark folded his arms. And you're thinking what exactly? That we turn the town into Fort Silver Creek? I'm thinking we set up some roadblocks, Briggs replied. Friendly ones. Just enough to monitor who's coming in and out. We centralize food distribution so no one hoards. We organize a night watch. Folks are already scared. Give them something constructive to do and we avoid panic. On the surface, it made sense. Organization, shared resources, protection, all words that would soothe a frightened town. Still, something in the way he said we centralize made Mara's skin itch. Who's we? She asked. Community leaders, Briggs said smoothly. The council, my deacons, shop owners like Mark, people who've kept this town running. And librarians? She asked lightly. His smile twitched. Anyone with useful skills, he said. We'll have a meeting at the church in an hour, open to everyone. I'd like you to come, Mara, with your information. He tapped the stack of books. I'll be there, she said. Good. He clapped Mark on the shoulder. You too. People will listen to you. You decide what everyone eats most days anyway. Mark snorted. If that's true, they need better taste. After Briggs left, Mark watched the door swing slowly closed. He's already in disaster mode, preacher, Mark said under his breath. Give that man a flood, and he'd build an ark out of pews. He's trying to help, Mara said, though she wasn't entirely sure whether she was defending Briggs or reassuring herself. People listen to him. Yeah, Mark said. That's what worries me. The church meeting was packed. Without the usual distractions of screens and schedules, word had spread fast. By the time Mara escorted Liam and Grace into the sanctuary, every pew was full. People stood along the walls, fanning themselves with folded bulletins. Candles burned at intervals down the center aisle, casting flickering light on stained glass windows depicting saints who now looked like they were watching the congregation with new, anxious concern. Briggs stood at the front, hands on the pulpit, waiting. When the murmur of voices dwindled, he began. Friends, he said, you all know what's happened. A low rumble of agreement moved through the room. Power's out, he continued. Phones are down. Our cars are fried unless they're older than our teenagers. We've tried reaching the next town over. No luck. Doesn't matter if this is a glitch, an attack, or the world's worst storm. What matters is this. No one is coming to fix our problems today. Silence. The bluntness of it stole the breath from the room. I don't say that to frighten you, Briggs went on. I say it because if we wait for someone else to save us, we're going to starve while we're waiting. Mara saw heads nodding. Fear sharpened into something like resolve. So here's what we're going to do, Briggs said. We're going to remember who we are. Silver Creek is not Phoenix or Los Angeles or New York. We don't riot when the power goes out. We don't loot our neighbor's house. We're farmers, teachers, shopkeepers, mechanics. We know how to work with our hands. We help each other, and we protect what's ours. The last sentence landed heavier than the others. We're setting up 3 road checkpoints, he continued. One on the highway exit, one on the north road, one on the bridge. Volunteers for patrols can sign up afterward. We're going to store all extra food, beyond what you need for the next few days, in the church basement where it can be inventoried and distributed fairly. That got a reaction. Voices rose in overlapping questions. Give you our food? What if I've got a freezer full of meat? It'll spoil. Who decides what's extra? Briggs raised both hands. Now, I know it sounds like a big ask, but think about it. If everyone hoards in their own pantry, some families will go hungry while others have a surplus. That breeds resentment. Resentment breeds conflict. We don't want to fight each other when we should be keeping outsiders from taking everything. Mark, sitting a few rows ahead of Mara, stood. Who counts it? He asked. Who decides who gets what and when? The council will oversee it, Briggs said smoothly. With input from folks like you, Mark. People the town trusts. It was a clever answer. Flattering and inclusive enough to blunt some resistance, vague enough to keep control in his hands. Mara cleared her throat. What about information? She called. I've been checking the library's resources. We don't know how long the power will be out, but we can start. Teaching people about water purification, basic medical care, growing food. If we share knowledge, not just supplies, we won't be as dependent on any one group. Briggs smiled down at her. That's exactly why I wanted you here, Mara, he said. The library is going to be vital. In fact, I'd like you to set up a table in the fellowship hall after this meeting. Hand out pamphlets, lists, whatever you think folks need. The room's attention shifted to her for a moment. Dozens of eyes, some frightened, some hopeful, all searching. Of course, she said, feeling her cheeks warm. I'll put together some materials. Good, Briggs said. We'll survive this together, but only if we act like a community, not a collection of scared individuals. He went on to assign tasks, patrol sign-ups, a volunteer medical team headed by the town's 1 doctor and 2 nurses, a committee to check on elderly residents, another to monitor the water tower's levels. On the surface, it was everything a disaster response should be. Organized, proactive, communal. It was only in the details that the shape of something else began to emerge. All checkpoint reports will come through the church office for now, Briggs said. We'll use the bell to call meetings until we have another system. If you hear it ring 3 times in a row, you come. Day or night. Understood? People nodded. Mara glanced at Liam and Grace sitting beside her. Liam's eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. Grace had her chin propped on her hands, watching the candles. What if Dad can't drive home? Liam whispered. Mara swallowed. We'll figure it out, she said. He will find a way, and we will stay ready. For the next 2 days, Silver Creek remade itself. Teenagers who had spent their summers glued to screens now walked patrol routes with flashlights and borrowed shotguns. Retirees who'd once complained about potholes became logistics officers, tracking who had how much flour, sugar, canned beans. Mara spent her mornings at the library, turning it into something between a classroom and a war room. She photocopied pages from emergency preparedness manuals on the library's old hand-crank duplicator, salvaged from a closet when the electric copier died. The ink smelled like a school from 30 years ago. She taught small groups how to boil water properly, how to build a simple solar still from a bowl and plastic wrap, how to recognize symptoms of dehydration and heat stroke. If the tap runs dry, she said, we need to already know what to do. Don't wait until you're thirsty. In the afternoons, she checked on neighbors. She showed Mrs. Adler how to rig an evaporative cooler from a wet towel and box fan blades turned by hand. She helped the Ortiz family move their chest freezer contents into a hastily dug pit shaded by boards and tarps. Everywhere she went, she heard the same undercurrent. This won't last, right? They'll fix it soon. The government, the utility company, somebody. Maybe, she said. But we plan like they won't. That way we're grateful if they do, not desperate if they don't. At night, she stood on the porch and watched the town change. The first evening, people had lit candles in most windows, tiny flames flickering across the hillside like fireflies. By the third night, candlelight had become more selective. The checkpoints Briggs had ordered were up. Sawhorses and pickup trucks blocking the highway exit and the North Road. A pair of yellow traffic cones and two armed volunteers stationed at the bridge. Curfew is 9 p.m. A notice on the church door read, "No unnecessary travel after dark. Checkpoints are authorized to send people home." Authorized by whom, the paper didn't say. Liam was fascinated by the patrols. He begged to join. "I'm almost 12, he argued as they cleared the dinner dishes. "I can handle a flashlight and a radio." "We don't have radios," Mara reminded him. "Then a flashlight and a stick." He mimed swinging an imaginary baton. "You're not joining patrols," Mara said firmly. "Your job is to stay close, watch out for Grace, and help me when I ask." "That's enough." "It's not enough for everyone else's kid," he muttered. "Kyle's on the North Road watch. He says they're basically commandos now." "Kyle's dad runs the pawn shop," Mara said. "He thinks everything is a movie." Grace tugged at her sleeve. "Are we in danger?" she asked. Mara met her daughter's eyes. Grace's seriousness sometimes scared her more than Liam's impulsiveness. Where Liam saw adventure, Grace saw the edges of things. "We're in a different kind of time," Mara said slowly. "Not safe like before, but we're together. That helps." "Is Dad safe?" Grace asked. The question was a knife. Mara forced herself not to flinch. "He's smart," she said, "and he's worked in emergencies for years. If anyone can get through this, it's him." She wished she believed it as completely as she sounded. On the fourth day, the first strangers came. They appeared at midday, three figures trudging up the highway, ramp from the direction of the interstate. The checkpoint volunteers, two high school seniors and Mrs. Klein's nephew, spotted them and rang the church bell once, twice, 3 times. By the time Mara reached the bridge, half the town was there. The strangers were a man and woman in their 30s and maybe 10-year-old girl with sunburned cheeks. Their clothes were dusty, their shoes blisters waiting to happen. The woman carried a small backpack. The man's arms were empty, one sleeve torn and stained. They stopped at the makeshift barrier. Two pickup trucks parked nose to nose across the road and raised their hands. "We're not armed," the man called. "We're just looking for water, maybe a place to rest. We heard there was a town up this way that hadn't gone crazy." Briggs stepped forward, flanked by two men holding rifles they usually reserve for deer season. "You're welcome to our compassion," he said, "but we have to protect our own. We can't house everyone who wanders in." "We don't want to stay," the woman said. The taps at the truck stop went dry. The city behind us was burning. "Please, we've got a kid." Her voice cracked on the last word. Mara felt herself take an involuntary step forward. "We have water at the church," she said. "We can at least give them a meal, refill their bottles, let them sleep on the floor for a night." Briggs didn't look at her. His gaze stayed on the strangers. "We have limited supplies," he said. "If we start handing them out to everyone who asks, there'll be nothing left when our children need them." "Our children are going to need us to remember we're human," Mara said louder. A murmur ran through the crowd. Some faces turned to her, others stayed fixed on Briggs. The man at the barrier spread his hands wider. "We'll work," he said. "Whatever you want. Chores, fields, patrols. Please, just let us drink." Briggs hesitated, a tiny crack in his polished certainty. Then he smiled, the benevolent pastor mask sliding back into place. "We won't turn away a child," he said. "Come down to the bridge. You can drink from the creek, and we'll give you some bread. Maybe a little canned food." He raised a finger. "But you cannot stay the night. We're instituting a strict policy. No new residents until we understand how long this crisis will last. If you're still here by sundown, we'll have to escort you out." The strangers exchanged a quick, desperate look. "Yes," the woman said. "Thank you, thank you." As they stepped past the barrier, Mara caught the girl's eyes. They were huge and frightened, and older than they should have been. Mara moved to intercept them. "I'm Mara," she said softly. "Come with me. We'll get you some water that doesn't taste like creek fish." She led them to the church kitchen, filled metal cups from a large pot they'd boiled earlier, and watched as they drank like plants after drought. "Where are you coming from?" she asked. "West," the man said hoarsely. "We were visiting my sister in the city. When the power went out, people tried to leave. Roads jammed, fights at gas stations. We walked. Everywhere we stopped, people were already fighting over food. His hands shook. He clenched them together. At one town, they were taking people's cars, the woman said, even if they were dead on the road, fighting over gas that didn't even work anymore. Is it like this everywhere? Mara asked. We don't know, the man said. No news, no radio, just rumors. People saying the government's fallen, that some foreign country smacked us with EMPs, that it's all a hoax to reset the economy. Doesn't matter which story is true, reality's the same. Mara thought of Ethan in Phoenix, of planes falling and hospitals improvising. You have family somewhere else? She asked. The woman nodded. My parents have a place in the hills east of here. If we can just make it there. You can rest here until afternoon, Mara said. Then we'll send you off with full bottles. Thank you, the woman whispered. When she returned to the bridge later, the mood had shifted. Briggs stood with his patrol volunteers, talking in low tones. Mark leaned against the rail, arms folded, watching the water. You see those folks? He asked Mara as she approached. I gave them water, she said. They're headed to family. For now, Mark said. But there'll be more. Word travels. Silver Creek gave us water. They're nice there. That's not a bad reputation to have, Mara replied. Until we run out, he said. Then we're nice, thirsty targets. Across the road, Briggs raised his voice just enough to reach them. We can't save everyone, he said. If we try, we'll die with them. I know that sounds harsh, but it's reality. It's your version of reality, Mara said. He turned to face her fully. The easy warmth he showed from the pulpit had cooled. You think I like this? He asked. You think I want to stand here and tell desperate people they can't stay? I don't. But my first duty is to the people God put in my care before the crisis. If I have to choose between a stranger's survival and Liam's or Grace's, I know where my responsibility lies, don't you? The mention of her children felt like a twist of the knife. Mara bristled. I don't accept that it has to be a choice, she said. Not yet. We're not starving. We still have water. We still have some decency. Decency doesn't keep wolves away, Briggs said. Neither does fear, she shot back. They stared at each other for a long moment, neither willing to back down. Finally, Briggs broke eye contact. We'll help who we can, he said, but we set boundaries now, or the boundaries will be set for us, and they'll be written in blood. He walked away, barking instructions to the patrol. Mark exhaled slowly. Well, he said, that escalated. Am I wrong? Mara asked. No, Mark said, but he's not completely wrong either. That's what makes it messy. She looked at the creek water flowing under the bridge, steady and indifferent to human arguments. Silver Creek had always felt like a safe little pocket, the kind of place where you left doors unlocked and kids rode bikes until dark. Now she could feel that pocket fraying at the edges, threads pulled by fear, scarcity, and the magnetic pull of a man who sounded like he knew exactly what to do. That night, Mara sat at the kitchen table with a candle stub and her notebook. She listed resources, food in the pantry, water jugs in the shed, first aid supplies, batteries, books she should keep at home rather than at the library. She ran numbers in the margins, calculating how long she could feed 2 children on what they had if the communal system failed. Her pen hesitated over one line, trust in Pastor Briggs. She left it blank. From the living room, she could hear Liam trying to teach Grace how to play cards by candlelight. Their voices rose and fell, smoothed by sibling argument and laughter. Mom, Liam called, come judge which of us is cheating. In a minute, she said. She flipped to a clean page and wrote a single title at the top, If We Have to Leave. Under it, she listed possibilities she didn't want to look at too closely. Routes out of town that might bypass checkpoints, people they could trust for rides or shelter, hidden stashes of food and water she could prepare without drawing attention. The act of writing the words made them feel both more real and somehow more manageable. When she finally blew out the candle and joined the kids on the floor, the house felt both smaller and more solid. The darkness outside pressed against the window like a living thing, but inside there was a circle of cards, giggles, and the certainty of the moment. Later, lying awake in the stuffy quiet, Mara imagined Ethan under a different piece of the same sky, Maybe sleeping in a hospital hallway. Maybe already on the road. Come home, she thought into the darkness. Come home before this place stops being the town you remember. Outside, the church bell was silent, for now, but Silver Creek was changing. One checkpoint, one order, one fearful decision at a time. And Mara could feel, with the same intuition that had warned her the power outage was no ordinary glitch, that the town's greatest threat might not come from the highway at all, but from inside its own carefully drawn lines. Chapter 4. First Blood on the Highway. Ray's windmill appeared out of the dark like a skeleton hand reaching for the sky. It rose above the scrubland, metal blades motionless in the still air, moonlight turning its latticework silver. Beside it, the faint outline of a farmhouse and a low barn took shape, hunched together like old friends. There, Ray said, leaning forward between the front seats. Home. Caleb slowed the truck, rolling up the rutted drive. The engine's rumble sounded too loud in the quiet fields. A dog barked once, sharp and uncertain, then again with recognition. The farmhouse porch light, of course, stayed dark. But as the truck drew nearer, the front door opened, and a woman stepped out with a flashlight, the beam cutting a bright wedge through the night. "Ray!" she called. "It's me, Maria!" Ray shouted back, something tight in his chest finally loosening. He barely waited for the truck to stop before climbing out. The boy, Jamie, vaulted over the side of the bed and sprinted toward the porch. Maria met them halfway, scooping her nephew into an engulfing hug before punching Ray lightly in the shoulder. "You said you were going for Diesel, not end of the world," she scolded. "You had me thinking you'd decided to move to Phoenix." "Phoenix is worse," Ray said simply. She looked past him at the truck, taking in the strangers, the gear, the gasoline cans lashed to the back. "What happened?" she asked. "Short version?" Ray said. "Everything." She swallowed once, then nodded. "Okay, long version later. Get them inside. We'll sort it out with coffee if I can figure out how to make any without a working stove." They spent the rest of the night and half of the morning turning the farm into a temporary camp. The farmhouse was small, not built for more than 4 or 5 people. With 10 of them, it felt like they were trying to stuff a sleeping bag back into its original packaging. Technically possible, emotionally exhausting. Maria dragged mattresses from unused bedrooms into the living room. Tessa and Jamie claimed the couch and a pallet on the floor. The 2 orderlies, now introduced properly as Ben, tall, freckled, mid-20s, and Carlos, short, broad, with an easy smile that had not yet been completely worn away, took the barn loft. Nora staked out a section of the kitchen table for her radio, wires and components splayed like an autopsy. Caleb and Ethan slept in shifts on the porch so they could hear if anyone came up the drive. "Can't believe you drove in from town in the dark," Maria muttered as she handed Ethan a mug of instant coffee later, made with water heated on a propane grill. "I'd rather wrestle the windmill barehanded." "Didn't have many attractive options," he said. "Staying at the hospital felt like parking on the wrong side of a flood." She glanced at his backpack, at the medical supplies carefully, stacked in a corner. "Ray says you're headed farther east." "Yeah," he said. "Family in a town called Silver Creek." "Never heard of it," she said. "But I hope they're as stubborn as you, or at least as lucky." He didn't feel particularly lucky, just propelled. Like something had clicked inside when the plane fell, and the lights died, and now all the gears in him turned toward one direction only. "Farm's yours as long as you need it for a base," Maria said. "We've got well water, canned goods, chickens. Not a fortress, but better than sleeping on the side of the highway like roadkill." "Thank you," Ethan said. The words felt small compared to the risk she was taking, opening her doors to strangers. "Don't make me regret it," she replied, but there was warmth behind the warning. By noon, the shape of their next steps was clear. Ray walked them through the property. The chicken coop, the old tractor, dead now, its small onboard computer just as fried as newer cars. The hand pump by the well, the tool shed crowded with wrenches, belts, and parts scavenged over decades. "We can stay here a while," he said. "Maybe even long-term if we have to. Got 15 acres. Not great soil, but we make it work. But if the grid doesn't come back," he grimaced. "Seeds run out, medicine runs out, diesel runs out. Being an island only works if you've stocked it for the right storm. Caleb, who had spent the morning checking over the truck and rotating its tires by hand, folded his arms. "We're not prepared to hunker down yet," he said, "not with half the group still trying to get somewhere else." His eyes flicked briefly to Ethan, then to Nora. "We need more supplies," Nora said, "especially if we want to improve the radio setup. I can rig a better antenna from the windmill, but I need connectors, cabling, maybe spare batteries. And we're going to burn through meds fast if anyone gets seriously hurt." Ethan knew where this was going, even before Ray nodded toward the road. "There's a town 20 miles east," Ray said. "Bloomfield. Biggish supermarket, hardware store, farm supply. Folks there are decent, or they were. But I don't know what this mess has done to them. If there's anything left on the shelves, might be our last easy chance to get it before desperation empties every aisle." "Easy," Carlos repeated. "That a technical term for we might not get shot at?" "I didn't say that," Ray said. They gathered around the kitchen table, a motley council of people who hadn't known each other a week ago. "We go in early," Caleb said, sketching a basic map with a carpenter's pencil. "Daylight. People are less likely to start something before lunch. We park away from the entrance. Keep the truck's engine ready. We don't load more than we can carry at a jog. And if the place has already been picked clean," Ben asked. "Then we grab what the vultures missed," Caleb said. "Salt, spices, baby formula. Stuff people don't think about when they're panicking over canned ravioli." "And if there are rules," Tessa asked, "like we roll up and someone's already decided they're in charge of the store?" Caleb's jaw tightened. "Then we negotiate if they're reasonable. If they're not, we leave. We are not dying over a box of cereal." Ethan looked at the backpack in the corner, at the dwindling pile of bandages and antibiotics. "We do need a few things badly," he said. "More gauze, painkillers, antiseptic, and non-perishable calories. We can't count on finding friendly farms every 100 miles." Maria listened quietly, then spoke. "If you're going into town," she said, "take Jamie." Ray turned to her, startled. "What?" "No. He's not safe here without you," she said. "If this goes on, people are going to remember we've got a well in animals. If things turn ugly, I'd rather be the one negotiating at the gate, not worrying about whether our nephew is hiding under the bed." Jamie, hovering in the doorway, bristled. "I can help," he protested. "I can hold a flashlight, or carry stuff, or freeze when some stranger screams in your face," Ray snapped. "You're not coming." Jamie's mouth pressed into a hard line. "I'm not a baby." "No," Maria said. "You're not. But right now we need you to help me here. If your uncle doesn't come back, who's going to reach the top shelves for me, huh?" That deflected the argument just enough. Jamie scowled but nodded. "I'll help you make a list," he muttered, "of stuff we're low on." "That'd be a good start," Maria said. In the end, they decided on a lean team. Caleb would drive and handle security. Ethan would pick medical supplies and keep an eye out for injuries. Nora would grab anything radio adjacent and generally act as their thinking radar. Ben and Carlos would help load basics, food, water, anything useful that wasn't bolted down. Tessa argued passionately to go, but Caleb vetoed her. "You're our reserve brain," he said. "If something happens to us, you, Maria, Ray, and Jamie have to decide what's next. People who stay have as much responsibility as people who go." It was manipulative, but not wrong. Tessa didn't like it. She accepted it anyway. By mid-afternoon, the truck was on the road again, rolling across flat land under a sky so blue it hurt. The air had the brittle, breathless quality of late summer, heat rising in wavering lines from the asphalt. The world smelled of dust and sun-baked sage. Nora sat in the back seat this time, fiddling with a handheld radio she'd found in Ray's shed. "Range on this thing is crap," she said, "but if we get close to anyone broadcasting on emergency channels, we might catch a whisper. If we're lucky, the National Guard's figured out how to yell without computers." Caleb snorted. "You worked in satellite comms, right? You really think they planned for this?" "I know exactly how much they didn't," she said. "That's why I'm hoping some old-timer in a bunker is screaming into analog." They hit the outskirts of Bloomfield 40 minutes later. The town looked normal. That was the first unnerving impression. Houses with porches, yards with overgrown grass but intact fences, a dog asleep under a pickup truck in a driveway. No smoke, no obvious fires, no smashed windows, but no sounds of engines either. No air conditioning units rumbling, no hum of faraway traffic. It was like driving through a photograph taken just after everyone had blinked out of existence. Creepy, Ben murmured. As they approached the main intersection, normalcy cracked. The traffic lights were dark, hanging uselessly above a four-way stop clogged with stalled cars. A handwritten sign nailed to a telephone pole read, "No power. Be nice or go home." Caleb raised an eyebrow. Points for directness. They followed the road past a shuttered diner, a dark pharmacy, a closed nail salon. Finally, the superstore appeared, a low, sprawling building with an expansive parking lot. The familiar logo on its sign looked obscene now, a relic from a world that had assumed it would always be able to restock shelves overnight. The lot was half full of cars that would never start again. Shopping carts were scattered like shrapnel. The front doors of the store were open, but not smashed. Someone had propped them with metal poles. On the sidewalk, two men sat on lawn chairs under a beach umbrella, rifles resting across their laps. "Okay," Carlos said softly. "That's new." Caleb killed the engine and parked halfway across the lot between two dead SUVs. He watched the men by the door through the windshield, measuring. One of the men shaded his eyes and squinted at the truck. After a moment, he stood and waved, beckoning them forward. "How do we feel about this?" Ethan asked. "Like I'm walking into a sales pitch I can't refuse," Caleb said. "We go slow, hands where they can see them. Let me talk first." They climbed out of the truck, leaving the doors unlocked for a fast retreat. Nora slipped the handheld radio into her pocket. Ethan slung his backpack and kept his own hands visible. As they approached, the older of the two men, late 50s, gut straining against a plaid shirt, smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "Welcome to Bloomfield Market," he said. "We're under new management." His companion, younger, with a buzz cut and a neck tattoo half hidden under his collar, snorted. "New management," Caleb repeated. "That's right." The older man gestured toward his chest. "Name's Hank Dillard. Used to be the assistant manager here. Well, assistant to the assistant, but titles don't mean much now. When the power cut and folks started grabbing whatever they could carry, someone had to restore order." He nodded toward the parking lot. A few other people moved among the cars, some with guns, some just carrying boxes. They looked more like exhausted neighbors than hardened militia. But exhaustion could be just as dangerous. "And you did that?" Ethan asked. "I volunteered," Hank said. "We shut the doors, sorted what was left, and set up a ration system. Food for work. We keep track. We keep things fair. Last thing we need is a riot over the last can of beans." "It's always beans," Carlos muttered under his breath. "We're not looking to start anything," Caleb said. "We've got a farm west of here where we're trying to set up something sustainable. We just need a few things. Medical supplies, dry goods, some hardware if you've got it. We've got barter." "What kind of barter?" Hank's eyes sharpened. "Tools, a mechanic, medical skills, maybe fuel, if we stretch it, and—" Caleb hesitated. "We can share news, what we've seen from the city." At the mention of fuel, a stir ran through the small cluster of people within earshot. The neck-tattooed man shifted, interest obvious. "Fuel's worth more than gold right now," Hank said slowly. "We're trying to manage our own supply, but maybe we can work something out. You come in, you talk to the council, see if we can trade." Ethan glanced at the open doors behind them. Inside, he could see dim aisles and the shapes of people moving with baskets. "Council?" he asked. Hank spread his hands. "We've got to call it something," he said. "We've got a rotation. Pool managers, some of the old staff, folks with guns who aren't idiots. You know the drill." Caleb looked at Ethan. Ethan nodded once. It was a risk, but so was leaving empty-handed. "All right," Caleb said. "We'll talk." "Guns stay in the truck," Hank said. "Ours too. Nobody carries inside. Last thing we need is a shouting match turning into a shooting gallery." Caleb's eyebrows rose. "Fair enough." They walked back to stash Caleb's handgun under the driver's seat. Ethan noticed Hank's people watching where he put it. He filed that away. Inside, the store felt wrong. Battery-powered lanterns hung from end caps, casting ragged pools of light. Many shelves were stripped bare, price tags fluttering above empty metal like tombstones. Others had been restocked with odd precision, canned vegetables sorted by type, water jugs stacked neatly, a whole aisle repurposed as a community pantry where people could leave or take items under Hank's supervision. A folding table near the entrance served as a check-in station. A young woman with a notebook and a weary expression sat behind it, scribbling names and numbers as people came and went. "We're logging how much everyone takes," Hank said. "Work a shift, stocking, cleaning, standing watch. You earn points. Points get you food. Least until we figure out something better." "How's that going?" Nora asked. "Better than anarchy," Hank said. He led them toward the back, where the pharmacy section had once been. The glass doors of the refrigerated medicine case stood open, their contents removed. The actual pharmacy counter was blocked by a metal cage door, now locked. Behind it sat a small man in his 60s, white hair sticking up like he'd run his fingers through it repeatedly. "This is Dr. Cho," Hank said. "Pharmacist." "Doctor of pharmacy," Dr. Cho corrected automatically. "Not a medical doctor. I cannot operate on you. I can tell you why your pills are making you nauseous." He eyed Ethan and the others. "You don't look like regulars." "We're just passing through," Ethan said. "We were hoping to trade for some basic supplies. Antibiotics, painkillers, bandages." Dr. Cho's eyes flicked to Hank, then back. "You and everyone else," he said. "We've had 5 people ask me for antibiotics in the last hour alone. Some want a stockpile just in case. Some have legitimate needs." "And?" Ethan asked. "And I have finite bottles," Dr. Cho said. "If I give a 14-day course to someone with a scraped knee just in case, that means I've got nothing for the next person with an infected abdominal wound. I am very popular this week." Hank cleared his throat. "We can talk specifics once we know what you're offering," he said. "Counsel's in the break room." The counsel turned out to be Hank, Dr. Cho, a middle-aged woman with a PTA mom vibe, name tag still clipped to her faded polo, Tammy, and 2 men with the restless air of people who'd rather be outside fixing fences than sitting in meetings. Introductions were brief. The questions were not. "Where are you coming from?" Tammy asked. "Phoenix," Ethan said. A murmur went around the table. "Bad?" one of the fence fixers asked. "Worse than here," Ethan replied. "Hospitals operating on lantern light. Planes falling, fires, some looting. But people still trying to help each other too. No official word on what caused it. Beyond the standard, we're working on it." "Working on it?" Tammy repeated. "Sure. Maybe they're working on a new version of the problem." Nora laid out her radio on the table. "I used to work in satellite and broadband infrastructure," she said. "I've been listening whenever I can. So far, the only consistent message is that this isn't local. Grids down in multiple states, maybe nationwide. There are whispers about EMP." "EMP?" Tammy interrupted. "Like nukes?" "Not necessarily nukes," Nora said. "You can generate electromagnetic pulses other ways. High-altitude detonations, specialized devices. There's also talk of coordinated cyber attacks on major utilities. None of it's confirmed. But if even half of it's true, we're not getting back to normal next week." The room absorbed that. Hank's knuckles whitened around his coffee cup. "So you're here to," he prompted. "Scavenge," Caleb said bluntly. "Like everyone else. But we'd rather do it above board. Trade work or goods for supplies. We've got a working truck, a mechanic, a paramedic, and a radio specialist. We're not looking to move in. We just want enough to keep going east." "You say working truck like it's a threat," Hank said. "It's a fact," Caleb replied. "We're not trying to take over your system. We just don't want to leave with empty hands." Tammy considered. "We're short on people who know how to handle emergencies," she said, glancing at Ethan. "We keep getting folks who fell, cut themselves, had panic attacks. If you stayed a day or 2, helped train some of us, we could spare some supplies." "I don't have a day or 2, Ethan said before he could stop himself. Hank's gaze sharpened. "Family?" he guessed. "In a small town a few hundred miles from here," Ethan said. "I don't know what they're facing, but if Phoenix is bad and you're starting to feel the edges here, Then places like Silver Creek, he trailed off. Nora spoke up. What about fuel? She asked. We heard you had some. Hank grimaced. Not much, he said. And what we have, we need for the generator and emergency vehicles. We can't just start selling it off for people's road trips. Even road trips to get out of your hair? Caleb asked. One of the other men, the one with the softer eyes and dirt under his nails, spoke for the first time. Hank, he said, we can't keep everyone here. We don't have the food or security. If folks like them want to move on, maybe helping them helps us. Hank shot him a look. Nobody asked you, Don. You did when you said council, Don replied. The tension between them crackled in the air. Ethan had seen that look in emergency rooms when families argued over treatment plans for dying relatives. Too much stress, not enough sleep. Everyone's sure they knew best. Look, Ethan said, trying to cut in before things boiled over. We're willing to pay. We've got some meds from the hospital, some tools. We can help with triage before we go. But we can't stay long. Every hour we spend here is an hour my family might not have. Hank drummed his fingers on the table. Finally, he sighed. All right, here's what we'll do. You help Dr. Cho sort and label what's left in the pharmacy. He pointed at Nora. Take a look at our backup generators and radio. See if you can squeeze anything extra out of them. Your two guys can help unload a delivery truck we never got around to before the lights died. He held up a hand when Caleb started to protest. In exchange, you get one cart of food, your pick, within reason, and a small box of meds Dr. Cho approves. No fuel. That's non-negotiable. We need it to keep the lights on and the fridge is cold. Deal? It wasn't what they'd hoped for, but it was something. Deal, Caleb said. For a couple of hours, it almost felt like a strange, exhausting version of normal life. Ethan worked alongside Dr. Cho behind the cage pharmacy counter, sorting pills by type and expiration date, writing new labels with thick black marker. He was used to seeing abundance, rows of bottles marching off into the distance. Now each half-full container felt like something precious dug from a mine. You're being stingy, Ethan said gently when Dr. Cho tried to put a bottle of broad-spectrum antibiotics back into the do-not-touch pile. I am being realistic, Dr. Cho countered. If you take these, that's 3 full courses gone. What happens when someone here comes in with pneumonia? He'd been making the same argument in slightly different forms all afternoon. What happens when someone in my group gets an infected wound 100 miles from the nearest doctor? Ethan asked. Dr. Cho's shoulders slumped. Every decision is wrong, he said softly. That's what nobody tells you about disasters. There are no right choices anymore, just degrees of harm. Then let's at least spread the harm around, Ethan said. We're not asking to empty your shelves, just enough to not die stupidly. In the end, Dr. Cho compromised. They filled a small plastic bin, 2 partial bottles of antibiotics, some painkillers, antiseptic solution, sutures, burn cream. Ethan accepted it like it was treasure. In the main aisles, Ben and Carlos loaded a cart with beans, rice, pasta, peanut butter, powdered milk, salt, sugar, and a few things that seemed to cheer Tessa up when she'd suggested them on the list. Instant cocoa, hard candies. Nora spent her time halfway between the electronics section and the back room, cannibalizing devices for parts. At one point, she emerged with a coil of coaxial cable, a small toolbox, and a grin. I found a shortwave radio in the returns pile, she said. Customers brought it back because it wasn't smart enough. Idiots, it's perfect. Can we power it? Caleb asked. We'll figure it out, she said, between batteries, the windmill, and sheer stubbornness. Outside, the sun began to sag toward late afternoon. We should move, Caleb muttered to Ethan as they maneuvered their loaded cart toward the exit. I don't like driving back to the farm near dark. Almost done, Ethan said. We just need to check out with Hank's gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, Tammy, went through their hall with professional efficiency, marking items off in her notebook. You did well, she said. Didn't go crazy with the chips and soda. We're planning for more than a weekend, Nora said. As Tammy totaled their cost in points, shouts erupted from the far side of the store. At first it was just noise, raised voices, the crash of something knocked off a shelf. Then a scream cut through the din like a blade. "Stay here," Caleb snapped, leaving the cart and striding toward the sound. Ethan followed without thinking, muscles moving before his mind caught up. Near the back of the store, by the canned goods aisle, a confrontation was underway. A man in a filthy baseball cap and a woman with a baby on her hip stood facing Hank and two of his armed volunteers. At their feet lay a toppled display of canned soup, many of the cans already kicked or rolled across the linoleum. "I told you, you're over your allotment," Hank was saying, face flushed. "You want more? You work more shifts." "We've been here 3 days," the woman shot back. The baby on her hip started crying, woken by the noise. "My husband's been unloading trucks, fixing your generator. You told us we'd get enough to feed our kid." "You got your share," Hank said. "We can't make exceptions." "So the rules only apply to us?" the man in the cap demanded. "We saw you giving extra to your buddies." "That was medicine," Hank snapped. "And it wasn't—" The man shoved him. It wasn't hard, more frustration than assault. But in the charged atmosphere, it might as well have been a gunshot. The two volunteers raised their rifles instinctively. One shouted, "Back off!" The woman flinched, clutching the baby, eyes wide. Caleb stepped in, hands up. "Easy," he said. "Everyone breathe. No one's shooting anybody over soup." "Stay out of this," Hank snarled at him. The man in the cap, eyes bloodshot, jaw clenched, kicked one of the cans toward Hank. It clanged off his shin. "You sit in your little office and decide what my family eats," the man said. "You ain't my mayor. You ain't my God. You're just the guy who got to the lockbox first." One of the volunteers took a step forward, rifle still raised. "You don't get to talk to Hank like that." "Put the gun down," Ethan said, moving to the side. "You're pointing it at a woman holding a baby." The volunteer's face twisted. "He attacked Hank," he said. "We can't let people think they can get away with that." "I barely touched him," the man snapped. "You think I'm afraid of your toy?" He took another step, reckless now, anger overruling sense. It all happened at once. The volunteer flinched and fired. The rifle's crack was deafening in the enclosed store. The woman screamed. The baby wailed louder. For a second, Ethan thought the man had been hit, but the bullet went wide, shattering a glass display case behind him. Shards cascaded to the floor. Someone shouted. Someone else ducked. Two more rifles appeared at the far end of the aisle as other security members rushed in. "You idiot!" Hank yelled at his own man. "I told you not to fire inside." I thought he—" The volunteer's hands trembled on the rifle. Panic surged in the crowd. People in nearby aisles began backing away, some abandoning carts, others clutching them like shields. A can rolled underfoot, and someone slipped with a cry. Ethan saw it like a slow-motion collage. The shiny, tilting cart, the crying baby, the panicked faces, the trigger fingers white on metal. This is how a riot starts, he thought, not with a plan, with a mistake. "Stop!" he shouted as the man in the cap lunged toward the nearest rifle. Caleb moved fast, shoving the barrel upward just as another shot went off, sending a chunk of ceiling tile raining down. "Drop it!" Caleb barked, voice suddenly not just loud but commanding, the tone of someone used to being obeyed. "Put the guns down before you kill someone." The man in the cap had both hands on the rifle now, locked in a tug-of-war with the terrified volunteer. The gun swung wildly, muzzle tracing arcs through the air. Ben appeared at Ethan's shoulder. "We gotta get people out," he said. "Now." "I know," Ethan said. "Take whoever's nearest, move them toward the front. Calmly, no running." He moved toward the woman with the baby. "Come with me," he said, trying to keep his voice level. "We'll—" A smaller figure burst from behind an end cap. A teenage boy, maybe 16, wearing an oversized hoodie and desperate eyes. Ethan realized in a flash of clarity that he'd been stuffing his own backpack with cans while everyone else argued. The boy saw the chaos and made a beeline for the door, thinking everyone would be too distracted to stop him. Hank saw him too. "Hey!" he shouted. "Stop! He's stealing!" He grabbed for the boy. The boy twisted away, colliding with the two men still wrestling over the rifle. The gun went off. This time it found flesh. Ben jerked beside Ethan, a sharp intake of breath replacing whatever word he'd been about to say. His eyes widened in surprise, then rolled as his knees buckled. Ethan lunged, catching him under the arms before he hit the floor. For a second, he thought maybe Ben had just been grazed, knocked back by proximity. Then he saw the spreading red on the side of Ben's shirt. "No," Ethan said, the word coming from somewhere deep and heavy. "No, no, no." He pressed his hand to the wound. Blood slicked his palm, hot and insistent. "Carlos!" he shouted. "I need hands over here." Carlos skidded across the floor, nearly tripping over a can. His face went slack when he saw the blood. "Hank!" Ethan roared. "Get your people to back off now, or you're going to have more bodies." Hank, shock blanking his expression, finally reacted. "Guns down!" he screamed. "Everyone lower your damn guns!" The volunteers hesitated, then obeyed. The man in the cap stepped back. Hands lifted, fury drained into horror. I wasn't," he stammered. "Shut up and get out of the way," Caleb snapped. Ethan and Carlos eased Ben to the floor, trying to keep him level. The bullet had entered just below Ben's ribs on the right side. No exit wound that Ethan could see. He ripped Ben's shirt away, fingers moving automatically. He'd done this 100 times in controlled chaos, under bright ER lights with supplies within arm's reach. Here, under flickering lantern glow, with shouting and crying all around, every missing piece screamed at him. "Pressure," he said to Carlos, guiding his colleague's hands over the wound. "Hard. Don't let up." "Got it," Carlos whispered, face pale. Ethan scanned for signs. Breathing shallow but present, pupils equal, no obvious spinal involvement. It was a bad hit, bleeding fast. If it had nicked the liver or major vessels, they were in trouble. "We need a quiet spot," he said, "and I need my bag from the cart and some clean cloths." "I've got cloths," Tammy said, appearing with a roll of paper towels and a stack of aprons. Her eyes were bright with tears, but her hands were steady. Nora sprinted toward the front. "I'll get the bag," she called. Within minutes, they had carved out a small island of makeshift order in the middle of the chaos. Someone dragged a discarded display board to serve as a shield between them and curious eyes. The woman with the baby now sat on the floor nearby, helping keep other people back. Ethan worked. He cleaned around the wound with antiseptic pads, trying to see past the blood. He packed gauze as deep as he dared, pressing to slow the flow. He told himself over and over that he'd done worse with less. Ben tried to joke once, "Guess I'm taking that sick day, huh?" But the pain caught the end of the sentence and twisted it. "Save your breath," Ethan said. "You're going to need it to complain later." He wanted to say, "You're going to be fine." The words caught in his throat. He settled for, "Stay with me, Ben, eyes open." "Wasn't planning on going anywhere," Ben gritted out. Nora returned, sliding on her knees like a baseball player, Ethan's backpack clutched in one hand. "Here," she said, breathless. He dug for what he needed: more gauze, a roll of elastic bandage, painkillers. He wished for a surgical suite, for imaging, for blood transfusions. Instead, he had his hands, his training, and a stubborn refusal to let this be the line between before and after. After what felt like hours but was probably 20 minutes, the bleeding slowed. Ben's color was still bad, but not getting worse as fast. "We need to get him to the truck," Ethan said. "Get him back to the farm. There's nothing more we can do for him here but bleed on grocery tiles." Hank, who had been hovering at a distance with Dr. Cho, stepped forward as if waking from a trance. I never meant," he started. "Save it," Ethan snapped more harshly than he intended. "Right now I need bodies to help me move him and space in the truck bed. We can argue about responsibility later." Hank flinched but nodded. He gestured to two of his volunteers. "Help them," he said. "Carefully." They loaded Ben onto a flat, rolling cart they'd repurposed as a gurney. Carlos stayed at his side, one hand never leaving the pressure point. As they started toward the exit, the teenage boy, the one who'd collided with them, stepped into their path. He looked haunted, guilt carved into the lines of his face. "I'm sorry," he blurted. I was just trying to." "This is not on you," Ethan said sharply. "You didn't pull the trigger." "If I hadn't, listen to me." Ethan met his eyes, letting the full weight of his focus settle there. There were a dozen ways this could have gone wrong. It went wrong because people pointed guns in a grocery store, not because you ran at the wrong time. You want to make it mean something? Help someone who didn't get shot today. Don't waste this moment hating yourself. The boy swallowed hard. Okay, he whispered. What's your name? Ethan asked. Ty, he said. Ty Larkin. Ty, go help Tammy, Ethan said. She's going to need someone to keep people calm when we're gone. Ty nodded and vanished into the shuffle. Outside, the air felt hotter, the sunlight too bright. They rolled Ben to the truck, carefully loaded him into the bed on a layer of blankets, and wedged bags of rice and beans around him to keep him from shifting. Carlos climbed in beside him, knees braced, hands back on the wound. I've got him, he said. You drive. We're all going, Caleb said, scanning the lot. We've got what we came for. Staying here is just asking for another accident. Wait, Hank said, jogging after them. He held out a small plastic bag. Inside were 2 additional bottles of pills and a roll of tape. I shorted you earlier, he said. You were right. Harm's gonna spread no matter what I do. Maybe this shifts it a little. Ethan took the bag. For all his anger, he could see the man wasn't a villain twirling a mustache. Just a tired, scared person trying to build order out of chaos with tools that kept cutting him. Get rid of the guns inside, Ethan said. If you want this place to last, stop pointing weapons near babies and canned soup. Hank gave a ragged laugh. Yeah, I got that memo today. He stepped back as Caleb started the engine. The rumble turned heads across the parking lot. As they pulled away, Ethan looked back once. Through the open doors, he saw Bloomfield Market's strange new world. Lanterns swinging, people picking up fallen cans, a pharmacist clutching his ledger like a life raft, a teenager named Ty helping a crying. Child stacked boxes. Inside the truck bed, Ben groaned. Carlos murmured something in Spanish, reassuring. How bad? Nora asked from the back seat, knuckles white around the radio case in her lap. Bad, Ethan said, but not hopeless. If the bleeding stays slowed, if infection doesn't set in, if his lungs aren't compromised, if, his brain chanted. Nora glanced at the radio. I got something while you were arguing with Hank, she said. On the backroom generator. It was faint, but, Caleb prompted. She took a breath. I caught part of a transmission. Military, I think. They mentioned high-altitude bursts over several regions. Talked about cascade failures in the grid. Then it cut out. High-altitude bursts, Caleb repeated. Sounds like EMP to me. Could be, Nora said. They also mentioned satellite command uplink failures. That fits with a cyber attack. My money's on both. Someone hit us hard and smart. And we're out here playing grocery roulette, Caleb muttered. Ethan stared at the road ahead. It stretched into the distance, a gray ribbon vanishing into heat haze and uncertainty. Ben groaned again. Ethan turned to look through the rear window. We're going to get you home, he said quietly, whether to Ben himself or some imaginary version of Mara and the kids, he wasn't sure. Home now meant Ray's farm for Ben. It meant Silver Creek for Ethan. It meant anywhere that wasn't a slowly imploding store with guns and ration cards. Behind them, Bloomfield shrank in the rearview mirror, a cluster of buildings trying to invent a new society with broken tools. Ahead of them, the highway waited, indifferent. For the first time since leaving Phoenix, Ethan fully understood something that had been lurking at the edges of his mind. The road itself was not just distance. It was a gauntlet. Every town, every stop, every new management sign was going to demand a piece of them. The question was how much they'd have left by the time they reached Silver Creek. They made it back to the farm just before sunset, the sky bleeding pink and orange over the fields. Tessa and Jamie were waiting by the gate. Their faces fell when they saw Ben in the truck bed. What happened? Tessa called, running alongside as the truck rolled to a stop near the house. Inside first, Ethan said. We'll talk later. They carried Ben into the farmhouse and laid him on Maria's bed, the firmest mattress in the house. Maria set her jaw and started boiling water without asking questions. Hours slipped by, measured in breaths and pulse checks, in swapping out soaked bandages for fresh ones, in whispered updates. Ben hovered at the edge of consciousness, muttering half-formed words about the hospital, about lunch breaks, about a dog named Sadie Ethan had never heard him mention before. When near midnight, his breathing evened out and his pulse found a steadier rhythm, everyone allowed themselves a cautious sigh of relief. "He's not out of the woods," Ethan said quietly to Carlos and Maria. "But he's not getting worse. That's something." Carlos sank into a chair, head in his hands. "I should have been between him and those idiots," he said. "I could have—" "No," Ethan said gently. "It could have been any of us. You kept him alive on the ride. That matters more than where you were standing when the gun went off." Outside, under a sky once again drenched in stars, the others sat on the porch, too wired to sleep. Caleb smoked a cigarette in silence, each exhale a ghost. Nora fiddled with components, her hands moving on autopilot as her mind replayed the day. Tessa stared at her scraped knuckles, earned from hauling bags and helping Maria drag a water barrel earlier. Ethan joined them, sinking onto the top step. "Well?" Caleb asked. "He's hanging on," Ethan said. "If infection stays away, if his body doesn't decide it's had enough, he has a chance." If, Nora murmured. "Yeah," Ethan said. They sat there for a while, listening to the night. Crickets, a distant owl, the creak of the windmill as a faint breeze teased its blades. "Bloomfield's not going to last long like that," Tessa said eventually. "Guns in the canned food aisle, people arguing over soup. It's going to blow." "Probably," Caleb said. "Or they'll settle into something uglier and more stable. Either way, we're not going back to find out." Ethan thought of Ty's face, of Hank's shaking hands, of Dr. Cho counting pills like prayers. "They're trying," he said. "They're just building a new house out of old mistakes." "Welcome to civilization," Nora said softly. Ethan tipped his head back, looking at the stars. "Today was our first," and he said. "Our first what?" Tessa asked. "First time someone almost died strictly because of the collapse," he replied. "Not because of a plane falling or a power line. Because people were scared and armed and stupid." "That's a depressing milestone," Tessa said. "Important one, though," Caleb said. "Means we stop pretending we can move through this world like it's just a more complicated road trip. We plan for the worst people as much as we plan for the worst weather." Ethan closed his eyes for a moment and saw Mara on the bridge in Silver Creek, arguing with some local version of Hank. He saw Liam itching to join patrols. He saw Grace watching everything with two old eyes. "If this is happening in Bloomfield," he said quietly, "what do you think it looks like in towns like theirs?" No one had an answer. The night wrapped around them, vast and uncaring. Somewhere to the northeast, across miles of dark highways and fracturing communities, Silver Creek slept uneasily, and the road between here and there had just drawn its first blood. Chapter 5. The Town of Locked Gates. 3 days after Bloomfield, Ben was stable enough that leaving him felt like a betrayal. He lay propped against pillows in Maria's bedroom, the curtain half open to let in a slice of afternoon light. The wound under his bandages still hurt, but the angry redness had faded. His skin had gone from ghost pale to merely washed out. Ethan checked his temperature, slightly elevated, but not spiking. No signs of spreading infection. Breath sounds clear, pulse slow and steady. "You're doing disgustingly well for a guy who tried to bleed out in a grocery store," Ethan said, listening through his stethoscope. Ben managed a weak grin. "I like to disappoint death," he said. "What's a little bullet between coworkers?" Carlos sat in a chair by the bed, dark circles under his eyes. He'd refused to leave Ben's side except to grab food or help with chores. "You don't have to go," Carlos told Ethan. "We can wait another week. Make sure he's really—" "We can't," Ethan said gently. "We're burning food and water by the day, and the longer we stay, the harder it'll be to leave it all. You know that." Carlos looked away. Ben sighed. "Stop hovering like grief pigeons," he muttered. "You've checked on me 12 times today." 11, Ethan corrected, "but I appreciate your commitment to melodrama." Ben's eyes sharpened. "You have to get to your family," he said. "I'm not the end of your road." "It feels like it," Ethan admitted. "Yeah, well," Ben said, voice softening, "it's not. I've got Carlos, Maria, and Ray to nag me. You've got miles of stupid between you and Silver Creek. Go be stupid somewhere else." From the doorway, Maria cleared her throat. "He's right," she said. much as it pains me to agree with wounded people. She stepped into the room, drying her hands on a towel. Farm can handle one extra invalid, she said. We've handled worse, and we owe you more than we can pay back. Keeping him alive is a start. Carlos's throat worked. If anything changes, we'll do everything we can, Maria said. And if the world hasn't completely fallen apart when this is over, maybe we'll all get to laugh about this around a fire. Put that on the list of miracles, Ben said. Ethan swallowed the lump in his throat. You sure you don't want to come with us? He asked Carlos. We could use another medic. Carlos shook his head. My place is here now, he said. Ben's my partner. I'm not leaving him. Besides, somebody has to keep Ray from building a flamethrower out of tractor parts. Ray's voice drifted in from outside. Hey, I heard that. You were meant to, Carlos called back. They smiled, thin, exhausted, but real. Ethan squeezed Ben's shoulder. Don't make me regret not sticking around to babysit, he said. No, promises, Ben answered. They left at dawn. The sky was a pale bruise, light just beginning to seep into it, when Caleb fired up the truck. Jamie sat on the porch steps with Tessa, both pretending they weren't one sniffle away from crying. If you find any comic books, bring them back, Jamie told Tessa. If we find comic books in the apocalypse, I'm starting a museum, Tessa replied. You'll have lifetime unlimited access. Maria hugged each of them in turn. When she reached Ethan, she held on a second longer. If you die out there, she said without preamble, I'll be very annoyed. I don't have time to feel that much grief. I'll do my best to avoid annoying you, he said, voice rough. Ray clapped Caleb on the back. Try not to scratch my truck, he said. If anyone tries to shoot it, Caleb replied, the bullet won't be the first thing they regret. Nora adjusted the strap on her radio case. She'd spent the last 2 days bolting scavenged metal brackets to the truck bed and stringing a makeshift antenna along them. It looked like a science project built by someone who knew too much and not enough at the same time. Range should be better now, she said. If anyone within 50 miles sneezes into a microphone, I might hear it. Let's hope they sneeze helpful things, Ethan said. Tessa climbed into the truck bed with the supplies. The bed felt emptier without Ben and Carlos. Her chin jutted defiantly, but her eyes were bright. Don't do anything heroic without me, she said. It's bad form. I'll schedule all heroics for after we pick you up again, Ethan replied. They rolled away from the farm, dust billowing behind them. Ethan watched the house shrink in the side mirror until it was just a smudge of roof and windmill against the fields. Another island, he thought, another place they were leaving behind. The road east was both familiar and strange. Familiar because asphalt and sky and roadside weeds didn't change just because the grid failed. Strange because without the constant background hum of modern life, every sound felt amplified. Birdsong, the whir of the truck engine, the faint buzz of insects hitting the windshield and smearing into oblivion. Once they passed a convoy of bicycles, 5 adults and 2 kids loaded down with packs and water jugs, pedaling steadily along the shoulder. One of the riders raised a hand in greeting. Caleb honked twice in response. Think we should stop? Ethan asked. And say what? Caleb said. Want a ride that we can't really afford to give you? Better we not dangle what they can't have in front of them. Cold, Ethan said. Honest, Caleb replied. Mid-morning they crested a low hill and saw their next town sprawled in the shallow valley below. Unlike Bloomfield or Ray's quiet stretch of farmland, this place had tried very hard not to be subtle. A rough perimeter fence encircled it, a patchwork of chain link, old ranch panels, sheet metal, and whatever else they'd been able to scavenge. At intervals along the fence, crude watchtowers had been built from telephone poles and pallets. In the morning light, Ethan saw the silhouettes of people in them, rifles slung across their shoulders. Welcome to No Trespassing, seriously, Nora murmured. A faded sign at the roadside marked the town's name, Red Ridge, Pop 2804. Somebody had spray-painted a new message beneath it. Pop, we're full. Charming, Tessa said from the back. The main road led to a gate in the fence, a pair of metal farm gates welded together, reinforced with wooden beams and more chain link. A closed sign hung crookedly across it. Entry by permission only. Two men and a woman stood at the gate, armed and alert. One wore a sheriff's department uniform shirt, the badge still pinned over his chest. The other two wore jeans, boots, and wary eyes. As the truck approached, one of the guards raised a hand. Caleb slowed, stopping a good 10 yards away. "Stay in the cab," he said. "Let me talk." "Like hell," Nora said under her breath, but she didn't move. The sheriff stepped forward, palm up. "That's far enough," he called. "State your business." "We're passing through," Caleb said, resting his forearms on the steering wheel. "Looking for fuel, water, maybe some supplies. We've got trade." The sheriff studied the truck, taking in the extra antenna, the jugs, the bed full of goods. "Where are you coming from?" he asked. "West," Caleb said. "Farm near Bloomfield. Before that, Phoenix." "Phoenix," one of the other guards repeated, as if he'd said Hades. "It is bad there, as they say?" "Probably worse," Ethan said. "Hospitals barely running. Planes down. No official help." "Figures," the sheriff muttered. "Name's Lyle Benton. We're keeping Red Ridge secure. Town council says no new permanent residents. Travelers can rest at the outer lot for a night, under watch. No weapons inside the fence. Any trade goes through the council office." Caleb exchanged a quick look with Ethan. "What's the outer lot?" he asked. "The old fairgrounds," Benton said, jerking his chin toward a wide gravel area just outside the fence line. "We've got some spigots hooked up to a gravity feed from the water tower. Porta potties. Shade tents. You park there, we make sure you're not causing trouble. In return, you don't try to climb the fence." Tessa's voice drifted from the back. "Cozy." "Your alternative," Benton continued, "is to keep driving and hope the next place you find has both supplies and manners. We're short on the first and rich in the second." His tone made it sound like a joke. His eyes didn't. "Outer lot's fine," Caleb said. "We're not looking to move in." Benton nodded. "One vehicle. Who's inside?" "Four of us," Caleb said. "Me, Ethan, Nora, Tessa." "Any kids?" Benton asked sharply. "Teenager," Caleb said. "She counts as dangerous." Tessa flipped him off through the rear window. Benton almost smiled. "Park in spot A1, he said. "Blue canopy. Someone will come talk terms after we let the council know you're here. Don't wander near the fence. Don't aim anything at the towers. And don't lie to me. I hate that." "Copy that," Caleb said. The gate guards rolled the gate open just enough for the truck to pull into the lot, then closed and locked it again with a chain and heavy padlock. The fence loomed over them, a physical reminder that they were guests, and like all guests, they could be asked to leave at any time. The fairgrounds had been repurposed with unnerving efficiency. Where there had once been booths and rides, there were now tents, tarps, and makeshift shelters. A few dozen people moved about, some locals, some travelers by the look of their mismatched gear. A pair of kids kicked a half-deflated soccer ball near a line of orange water barrels. One entire corner of the lot was given over to a series of tables under battered canopies. A handwritten sign identified it as Trading Post. "Ours when we say so." Caleb parked where Benton had indicated. As soon as the engine died, a hush passed through the lot. Conversations dipped, eyes turned. "Feels like a zoo," Tessa said quietly. "We're the new exhibit." "The ones on the inside of the fence always feel like the zookeepers," Nora said, "until the animals get hungry enough." They were barely out of the truck when a woman in a yellow ball cap and a clipboard appeared. She wore a sheriff's department radio on her belt. Dead, but still a symbol. "I'm Deputy Mariah Cole," she said briskly. "No relation, I assume?" Ethan blinked. "To me? Not that I know of." "Good," she said. "Last thing I need is favoritism rumors. I'm liaison to the council. They're busy, so I get the fun job. Who's in charge of your group?" "Depends," Nora said. "What's the question?" Mariah's mouth quirked. "Let's start with an easy one. How long are you planning to stay?" "Long enough to trade for supplies," Caleb said. "Maybe overnight, if you'll allow it." Mariah made a note. "Weapons?" "One handgun in the truck," Caleb said, "and a shotgun in the bed." "We'll need those stored in our lockup while you're here," she said. "You'll get tags, we'll get tags, we'll match them up when you leave. Keeps everyone from getting twitchy." Caleb stiffened. "I don't like being disarmed. I don't like strangers with guns near my fence," Mariah replied evenly. "Compromise is the bridge between those two dislikes. You want water and a place to sleep? You play by the same rules as everyone else. Ethan stepped in before Caleb's pride could do something dumb. We can live with that, he said. We're not here to cause trouble. Mariah studied his face for a moment, then nodded. Lockup's over there. She pointed to a small concrete building near the fence. Hand them to Officer Ruiz. He's the one who looks like he chews nails for breakfast. And in exchange, Nora asked, we get a safe-ish place to park your asses, Mariah said. Access to water, opportunity to trade, maybe news if we like you. It wasn't exactly generous hospitality, but it was more than some places had offered, or would going forward. They surrendered their guns, earning identical metal tags in return. Caleb's reluctance was obvious, but he did it without open argument. Feel naked, Tessa muttered as they walked back to the truck. You don't even carry a gun, Nora said. My imagination is lethal, Tessa replied. I've been very attached to it. They spent the next hour being processed. Names recorded, destinations noted, a brief but thorough check of the truck for hidden passengers or contraband. The word contraband made Ethan want to laugh. The idea that there was still a meaningful category of banned goods in the ashes of modernity felt absurd. The absurdity faded when he saw the bulletin board near the trading tables. Pinned to it were various notices. Curfew, 8 p.m. No new residents until further notice. Breaking trading post rules may result in expulsion. Expulsion. Outside the fence, after dark, without escort. That last part's a bit on the nose, Nora said. They want to make sure nobody's confused, Mariah said, appearing at his elbow like a bureaucratic ghost. We had issues in the first 48 hours. Thought we could reason with everybody. Learn better. What happened? Ethan asked. She considered. We had some folks decide that because they had more guns, they should get more food. They threatened the pharmacy, tried to cut in line at the water taps. We posted warnings. They ignored them. We escorted them out before sundown, gave them some supplies, told them not to come back. And, Caleb asked. Half of them left, Mariah said. The other half tried to sneak in that night. We caught them. We don't have a jail big enough to keep repeat offenders. So we made a new rule. Her eyes flicked to the expulsion notice. She didn't have to say the rest. You leave them out there at night, Tessa blurted. Alone? They made choices, Mariah said. So did you, Nora murmured. Mariah's jaw tightened, but she didn't answer. Instead, she gestured to the trading tables. Counselor wants to see you, she said. He'll decide what you can access. The counselor turned out to be Owen Marsh, a man in his early 60s with a farmer's tan and the kind of weathered face that had been set to serious long before the collapse. He wore a collared shirt with the town's logo embroidered over the pocket, now faded. Sit, he said, indicating a pair of folding chairs. Ethan and Caleb obeyed. Nora hovered just behind them, Tessa farther back, within earshot but out of immediate scrutiny. We're trying very hard not to become animals, Marsh said without preamble. Some days we succeed, some days we fall short. But we have rules. People follow them. We all get to keep breathing. Rules are good, Ethan said. Rules that keep children alive anyway. Marsh's gaze sharpened. You have children? He asked. 2, Ethan said. They're in Silver Creek. That's where I'm heading. Long way, Marsh said. You plan to walk it? Drive as far as we can, then walk, Caleb said, which is why we're here. We need fuel, shelf-stable food, maybe some medical supplies if you can spare them. We have tools, some medicine, and skills in trade. Marsh leaned back. Fuel's our tightest resource, he said. We got lucky. Some tanker rigs were rerouting through when everything went dead. We managed to siphon a good portion before other folks got the idea. But generators, tractors, emergency vehicles, it goes fast. We've set strict quotas. We're not asking for a tanker, Caleb said. Just enough to keep moving east. A few jerry cans. And if I give you fuel, Marsh said, I have to justify to Mrs. Alvarez why her diabetic husband can't get refrigerated insulin next week, or to the Lange family why we can't plow their field this season. Every gallon has a name on it already. The way he said it, Ethan believed him. What can you spare? Nora asked. We're realistic. We're not expecting gifts. Marsh drummed his fingers on the table. We can give you water, he said. Enough to fill your cans. Food we can negotiate. Meds. Dr. Patel is even more protective than Dr. Cho, from what I hear. Fuel is unlikely, but we can talk after you've contributed something. Contributed, Caleb repeated. Meaning, work, Marsh said. You look like you can handle yourself. We've got fence patrols that need extra hands. We're short on people who know how to deal with injuries. We've been getting more visitors, some well-intentioned, some not. Nora raised an eyebrow. You want to hire us as temporary security and med staff, she said, in exchange for the privilege of buying things you already control. Relief work, not hiring, Marsh said. Money's useless. Labor isn't. Ethan knew what Caleb was thinking before he said it. A town like this is going to survive, Caleb said. You're doing what needs to be done. Hard choices, boundaries. We've seen places that pretend everything's fine. They're not going to last a week. Marsh gave him a thin, grim smile. You're not wrong, he said. Some lines don't need to be crossed to survive, Ethan said quietly. Expelling people at night? That's a line. You suggesting we shoot them instead? Marsh asked. Because those are the options we had when they kept trying to break in with stolen guns. Kill them, lock them up forever, or push them outside and hope they go bother someone else. We chose the option with the least bullets. Nora's mouth compressed. You know that being less brutal than one alternative doesn't automatically make something good, right? She said. Marsh sighed. I used to argue about zoning permits and school board budgets, he said. I'd love to go back to the luxury of debating nuanced morality. Right now, I'm counting how many cans of beans we have and how many mouths are behind this fence. I don't have room for purity tests. Ethan thought of Silver Creek, Briggs at the bridge, setting rules in the name of safety, drawing his own hard lines. Was Mara arguing with him right now? Or had the town accepted his terms as the cost of survival? We'll help, Ethan said finally. We can run a clinic out here for your travelers. Treat minor injuries, advise when something needs more than a Band-Aid. Caleb can help with perimeter checks. Caleb looked at him, surprised, but after a beat, he nodded. Short term, he said. We're not staying through planting season. Marsh nodded once. Do a day's work, he said. Tonight, I'll see what we can spare. They split up. Caleb went with a patrol to walk the outer fence line, eyes on the horizon. Nora, with Tessa in tow, followed Mariah toward a squat concrete structure near the town's old water tower. How's your ladder climbing game? Nora asked Tessa. Why? Tessa asked, narrowing her eyes. Because that, Nora said, pointing up, is going to be our radio tower. The water tower's skeletal metal frame rose above the town, bolted ladders climbing its legs. At the top, the tank itself curved against the sky, faded letters spelling Red Ridge barely visible. We've run a few antennas off it before, Mariah said, shading her eyes. Local ham operator's kid rigged something, but reception's spotty as hell. Old man died last year. Took half his knowledge with him. You think you can do better? Nora smiled, slow and sharp. Give me access, some cable, and no one shooting at me for 3 hours, she said. I'll give you more voices than you've heard since this started. Deal, Mariah said. Tessa, you're climbing with her. Safety in pairs. Tessa opened her mouth to protest, then closed it again. You just want to see if I'm afraid of heights, she muttered. Are you? Nora asked. Ask me in an hour, Tessa replied. Ethan set up a makeshift clinic under one of the shade canopies. He laid out his supplies on a folding table. Bandages, antiseptic, AEA, few precious packets of antibiotics. Word spread quickly. Within minutes, he had a line. A woman with a sprained wrist from tripping over a tent line. A teenager with a nasty sunburn and blisters on both feet. A man with a deep splinter from working on the fence. A child with diarrhea from drinking creek water untreated. He cleaned, bandaged, lectured about boiling water and washing hands. He apologized when all he could offer was advice and a pat on the shoulder. People accepted it with varying degrees of grace. You staying? One older man asked as Ethan wrapped his ankle. Just passing through, Ethan said. Shame, the man said. We could use more folks who know how to look at a person and see more than a problem. Ethan wasn't sure he deserved the compliment. Late afternoon, Caleb returned from patrol with dust on his boots and a wary respect in his eyes. Perimeter's tight, he said to Ethan as they stood near the truck, refilling their water containers from a hose connected to the tower. Guards every 100 yards. Watch rotates every 4 hours. They've set up kill zones at the choke points. Kill zones, Ethan repeated. That's a charming phrase. Better than we get overrun because we didn't think ahead, Caleb said. They've got sight lines, fallback positions, caches of ammo buried along the fence line. It's solid. And the people? Ethan asked. Scared, Caleb said. But disciplined, most of them anyway. They buy Marsh's line. Hard now, alive later. There was a guy on the north side complaining about his cousin being expelled. Guards shut him down fast. By expelling him too, Ethan asked. Not yet, Caleb said, but they threatened it. Nora and Tessa reappeared, both sweaty and streaked with rust stains, faces flushed from the climb. How's the view? Ethan asked. Beautiful, Tessa said. Terrifying. You can see the curve of the world and how tiny we are, and how every little pocket of light is fighting off darkness with duct tape. That's poetic, Ethan said. I'm tired, Tessa replied. It leaks out sometimes. Nora set the radio case down, blue eyes bright with a mix of exhaustion and something like triumph. I piggybacked off their existing antenna and added our own rig, she said. We've got better range now. I picked up a few scattered transmissions, some military chatter, scrambled but you can hear code words, some amateur radio folks coordinating local stuff, and something else. She pulled a half-scribbled page from her pocket. Heard a repeated broadcast. Same message on a loop from somewhere east-northeast. It's weak, but the tower let me catch pieces. She read, Safe harbor established. Limited intake. Priority to families with children. Location coordinates. Then interference. Then it repeats. Safe harbor, Ethan said. You think it's real? Could be a trap, Caleb said immediately. Could be some militia calling themselves a safe zone to lure people in. Could be, Nora said, but the voice sounded official, not like Hank's homemade tone, more like the kind of calm you train for in emergency services. And the coordinates put it roughly along the line towards Silver Creek. Not exactly, but not wildly off either. Ethan's heart thumped faster. So if we aim for Silver Creek and aim for this supposed safe harbor, we're roughly walking the same path, he said. More or less, Nora said. Think of it like aiming between two stars. You might hit one, you might hit the other, but you're not flying blind. Marsh should know about this, Tessa said. If it's real, some of these people might want to go there instead of playing Hunger Games inside a fence. They'll want proof first, Ethan said. And the way Marsh thinks, giving people hope they can leave is risky. He wants bodies on patrol and hands in the fields, not suitcases lined up at the gate. He's not wrong, Caleb said. He's not right enough, Nora replied. That evening, as the sun sank and the fairground shadows lengthened, a commotion at the gate pulled everyone's attention. Ethan was closing up the clinic tent when he heard the shouting. He stepped out to see a cluster of people near the main entrance. Guards tense. What now? Caleb muttered, jogging ahead. At the gate, a man and a young woman stood just outside the fence, backpacks slung over their shoulders. Their clothes were dusty, their faces streaked with sweat and determination. You can't just turn us away, the man was saying. We've got kids. They're a mile back with their aunt. We came to ask if you had room, food, anything. Rules are rules, one of the guards replied. No new residents. We don't want to live here forever, the man insisted. Just long enough to figure out our next move. We have barely enough for the people inside now, the guard said. If we let you in, we have to let in everyone who shows up after you. We become a target. We become Bloomfield with a fence. We're not criminals, the young woman said. We're just... Marsh arrived, Mariah at his side. His presence quieted the guards. What's the problem? He asked. They want in, the guard said. Permanent-like, or long enough to count as it. Marsh studied the newcomers. Ethan saw him weigh them, their age, their likely needs, their potential contributions. It took about 2 seconds. I'm sorry, Marsh said. We don't have room. We can give you some water, maybe a little food, but you can't stay. The man's jaw clenched. You keep saying can't, like it's a law of physics, he said. It's a choice. It's survival, Marsh said. It's, cowardice, the man shot back. You've built a wall and called it courage. Murmurs flickered through the crowd. Some nodded at Marsh's words, others at the man's. Ethan found himself stepping forward before he'd decided what to say. "Hey," he said, drawing both sets of eyes. "I'm a traveler, too. Came from the city. These folks gave us a place to rest and water. That's more than some places." "You on their side?" the man asked. "I'm on the side that doesn't get you shot or exiled," Ethan said. "You're exhausted and scared. I get it. But screaming at the man who controls the gate isn't going to get your kids inside." The young woman wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "What are we supposed to do?" she asked. "Walk until we drop?" "I picked up a broadcast on the radio tower today," Nora called from behind Ethan. "There's supposedly a safe harbor east-northeast of here. Limited intake. Families and kids prioritized. I can give you the coordinates. It might be a better bet than battering your head against this fence." "Safe harbor," the man repeated. "You expect us to believe that?" "I expect you to choose which risk you want," Nora said. "A town that's already decided you're not coming in, or a place that might be taking people in until they're full. No guarantees either way." Marsh's gaze flicked to her. "You didn't mention this earlier," he said quietly. "I wasn't done verifying," Nora said. "Still not, but they're broadcasting consistently. That counts for something." Ethan pulled out his notebook and quickly scribbled the coordinates as best he remembered from Nora's notes. He tore the page out and held it through the fence. The man hesitated, then took it. "If you go," Ethan said, "go early. Travel by daylight. Stay off main highways if you can. People are getting jumpy." "You coming?" the man asked. "Different destination," Ethan said. "Same direction for a while." The man looked at his companion. They had a silent conversation with their eyes, the kind people in relationships compressed entire arguments into. Finally, he nodded. "Fine," he said. "Give us food and water, and we'll get out of your nightmares." Marsh exhaled slowly. "We can spare enough for 2 days," he said. "No more. Mariah, see that they're resupplied." As Mariah led them to the spigots and a table of rationed goods, Marsh turned to Ethan and Nora. "I don't like being surprised," and he said. "Neither do we," Nora replied. "But if that broadcast is real, your fence isn't the only option for these people. They deserve to know that." "You think I'm trying to keep them here against their will?" Marsh asked. Nora tilted her head. "Not yet," she said. Marsh's jaw tightened. "We need bodies to harvest, to guard, to haul, to keep this town functioning," he said. "If everyone runs chasing some phantom safe zone, we collapse." "Maybe some will stay because they choose your model," Ethan said. "But if you keep holding the gates shut for everyone else, sooner or later your stability turns into a prison." "Better a living prison than a dead freedom," Marsh said. Ethan thought of Briggs, probably saying something similar about Silver Creek. Different vocabulary, same argument. "What would you do?" Marsh asked abruptly. "If you were me? If every day you counted the cans in the pantry and the bullets in the box and the faces at the dinner tables?" The honest answer rose in Ethan's throat. "I don't know." Instead, he said, "I'd draw lines, but I'd keep erasing and redrawing them. I wouldn't carve them in stone." Marsh studied him, his expression unreadable. "We'll talk fuel after curfew," he said at last. "Don't stray from the lot." Night fell like a curtain, the fairgrounds filled with the soft glow of lanterns and small fires in metal barrels. Voices hummed low, tired. The fence towers took on new importance, silhouetted figures etched in darkness, eyes outward. Curfew came and went. The gates closed. A bell rang 3 times from inside town, echoing over the fence. "Meeting," Mariah said, joining them by the truck. "Council's talking priority lists." "Should we be flattered we're on the agenda?" Nora asked. "You're on the side list," Mariah said dryly. "Between complaints about slop portions and tomorrow's latrine duty." "Humbling," Tessa said. They ate a simple dinner, beans, rice, a little jerky, and sat on the truck bed, listening to the night. Crickets, distant barking, snatches of conversation from other travelers. "I could get used to this," Caleb said quietly, eyes on the fence line. "Fence, patrols, routines. You know where the danger is coming from. Always from outside." "The danger's already inside," Nora said. "It's just not hungry enough yet." He didn't argue, but he didn't agree either. Later, Marsh returned with Mariah and another council member carrying a lantern. "We've discussed your contributions," Marsh said without preamble. "You patched up 16 people today, including 3 of our own. Your work on the tower gave us better ears. You walked the fence with one of our most paranoid guards and didn't start a fight. That earns you something." "Fuel?" Caleb asked. Marsh hesitated. "Half a tank's worth," he said. "No more. We've siphoned what we can spare into your cans. That should get you another 100 miles, give or take." Relief bloomed in Ethan's chest. Silver Creek moved from abstract hope to something he could almost touch. "Thank you," he said. "It's not charity," Marsh said. "It's investment. The more we can push people like you farther out, the fewer desperate folks will have camping at our fence." "That's one way to look at it," Nora said. Marsh turned to go, then stopped. "If your safe harbor is real," he said, "and you make it there, send word back if you can. Let us know whether this fence is our salvation or our cage." "We'll try," Nora said. They left Red Ridge at first light. The gate rolled back with a clank. Benton gave them a brief, almost friendly nod. Mariah handed Caleb the tags for their weapons, now back in their rightful places. "Try not to die," she said. "It makes paperwork complicated." "We'll do it just to spite you," Tessa replied. As the truck rolled past the fence, Ethan looked back one last time. From this angle, Red Ridge looked almost idyllic. Houses clustered together, the water towers stark against the sky, smoke rising from chimneys. If you squinted, you could pretend the fence wasn't there, that the towers were just decorations, that the people inside weren't counting beans and bullets. But the fence was there, and so was the sign, "We're full." "They'll make it," Caleb said, following his gaze. "They're hard, that's what it takes." "They'll survive," Ethan said. "I'm not sure that's the same as make it." He turned back toward the road. Plateaus rose in the distance, their edges cut sharp against the morning light. Somewhere beyond them, Silver Creek waited. Somewhere farther still, maybe, a safe harbor they could use as a lighthouse. "You know," Nora said, fiddling with the radio, "for a bunch of strangers thrown together by the end of the world, we're doing okay." Tessa snorted. "We've almost died twice," she said. "We left a friend behind with a hole in his side. We just visited a town that throws people outside the walls. Your standards are weird." "I said okay, not great," Nora said. "I'm grading on a curve the size of a continent." The truck rolled east, leaving Red Ridge with its locked gates shrinking in the rearview mirror. Ethan's hands tightened on his knees as they passed the last glimpse of the fence. He pictured Mara again, at a fence, at a bridge, in a meeting hall, pushing against lines drawn by someone else. "Hold on," he whispered, too quiet for the others to hear. "I'm coming. Just let there be enough of you left when I get there." Chapter 6. Chains in Silver Creek. By the end of the second week, Silver Creek had a new sound. It wasn't the creek itself, though its murmur had become constant background to everyone's lives as they fetched water in buckets and jugs. It wasn't the hum of engines. Those had fallen silent days ago, leaving the streets eerily quiet. The new sound was the church bell. It rang at dawn, one long peal calling people to the morning briefing and the first food line. It rang at noon, 2 short, sharp strokes, signaling work rotations and water rations. It rang at dusk, 3 measured chimes marking the start of curfew. And sometimes, late at night when the town should have been asleep, it rang once. Just once. Like a question. Those were the worst. Mara Cole lay awake nearly every night, listening for that solitary toll. When it came, she imagined boots on the road, whispers, someone being spoken to by Briggs patrols. The bell wasn't just a sound now, it was a leash. It had taken less than 14 days to wrap itself around the town's throat. "Keep the line moving, please," Briggs said, voice warm and booming. "Plenty for everyone if we do this right." The fellowship hall had been rearranged into something between a soup kitchen and a bureaucratic checkpoint. Folding tables formed a long counter where volunteers ladled thin stew from stock pots into metal bowls. Behind them, the double doors to the church basement stood closed, guarded by 2 of Briggs' most earnest deacons, men who'd once passed collection plates and now cradled rifles. A handwritten sign hung above the serving table. 1 bowl per person, 1 loaf per family, No exceptions. The church's stained glass windows cast fractured light across the crowd. Saints looked down at them through panes of blue and red, their gazes oddly detached from the hunger and tension below. Mara stood in line between Liam and Grace, each holding a bowl. The air smelled of onions, broth, and too many people. "I'm starving," Liam muttered. "We should get bigger bowls." "We're lucky to have bowls at all," Mara said. "Remember that when you taste it." He rolled his eyes but didn't argue. His shoulders were a little broader these days, or maybe it was just the way he held himself. Straighter, like he'd grown 3 inches of stubbornness. Grace yawned, leaning against Mara's hip. "Why do we have to eat here?" she asked. "We have a kitchen." "Because Pastor Briggs says it's easier to share if we're all in one place," Mara said. "And because it makes it harder for people to hide food in their houses." "That sounds like spying," Grace said. Mara glanced at the men by the basement doors. "That's because it is," she said softly. The line crept forward. Near the front, Mrs. Adler was arguing with a volunteer over the size of her bread portion. "I've got my nephew staying with me now," she said, hands on hips. "You can't expect us to share this," she held up a small loaf, "and not kill each other by Thursday." "You're on the list as one household," the volunteer replied, pointing to a clipboard. "One loaf per household. That's the rule." "Rules, rules, rules," Mrs. Adler huffed. "Next thing you know, we'll need permission to sneeze." "They'll ration tissues," Mark called from the back of the hall. He stood near the door with his own bowl, expression somewhere between amusement and exasperation. "5 sneezes a day. After that, you're on your own." A few people chuckled, the sound brittle. Briggs, supervising near the head of the line, turned toward the noise with a practiced smile. "Humor is important," he said. "Keeps us sane. As long as we remember that rules aren't here to punish us, but to keep us alive." He rested a hand lightly on the volunteer's shoulder. "You're doing fine, Eli. Mrs. Adler, you'll find that if you slice the bread thin, it lasts longer. And as we bring in more supplies from outlying farms, we can increase rations. For now, we all sacrifice together." Mrs. Adler pursed her lips, but the presence of Briggs, in the eyes of half the room, pressed down on her. She gave a tight nod and stepped aside. "Of course, Pastor," she said. Mara watched the exchange with a tightening in her chest. He's good, she thought. Too good. By the time they reached the front, the stew had thinned. More water, fewer chunks of anything recognizable. The volunteer ladled equal portions into their bowls with an almost mechanical motion. "Thank you," Mara said. Saying it felt like swallowing something sharp. "You're welcome," the volunteer replied, eyes flicking briefly to the deacons at the basement doors. Briggs stepped closer, moving through the line like a politician on a campaign trail. "Mara," he said warmly, "how are you holding up?" "Busy," she said. "Between the library teaching people how not to poison themselves with bad water and doing math on rice portions, I haven't had time to be bored." "That's good," Briggs said. "We need busy hands. Idle ones start rumors." He looked down at Liam. "Young man, you were at patrol training yesterday, weren't you?" Liam straightened as if someone had pulled a string in his spine. "Yes, sir," he said. "We did target practice and route planning and code words." "Code words," Grace repeated, fascinated. Briggs chuckled. "He's a natural," he said to Mara. "Quick on his feet, sharp eyes. We could use more like him." Mara's bowl tilted slightly in her hand. She steadied it before the stew could spill. "I thought the patrols were for adults," she said. "Desperate times, different measures," Briggs replied. "We're not handing him a rifle and sending him to the front lines. He's shadowing the older boys for now. Learning. It gives him purpose." "He has plenty of purpose," Mara said, sharper than she meant. "Like not getting shot." Briggs's smile didn't falter, but Mara saw a flicker of irritation behind it. "Fear is natural," he said. "But fear mustn't stop us from preparing the next generation. If this goes on, Liam and his friends will be the ones guarding this town long after you and I are weary." "I'm not weary yet," Mara said. "Of course not," Briggs said smoothly. "Which is why I'd like to talk about your work at the library. Come see me after the evening bell, all right? Nothing serious, just coordination." Coordination, a pretty word that often hid less pretty intentions. "I'll be there," Mara said. "Excellent." Briggs touched Grace's head with a gentle pat. Eat up, little dragon. You'll need your strength. Grace frowned. How do you know I'm a dragon? She asked. She told half the Sunday school class, Liam muttered. Briggs laughed and moved on, greeting the next family in line, his voice rolling easily through the hall. The library had always been Silver Creek's quiet heart. Now it was a busy organ, pumping information instead of blood. Every morning, Mara unlocked the door and propped it open with a brick. The computers in the corner sat dark and dusty, unused memorials to another age. The rolling step stools had become makeshift seats for children's classes. The big oak table in the center of the room was a constant chaos of charts, hand-drawn posters, and manuals. She'd started a skills board on one wall, index cards pinned under categories: medical, mechanical, farming, teaching, cooking without power, sewing, water systems, ham radio. People added their names, offering what they knew. It was one of the few things in town that still made her feel hopeful. But even here, the chains had started to creep in. One afternoon, as Mara explained solar disinfection of water to a group of teenagers, yes, plastic bottles are useful now. No, you can't drink directly from the creek. The bell rang once from the church. Everyone in the room flinched. Some stood without thinking, halfway to the door, as if the sound had become a command at a bone-deep level. It's just the midday check-in, Mara said quickly. Someone's probably late for their shift, and Briggs is reminding them he owns the clock. Nervous laughter rippled through the group. The tension eased. Okay, she said, tapping the book in front of her. Where were we? Right. Sunlight. Who can tell me why 4 hours isn't enough in cloudy weather? Grace, sitting cross-legged near the front, raised her hand. Because the sunlight is shy, she said. Because the UV intensity is lower, Mara translated for the teens. But yes, shy sunlight needs more time to work. After the lesson, as the teenagers drifted off to their rotations, Mrs. Phelps, a retired teacher with stern hair and kind eyes, lingered. You're good at this, she said. Better than I was with actual textbooks. Mara smiled faintly. Fear's a great motivator, she said. Nobody forgets the boiling point of water when their life depends on it. Still, Mrs. Phelps said, you're giving them tools, not just orders. That matters. It matters until it bothers certain people, Mara replied. She wasn't wrong. That evening, per Briggs's invitation, she walked to the church after curfew bell. The streets were nearly empty, only patrols moved, their shapes cutting against the dimming sky. At the church office, Briggs waited behind a desk, cluttered with lists. Candles burned on every surface, their wax drippings forming strange little mountains. Come in, Mara, he said. Shut the door, please. She did, feeling the weight of the latch as it clicked. You've been busy, he said. The skills board, the classes, people talk. Oh, she asked. They say I'm boring? He chuckled. They say you're useful. And in times like these, useful people are either great assets or potential problems, if left unmanaged. The way he said it made her skin prickle. I'd like to think I'm in the first category, she said. So would I, he said. Which is why I want to formalize what you're doing. Make the library an official part of our emergency infrastructure. Sounds fancy, she said. What does it mean? It means that any public classes, any printed materials, any bulletin boards go through one central review, he said. An information committee, if you will. Not to censor, he added quickly, seeing her expression sharpen, but to make sure we're not spreading fear, false hope, or dangerous ideas. Dangerous ideas like? She asked. Oh, I don't know, he said lightly. Encouraging people to leave town without understanding the risks, suggesting that our food system is on the brink of collapse when we need people calm enough to plant and harvest. Sharing rumors about safe zones or rescue convoys that may or may not exist. Mara thought of the conversations she'd had in hushed tones with a few trusted neighbors. Mark, Mrs. Phelps, the Ortiz family. They'd talked about possible routes out if things turned uglier. They'd speculated, quietly, carefully, about broadcasts someone's cousin had heard on a battery radio 2 towns over. How would you define a rumor, she asked. A rumor is anything that hasn't been verified by the council, Briggs said smoothly. We can't have every frightened person repeating every half-heard story. It erodes trust. In the truth, Mara said, or in you. Those are not as separate as you'd like to think, he said. She folded her arms. What if I don't agree with your committee's decisions? She asked. What if I think people deserve more information, not less? Then you bring your concerns to us, he said. We discuss them like civilized adults, but we present a unified message to the town. One voice. Your voice, she said. Our voice, he corrected, as leaders. I don't remember running for office, she said. You didn't, he said. You stepped into a gap when everything fell apart. So did I. We may not have chosen the titles, but we're wearing them. He leaned forward, eyes intent. Mara, people listen to you. That's a gift and a responsibility. I'm not asking you to lie. I'm asking you to be wise in what you say. No calls for people to abandon Silver Creek. No talk that undermines confidence in our plans. What if your plans are wrong? She asked quietly. He held her gaze. Then we fail together, he said. But we fail with order, not chaos. Silence stretched between them. What happens if I say no, she asked. If I keep teaching what I think people need to know, in the way I think they need to hear it? He sighed as if disappointed she'd forced him to this point. Then I worry that your work becomes divisive, he said. That people start gathering at the library more for complaints than for knowledge. And in a time like this, division can be fatal. You'd shut the library down, she translated. I'd repurpose it, he replied. Maybe as additional storage or housing. Anger flared, hot and clean. You don't own the library, she said. The town does. The town entrusted me with its safety, he said. I'm not trying to be your enemy, Mara. I'm trying to keep us all breathing. Work with me, not against me. She thought of Liam's eager face at patrol training, of Grace's quiet questions, of the skills board taped to the wall with names of people who still believed learning mattered. I'll bring you my schedules, she said slowly, and the handouts I plan to copy. We can discuss them. Relief flickered across his features. Good, he said. That's all I'm asking. It was not, of course. He was asking for much more. He was asking for her voice, filtered through his. As she left the office, the church bell rang once, long and low. Somewhere outside, a patrol moved into position. Somewhere else, someone turned down a lamp, obeying a curfew they'd never voted on. The chains pulled tighter, one quiet notch at a time. The strangers came back 3 days later. Not the same family as before. These were different faces, different accents, different kind of tired, but they carried the same raw hunger. Mara was at the library, showing a group of kids how to make simple snares, not for deer or anything large, just rabbits, maybe squirrels, if Silver Creek had any left. When the bell rang 3 times in quick succession, the rhythm wasn't one she recognized. What's that? Liam asked, looking up from the knot he'd been mangling. Maybe a meeting, Mara said, or a patrol alert. Either way, class dismissed. We'll pick this up later. The kids scrambled, some eager to see what the commotion was, others just glad to be free of knot tying. Grace slipped her hand into Mara's without thinking. Liam walked slightly ahead, craning to see. By the time they reached the bridge, half the town was already there. 2 pickup trucks blocked the road. Beyond them, on the highway side, a group of 6 people stood, 3 adults, 2 teenagers, and an older man leaning heavily on a cane. They had packs, a small cart loaded with jugs, and faces that looked like they'd been scoured by wind and exhaustion. One of the patrol volunteers, the same kid who'd once mowed lawns after school, had his rifle pointed just low enough not to be technically aiming at anyone. Still, the message was clear. Please, one of the women said, voice cracking. We just need to rest. We'll sleep in the field. We won't touch your food. We have some of our own. You had some, the older man rasped. We're almost out. Briggs stood near the trucks, flanked by 2 deacons. His expression was composed, but his jaw muscles jumped occasionally. As I told you, he said, Silver Creek is closed to new residents. We have to protect our own. If we let you in, we have to let everyone in, and we simply can't feed everyone who walks up that road. We don't want to live here forever, one of the teenagers said, a boy with sunburned cheeks and a cracked lower lip. My sister's sick. We need a place for her to lie down for a day. A day. Please. The girl beside him swayed, sweat shining on her forehead despite the coolness of the creek breeze. She coughed, a dry, hacking sound. Mara stepped forward before she could stop herself. She needs water, she said, and shade. If she's dehydrated, resting on a ditch bank won't save her. Briggs glanced at her. We can give them water, he said. We've already said that. Water and what? Mara asked. A good luck. Don't die too close to our property line? A flicker of annoyance crossed his face. The crowd's attention shifted, restless. Mark, leaning against the bridge rail, murmured, Here we go, under his breath. We're not heartless, Briggs said. We've offered them food for the day. They can refill their containers from the creek and the pump, but we cannot open the gates. Then at least let me treat her, Mara said. We have a few cots left in the foyer. She can rest there for a few hours. It doesn't make your pantry magically emptier. If they rest, they'll want to stay, Briggs said. If they stay, others will hear. Then what? Then we decide case by case, Mara said. Like humans, not like a gate algorithm. A murmur went through the crowd. Some nods, some frowns. Briggs's eyes flashed. We cannot run this town on case-by-case exceptions, he said. That's how order dies. We draw lines, we keep to them. He turned back to the strangers. You will be given food and water, he said. You can rest by the creek until sundown. After that, you must move on. We will not allow anyone to camp near the bridge overnight. That is non-negotiable. The boy's shoulders slumped. The older man coughed weakly. How far is the next town? The woman asked. 10 miles, someone in the crowd said. They turned us away yesterday, another stranger added. Said they were full. Said they had heard there was a soft town up the road. I guess they meant you. Soft. The word hung in the air like a taunt. Some faces in the crowd hardened. Nobody liked being called weak, even by people begging for their kindness. Mara felt the mood shift, like wind changing direction. Let them rest inside, she said louder. Just for a few hours, we can... Briggs raised a hand sharply. Mara, he said, enough. Silence dropped over the gathered townspeople. You are not the one counting sacks of flour, he said, his voice still calm but edged. You are not the one people come to when the shelves are empty and their children cry. I understand your compassion. I share it. But you haven't stood in the basement and watched the inventory shrink. I have. Because you locked yourself down there with the key, she said. A few gasps. Someone hissed, careful, under their breath. Briggs's eyes went cold. You're treading close to undermining the very system that's kept us alive so far, he said. If you publicly question every hard choice, people will stop making any. Is that what you want? Paralysis? I want us to remember who we are, Mara said. We used to welcome strangers. We used to bring casseroles when people were sick. Now we send them to die on the shoulder of the highway, so our spreadsheets look neat. Enough, he repeated more sharply. He turned to the deacons. Give them a day's food and filling, he said. Then escort them down to the shade. Make sure they don't go near the houses. If they're still here an hour before dusk, you walk them to the edge of our watch and tell them they're on their own. The strangers took the bread and cans offered to them with shaking hands. The girl's cough racked her thin shoulders. As they were led away, the boy looked back at Mara. She saw accusation in his eyes. Not for Briggs, for her, for the town, for all of them. Cowards, he whispered, too low for most to hear. She heard it anyway. Later, back at the library, Grace drew a picture quietly in the corner. What are you working on? Mara asked, trying to keep her voice even. Grace held up the paper. It showed the town as a circle with a thick black line around it. Little stick figures stood inside, holding hands. Outside, on the other side of the line, were two figures lying down. One had a small X for an eye. What's that? Mara asked, throat tightening. That's us, Grace said, pointing to the circle. And that's the people we didn't help. She hesitated. I didn't know how many to draw, so I just drew two. Mara knelt beside her, hugging her tighter than was strictly necessary. I'm trying, she whispered into her daughter's hair. I swear to God, I'm trying. That night the bell rang once. Mara sat up in bed, heart thudding. The house was still. Liam and Grace breathed evenly in the next room. She swung her feet to the floor, crept to the front window, and pulled the curtain back a sliver. A patrol walked past on the road, 4 figures with rifles over their shoulders. One of them was Liam's friend Kyle, his teenage swagger tamped down by grim purpose. The others were older, men who'd once fixed fences, coached baseball, now scanning their neighbors' houses like potential threats. Down the street, the faint glow of the church spilled onto the road. Mara dressed quickly, shoved her feet into boots, and slipped out the back door. The air was cool, carrying the damp earth smell of the creek. She kept to the shadows, years of childhood games playing spy suddenly useful. Near the town square, she saw them, two deacons leading a man between them. His hands were bound in front of him with a belt. His face was bruised, his shirt sleeve was torn. It took her a second to recognize him. Evan Ortiz. He and his wife had run the town's small auto shop. He'd fixed Mara's ancient truck more times than she could count, always charging less than he should. She'd seen him just the day before, helping reinforce the fence at the north pasture. "What happened?" someone whispered from a doorway. "He was skimming," another voice murmured, "taking extra food from the pantry. They caught him." "They saw him walking home with a sack," a third voice said. "Briggs' people searched his house, found cans under the floorboards." Mara's stomach dropped. She knew about the floorboards, in a different house, in her own. As Evan was marched toward the church, Briggs walked alongside, wearing that same calm mask he used during sermons. "This doesn't have to be complicated," Briggs said, loud enough for the small gathering of night watchers to hear. "Evan made a mistake. He took more than his share. He endangered our carefully balanced system. He can admit it, make amends, and we move forward. Or he can deny it and force us to choose a harder path." Evan's mouth worked. "My boys are hungry," he said. "We've been eating less so they can have more. I took 3 cans. 3. You've got hundreds." "We have what we need for now," Briggs said. "That changes if everyone decides they're entitled to extras." "Entitled," Evan repeated, bitter. "I worked on your damn fence all week. I fixed your pump with parts from my shop. You talk like I'm some outsider trying to steal your silverware." "If we let this slide," Briggs said, addressing the watching faces rather than Evan, "if we say it's only 3 cans, what happens the next time? And the next? Rules fall apart one exception at a time." "You keep saying we," Evan said, "but you're the one with the key." Briggs nodded to the deacons. They steered Evan toward the church steps. "We'll hold a hearing in the morning," Briggs said. "Let the town hear the details. We'll decide his penance together." Together. Another nice word. Mara backed away, heart pounding. If they were punishing Evan for 3 cans, what would they do to her if they discovered the jars hidden under the library's loose floorboard? The dry goods tucked into the hollow of the old oak near the creek? The extra water jug behind the false back of her pantry? She'd started the caches quietly, almost instinctively, as soon as it became clear that all food was flowing through the church basement. Just a little at first. An extra bag of rice forgotten at home, a few cans a neighbor didn't log, half of Mrs. Adler's mystery lasagna dried and crumbled for later. It wasn't hoarding, she told herself. It was contingency planning. Insurance in case Briggs's system collapsed or turned fully against them. But under his definitions, it was theft. And now the town was about to decide what theft cost. The next morning, the hearing felt more like a show. The sanctuary was packed. People sat in pews and stood along the walls murmuring. Evan stood at the front, hands free now but flanked by deacons. His wife sat in the front row, their 2 boys pressed against her sides, eyes huge. Briggs took the pulpit. "Brothers and sisters," he said, "this is a sad day." He let the words hang in the air, heavy. "We are here not to punish," he went on, "but to protect. Protect the fragile trust we have built. Protect the fairness that keeps us from tearing each other apart. Protect our future." He laid out the case, the sighting of Evan carrying a bulging sack, the search of his house, the discovery of 3 cans under a loose kitchen board. He spoke calmly, almost gently, as if narrating a medical diagnosis he regretted. Evan confirmed the facts. He did not apologize. "I took them," he said, "for my kids. I've watched them get skinnier every day while I carry crates and build fences. I'm tired of waiting in line while you tell us there's enough for now. I don't trust that 'for now' will include my family next week. A murmur of agreement flickered through the crowd before being tamped down by a few stern looks. Briggs nodded. Honesty is a start, he said, but you still broke the rules. You decided your hunger was more urgent than everyone else's. You created a crack in the system we all rely on. I created a crack, Evan said, incredulous. Did you hear yourself? Briggs turned to the congregation. We have options, he said. We can assign Evan to extra labor duty. We can cut his family's rations for a time. Or we can make an example that shows everyone we take these rules seriously. The word example dripped like poison into the air. Expulsion? Someone whispered. No, Mrs. Phelps said sharply from the middle pew. No one is talking about throwing a father into the dark over 3 cans. Thank you, Mrs. Phelps, Briggs said. I agree. Expulsion is a last resort for those who threaten violence or repeatedly defy the community. This is different. Relief sighed through the room. We propose, Briggs continued, that Evan and his family receive half rations for the next 2 weeks. He will also work an extra patrol shift every night during that time as restitution. And he will publicly return the cans to the pantry so we all see that resources flow through the proper channels. Mara's hands clenched on the back of the pew. Public humiliation, hunger as penance, an extra patrol, more time under their watchful eye. How is starving his kids teaching anyone a lesson except that kindness is dead? She asked before she could stop herself. Heads turned. Evan's wife looked up sharply. Mara, Briggs said, tone cautioning. We don't starve anyone. They will still receive food, just not as much. In a crisis, just not as much is the line between sick and strong, she said, between a cold and pneumonia. We have to discourage theft, Briggs said. Gentle words won't do it. Would you prefer expulsion? That's not the choice and you know it, she said. Then what would you suggest, he asked. A slap on the wrist? A strongly worded note? We are past the era where those work. Mara looked at Evan's boys, their thin arms clutched around their mother. She thought of Grace's drawing of stick figures outside the fence. I'd suggest maybe we don't put a man who's been fixing our vehicles on the night patrol with a grudge and an empty stomach, she said. A few scattered laughs, a few glares. Briggs' eyes hardened. You're undermining the process again, he said. If you have proposals, bring them to the council, not the congregation. The congregation is the town, she said. The council is 3 people in a room. And we can expand it, he replied. If you'd stop fighting every measure designed to keep people safe and start working from within instead of sniping from the pews, you might find you have more influence than you think. The implication was clear. Join us or be framed as part of the problem. He turned back to the crowd. All in favor of the proposed penance, he asked. Hands went up, some hesitantly, some with grim conviction. People glanced at their neighbors, at the boys, at Briggs. Mara's hand stayed down. So did Mrs. Phelps. So did Mark's. It didn't matter. The majority carried it. So decided, Briggs said. Evan, do you accept the penalty? Evan stared at him. What happens if I say no? He asked. Briggs' smile was thin. Then we revisit the question of expulsion, he said, and we add refusal to accept community judgment to the list. Evan exhaled, shoulders sagging. He looked at his boys, at his wife's tear-streaked face. I accept, he said. It sounded like defeat. That night, Mara sat at the kitchen table with Mark and Mrs. Phelps, a single candle between them. Liam and Grace were in their room whispering to each other. The thin walls made their words indistinct, a comforting hum. So, Mark said, tearing a piece of bread into crumbs, we've officially reached the public shaming and ration cutting stage of the apocalypse. That was on my bingo card, but I hoped we'd skip it. Mrs. Phelps sighed. Briggs is tightening everything, she said. Rules, food, information. He's clever. He uses majority votes so it feels like we're all in on it. But he sets the options. Half rations and humiliation or exile into the dark, Mark said. Great choice. Real democratic. Mara traced patterns in the candle wax with her fingernail. I argued, she said, and now I'm on his radar more than ever. You were already on it, Mark said. Library, teaching, people listen to you. He can't afford to let a second narrative form. Mrs. Phelps leaned forward. We need to be careful, she said. Opposing him head-on will just give him someone to rally people against. The troublemakers, the doubters. Congratulations, Mark told Mara. You're step one in his enemy of the people speech. Mara managed a wry half-smile. I always wanted to be memorable, she said. She sobered. I've been putting a few things aside, she said quietly. Food, water, medicine when I can. In case we need to leave, or help someone quietly when the official system refuses. Mark nodded. I've noticed a few miscounted cans at the shop, he said. Never enough to make headlines, just enough to find their way into the right hands. Mrs. Phelps' eyes widened. You've both been stealing from the stash, she whispered. Reallocating, Mark said. From Briggs decides who lives to, we have options if this goes further south. That's dangerous, she said. So is letting one man hold all the keys, Mara replied. Mrs. Phelps looked down at her hands. I hid some seeds, she admitted after a moment, from the community box. I don't trust them not to plant everything this season and leave. Nothing for the next if panic sets in. Mark grinned. Look at us, he said. The secret society of reluctant thieves. Not thieves, Mara said. We're just refusing to put all our eggs in a single basement. We need to think beyond stashing, Mrs. Phelps said. Information too. Roots. Allies. I've been marking places outside town, Mara said. Spots along the creek, old hunting cabins, the disused rail line. Places we could hide if we needed to move without using the main road. And people? Mark asked. Who do we trust? The question hung heavy. Evan, Mrs. Phelps said. Obviously, his family. The Ortiz are loyal to this town, not to Briggs' ego. The Hennigans, Mara said. Mark still has some say over the groceries backstock, even if most of it's in the church now. Mrs. Klein, Mark added. She's been on my shoulder saying this smells wrong since the first roadblock went up. We need to be careful how many we talk to, Mrs. Phelps said. Too many, we look like a faction. Too few, we're just three people complaining over bread. Mara nodded. We focus on three things, she said. 1. Knowledge that isn't going through Briggs's filter. 2. Emergency supplies that aren't under lock and key. 3. A way out if this turns from overbearing to truly dangerous. We're not there yet? Mark asked. We're close, she said. But if we run now, we leave a lot of decent people behind to deal with him alone. I'm not ready to do that. Not until I see what Ethan does when he gets here. If he gets here, Mrs. Phelps said softly. He will, Mara said, saying it felt like a spell. And when he does, I want him to find something worth fighting for, not a town already surrendered. Later, after Mark and Mrs. Phelps had slipped back into the night, Mara checked on the kids. Grace slept curled around her pillow, hair a tangle across her face. Liam lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. You awake? Mara whispered. Obviously, he said. She sat on the edge of his bed. You did okay today, she said. At the hearing. You didn't cheer when they announced the penalty. I noticed. I'm not a monster, he said. No, she said. You're not. He hesitated. Kyle says Evan's lucky, he said, that if he'd done that in some of the towns near the highway, they'd have thrown him out the gate right away. Or worse. Maybe, she said. But we don't measure ourselves by the worst thing someone else might do, or we end up running downhill after them. Briggs says if we don't make examples, people will keep taking, Liam said. That rules are the only thing between us and, I don't know, Mad Max. And what do you say? She asked. He flipped his pillow over, poking at a loose thread. I say I don't know. He said everything feels big, and I'm small, and I don't want bad people to sneak in and hurt us. But I also don't want to be the kind of person who watches someone thirsty and says, sorry, we have rules. Mara's chest ached with the combination of pride and pain. It's okay not to know, she said. It's good even. People who are certain about everything worry me more than people who question. Briggs seems pretty certain, Liam said. Yes, she said. He does. You don't like him, Liam said. Mara chose her words carefully. The walls felt thinner than ever. I think Pastor Briggs is doing what he believes is right, she said. I think he's also starting to believe that he's the only one who knows what that is. Those two things together are dangerous. Who's right? Liam asked. There might not be a single right, she said. Just choices and their consequences. All we can do is try to make ones we can live with. He was quiet for a long moment. If Dad were here, he said finally, what would he do? The question hit her like a wave. He'd probably argue with Briggs more than I do, she said, managing a weak smile. And then he'd patch up everyone who got bruised in the argument. Liam huffed a small laugh. Yeah, he said. That sounds like him. He turned his face toward her. Do you think he's still coming? He asked. Or did something happen? She swallowed. I think the world threw a lot of obstacles at him, she said. But your dad's stubborn. He promised he'd be home. He doesn't break promises easily. You mean he forgets them? Liam said, echoing an old joke. Sometimes, she admitted, but not this one. Not if he can help it. Liam nodded, but his eyes stayed troubled. If he gets here, Liam said quietly, he's not going to like what he finds. I know, she said. He's going to want to change it, Liam said. I know, she repeated. Are we going to help him? He asked. She met his gaze. We're already trying, she said, in small ways. One day it might have to be big ways, but we'll decide that when we get there. Together. He considered that, then nodded, tension easing slightly from his shoulders. Okay, he said. Good night, Mom. Good night, kiddo. She smoothed his hair back from his forehead, the gesture automatic from years of habit. As she stood and slipped quietly out of the room, she felt the chains of Silver Creek tightening around them. Rules, curfews, ration lines, committees. But somewhere under those chains, threads of resistance were forming, thin, fragile, easy to snap if pulled too hard. But there. She clung to that as she lay in bed later, listening for the bell. When it rang once in the distance, soft and lonely, she whispered into the dark, not sure if she was speaking to Ethan, to God, or to the town itself. Hold on, she said. Just a little longer. We're not done fighting yet. Chapter 7. Fire on the Bridge. By the third week, Silver Creek felt like it was made of dry tinder, not just the grass and brush that ringed the town, baking under late summer heat. Not just the old wooden fences and sheds gone brittle in the sun. The people were dry, too, tempers crisping, patience cracking. All it needed was a spark. The day the fire started, the heat came early. By mid-morning, the air over Main Street shimmered in wavering sheets. The creek ran a little lower, its banks showing streaks of damp rock where waterhead used to be. The town's water tower loomed over it all, its painted letters faded and chipped. Mara stood outside the library with a hand pump mister, spritzing the dusty flower bed as an excuse to watch the street. Evan Ortiz trudged past on the opposite sidewalk, heading toward the north pasture. His gait was slower than she remembered from the before times, his face slimmer. He wore his old work boots and a reflective vest, Briggs's idea so patrols could see each other easily. Morning, Evan, she called. He glanced over, managed a tired smile. There was a bruise faintly visible along his jaw, sickly yellow at the edges now. Hey, Mara, he said. Ready for today's episode of Silver Creek, The Hunger Games? Trying to cancel it, she said. Ratings are too high. He huffed something like a laugh. How are the boy? She asked. Hungry and confused, he said. Like everyone else. Half rations are half. They shouldn't have cut the kids' food, she said, anger prickling again. He shrugged, a small exhausted movement. Briggs says if I hadn't undermined the system, they'd be eating more, he said. Some folks are starting to agree with him. Some folks are scared, she said, and fear likes simple stories with one villain. He glanced at the reflective vest. Well, congratulations to me, he said. I get to walk the fence all night to atone. Church-approved insomnia? Lucky guy. You shouldn't be alone out there, she said. You're tired. People do stupid things when they're exhausted. Like steal 3 cans of beans? He said, then shook his head. Don't worry, I'll manage. I've been working tired for 20 years. This is just louder. He lifted a hand in farewell and kept going, dust puffing under his boots. Mara watched him until he turned the corner. Behind her, the library door creaked open. Mom, Liam said, you coming inside? The kids are waiting. She turned. In the doorway, Liam was half boy, half something else now. His lanky arms had grown a little more definition. His expression had new lines of seriousness that didn't belong on an 11-year-old. He wore his patrol training band, a strip of blue cloth tied around his forearm. It had seemed harmless enough when they first gave them out. Now it looked more like a team jersey for a game she didn't like the rules of. "I'll be right there," she said. "Tell Grace to stop eating the chalk." "She only did that once," Liam said. "It was an experiment." "With her teeth," Mara said. He smirked despite himself, then vanished back inside. She followed, letting the library's cooler interior close around her like a held breath. That afternoon, Mara taught fire safety. It was supposed to be a simple, practical lesson. How to smother a grease fire instead of throwing water on it. How to create a fire break in dry grass. How to use wet blankets on a roof if a brush fire came close. She drew diagrams on the whiteboard, her handwriting looping across the squeaky surface. "Fire is one of the oldest tools humans have," she said to the small crowd of teenagers and adults. "It cooks our food, keeps us warm, lets us see in the dark. But tools don't care why we use them. Fire doesn't know the difference between a camp meal and a house. It just burns." Kyle, the patrol kid who'd once spent more time skateboarding than studying, raised a hand. "So if there was like a fire by the bridge, we'd just throw a bunch of water on it, right?" he asked. "It depends where it is," Mara said. "Fire near dry brush spreads fast. You'd want people creating a wet line, soaking ground ahead of it, while others knock it back. You'd also need someone watching the wind. It can push embers farther than you think." "Briggs says we'll just deal with it if it happens," another teen muttered. "Then let's make sure we know how to deal with it," Mara said. "Knowledge is cheaper than panic." She passed around pages she'd copied from an old emergency manual, re-inked by hand where the print had faded. Grace sat in the corner with crayons, drawing something intently. "What's that?" Mara asked when the lesson ended and everyone drifted off to their duties. Grace held up the paper. This time it was the bridge, a chunky rectangle over a wavy blue line, with stick figure people on top and jagged orange shapes licking up from one side. "Fire," Grace explained unnecessarily. "But we put it out." Mara's mouth went a little dry. "That's specific," she said. Grace frowned. "I heard Kyle talking," she said. "He said if somebody wanted to mess us up, they'd burn the bridge. So I drew us winning instead." Mara forced a smile. "I like your ending," she said. She hoped the creek was listening. The fire started at sunset. Mara was stirring a pot of beans on their camp stove, the kitchen dim in the fading light. The smell of dinner, simple, bland, precious, filled the room. Liam and Grace bickered softly over a deck of cards at the table. The bell's first ring cut through their conversation like a blade. It wasn't the usual dusk curfew pattern. It was faster, higher, frantic. Clang, 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 clang. Liam's chair scraped back. "Emergency ring," he said. "We practiced that." Mara's hand froze on the spoon. "Practiced it for what?" she asked. "Fire, attack, or breach," he said, already on his feet. The patrol band around his arm looked suddenly more like a summons. "I have to go. They said trainees report to the church when we hear it." Grace scrambled upright. "Is something burning?" she asked, eyes wide. Mara's nose caught it then, a faint, acrid tang on the air, different from the camp stove. Smoke. She crossed to the front window, yanked the curtain aside. Beyond the houses, toward the creek, the sky had begun to glow orange. "Bridge," Liam whispered. He sounded equal parts terrified and thrilled. Mara's heart lurched. "You're not going alone," she said. "Stay with me. We go together." "I have to report to—" "You're reporting to me," she snapped. "Now move." He hesitated, caught between training and the tone in her voice. In the end, the mom voice won. "Grace, shoes," Mara said. "Now, and stay close. No wandering." They left the pot on the stove, the cards on the table, the front door swinging behind them. Outside, the bell rang again and again, its clang skipping across rooftops. Neighbors poured into the street, some already heading toward the creek, others shouting questions. "What is it? Where? Who?" Smoke thickened in the air as they ran. It stung Mara's eyes, coated the back of her throat. At the end of the lane, the houses gave way to the open slope that led down to the bridge. The sight punched the breath out of her. Flames were licking up from the northern side of the bridge, where it met the embankment. Dry brush and weeds along the bank had caught, a strip of orange and black smoke crawling toward the wooden posts that anchored the bridge railing. The bridge itself, steel and concrete, wasn't going to burn easily, but the supports, the railings, the surrounding vegetation, if the fire spread, it could undercut the structure, weaken the approach. Worse, if it crossed to the far side, it could trap them. The bridge wasn't just a road, it was their main pipeline to the outside world, and the quickest route to the creek's deeper pools. Briggs stood in the center of the bridge, shouting orders. "Bucket line," he bellowed. "From the pump to the fire, now! Keep clear of the smoke! You! He pointed at a cluster of men. "Start clearing brush ahead of it. Make a line." Deacons and patrol volunteers moved with frantic purpose. Some had bandanas over their faces. Others coughed openly, eyes watering. "Mom," Liam started. "Stay behind me," Mara said. "Grace, hold my shirt." They pushed into the chaos. The creek bank was a mess of people in motion. Someone had dragged a stack of 5-gallon buckets from the Hennigan store. The old hand pump by the water's edge gushed in jerky spurts as 3 teenagers worked it, filling bucket after bucket. "Form a line," Mark shouted from halfway between pump and fire. "Pass, don't walk. We'll trip over each other if we all charge in." He caught sight of Mara. "Hey, library lady," he called. "You said something about this in class, right? Want to make your own prophecies come true?" "On it," she said. She grabbed an empty bucket, slid into the line, and started passing. Water sloshed, splashed, burned in her arms. "Keep it moving," she yelled. "Don't bunch up at the front. If your arms are tired, switch with someone near you. Don't step backward without looking." Flames crackled and hissed, devouring tinder-dry grass. Heat baked her face even from a distance. Smoke rolled across the low area near the bank, making it hard to see. Someone coughed violently and dropped to one knee. Others shifted to fill the gap. Over the roar, Briggs' voice carried. "Keep it away from the supports," he shouted. "If those go, we lose the bridge." On the far side, a small group hacked at brush with shovels and axes, trying to create a dirt strip ahead of the fire's spread. Mara risked a quick glance at the source. The fire's point of origin wasn't at the top of the bank, where a carelessly tossed cigarette might land. It was lower, near the base of a clump of scrub. The pattern was odd. A patch burned hotter, blackened, like something had soaked the ground there first. A broken glass bottle lay nearby, its shards glinting in the firelight. She smelled it then, under the smoke. A faint chemical tang. Gasoline. Her stomach turned. This wasn't a cooking accident or a lightning strike. Someone had set this. "Eyes forward," someone barked. "Watch your step." She forced her attention back to the bucket in her hands. "Mom!" Liam shouted from behind her. "I can get closer. I'm smaller. I can—" "You can stay where I can see you," she snapped. "No hero moves, understood?" He grimaced but fell in behind her, taking a bucket from Grace when it was her turn. They worked. The line became a living machine. Pump, pass, throw, return. Arms burned, backs ached, legs trembled. Water arced onto the flames with a constant splash, hiss, sizzle. Steam billowed. The fire snarled and shrank, then flared again where new brush caught. Somewhere to her left, someone screamed. Mara flinched, nearly dropping a bucket. "Burn!" came the frantic cry. "His sleeve!" "Drop and roll!" she shouted without looking, the old safety phrase automatic. "Get him in the creek!" Patrol volunteers dragged a man, one of the deacons, down the bank. His shirt sleeve smoldered, already blackened. They dunked him in the shallows, steam rising in a sudden burst. "Keep going," Mark yelled, voice ragged. "We're winning! Don't stop now!" He was right. Gradually, the orange line retreated. The worst flames died, leaving scorched earth and smoking stumps. Firefighters by job or training might have called it sloppy work. No hoses, no foam, no coordinated airflow control. But it was enough. After what felt like hours but was probably 30 minutes, the immediate threat was gone. Smoke still hung thick over the bank. Patches of stubborn fire smoldered in roots. A few hot spots flared when a gust of wind hit them, but a quick bucket or two knocked them down. "Hold the line," Briggs called. "We're not leaving embers to sneak up on us later." Keep soaking until the ground is mud. Mara's arms shook with fatigue. Her throat burned from smoke. Sweat plastered her shirt to her back. Still, she passed another bucket. Only when the water in it splashed onto dark, soggy earth and produced no reaction but a dull splat did she let herself ease back. The bridge had survived, barely. The northern railings were blackened, some boards charred through. The concrete at the edge was scorched and cracked. One of the wooden posts leaned at an unhealthy angle, but the structure still stood. The road across was intact. A cheer rose, weak but genuine, from the crowd. Mara felt a flicker of pride. They'd done it. Ordinary people, no hoses, no fire truck, just hands and water and stubbornness. The pride evaporated when she saw Briggs's face. He stood at the edge of the scorch zone, taking in the burned brush, the broken bottle, the pattern of the fire's spread. His expression wasn't just relief, it was calculation. "Someone did this," he said, loud enough for those nearest to hear. "Lightning doesn't smell like gasoline," Mark muttered. Briggs bent, picked up a shard of the bottle. He sniffed it, face darkening. "Who saw anything?" he demanded, straightening. "Anyone see someone near the bridge? Anyone notice movement before the flames?" People exchanged glances, shook heads, avoided his eyes. "I saw smoke first," said one patrol volunteer. "We were on the south fence, Same," said another. "Just smoke. Then we ran." "Could have been a stray ember from someone's trash fire," someone suggested weakly. "In a town where we banned open flames outside kitchens 2 days ago?" Briggs asked sharply. "If someone broke that rule, we'll find out who." Mara stepped forward, heart still thudding. "It started low," she said, "near the base of the brush, not on top, and it spread in a line like something poured. You saw the bottle." He looked at her. "Are you implying something, Mara?" he asked. "I'm implying we're lucky we caught it when we did," she said, "and that this wasn't an accident. Someone wanted the bridge weak or gone." "Why?" someone asked, voice raw. "Why would anybody do that? We all need it." "Do we?" another voice said bitterly. "Or do some folks want a way out for themselves and don't care what happens to the rest of us?" Heads turned toward the speaker. Mrs. Klein, her gray hair pulled back in a bun, her eyes sharp. She wasn't pointing at anyone in particular, but the implication hung. Briggs seized it. "There are people," he said, raising his voice so it carried, "who have been talking about leaving, about packing up and heading for some fantasy safe zone on the horizon. People who think the rules we've set are too harsh, that we should open our doors wider, let everyone in." His gaze skimmed the crowd and brushed over Mara, Mark, Mrs. Phelps. It didn't linger, but it didn't have to. "Those conversations are not harmless," he went on. "They undermine the very thing that saved this bridge tonight, our unity. Now ask yourselves, who gains if the bridge falls? If we're cut off? If we panic? If we turn on each other?" "You think someone did this to—" "What? Prove a point?" Mark asked, incredulous. "That's a hell of an argument tactic." "I think we have to consider that not everyone in Silver Creek is equally committed to its survival," Briggs said. "We've already seen one man steal from the pantry. We've seen people question the ration system, sow doubt, encourage what-if scenarios that lead nowhere healthy." His eyes slid to the bucket line, where Mara stood, still catching her breath. She felt it like a physical touch. "You're saying dissent is treason now?" she asked, voice hoarse. "I'm saying we can't afford to let whispers turn into matches," he replied. "Someone lit this." He held up the bottle shard. "Someone who lives here, or someone we let close enough. Until we know who, everyone is suspect." A low murmur rippled. Fear, anger, a sick mix of both. "Everyone?" Mrs. Phelps asked. "Pastor, we can't live like that. Suspicion of everyone is better than a second fire we don't see coming," Briggs said. "I won't have our children sleep in houses that could be ash by morning because we were too squeamish to confront hard truths." He turned to the deacons. "We're tightening night patrols," he said, "doubling the watch on the bridge. No one goes near it after dark without escort. The library, the store, the pump, all public spaces will close an hour earlier, and we will be speaking privately with those who have been most vocal about their disagreements. to make sure we're all on the same page. Mara's pulse spiked. There's your answer, Mark muttered near her. Bridge didn't just burn. It gave him fuel. Liam had never felt more important, or more confused. As the bucket line wound down and people staggered home, he hovered on the fringe of the patrol cluster, sweaty and smoke-streaked. His arms ached from passing water. His lungs rasped. Kyle, his older friend, punched his shoulder lightly. You did good, Kyle said. Didn't freeze. Didn't puke. For a newbie, that's pretty solid. Thanks, Liam said, trying to stand a little taller. He caught sight of Evan on the far side of the bridge, leaning on a shovel. His vest was smudged with soot. His face looked carved from worry. Their eyes met. Evan gave him a weary nod. Liam nodded back. Cole, a voice called. He turned. One of the older patrol leaders, Noah Briggs, the pastor's nephew, tall and lean with a perpetual squint, jerked his head. Walk with me, Noah said. It didn't sound like a suggestion. Liam shot a quick look at his mom. She was still helping Mark check for lingering hot spots, her attention on the ground. Grace sat on the bank with Mrs. Phelps, clutching a damp cloth to her face. He swallowed and followed Noah across the bridge. They stopped near the damaged railing. The air still smelled of smoke and wet ash. You kept your head, Noah said without preamble. That matters. Thanks, Liam said. Compliments from the patrol leaders were rare and coveted. You want to help protect this town, right? Noah asked. Yes, Liam said. There was no hesitation in that. Whatever else was messy, that part was clear. My sister, my mom, everyone. Good, Noah said, because protecting a town isn't just about carrying buckets or walking fences. It's also about information. Liam frowned. Like spy stuff? Noah almost smiled. Like knowing when something's wrong before it becomes a fire, he said. I've seen you. You're in the library a lot. You hear things. People talk around you because you're a kid and they forget you're listening. Heat crept up Liam's neck. It was true. Adults said all sorts of things when they thought he was busy with a book. Noah's eyes sharpened. Tell me something, he said. Have you heard anyone talk about leaving? About breaking rules? About sabotaging things? Sabotaging, Liam echoed. You mean like the fire? Exactly like the fire, Noah said. If someone's angry enough or scared enough to set that, we need to know who before they do worse. Liam's thoughts scrambled. He remembered whispers. Mrs. Klein muttering, this smells wrong. Mark grumbling about Briggs' spreadsheets. His mom sketching routes on a map late at night with Mrs. Phelps. They weren't planning to burn anything, but they weren't loyal exactly either. I don't know anyone who'd do that, he said finally. Maybe not on purpose, Noah said, but trouble usually starts with talking, people complaining, questioning, saying they know better than the ones making the hard calls. His gaze rested on Mara for a fraction of a second across the creek. Liam's stomach knotted. I'm not asking you to spy on your mom, Noah said as if he'd read the twist in his expression, or your friends. I'm asking you to watch out for the town. If you hear something that makes you worried, for the bridge, for the pantry, for your sister, you come to me or Pastor Briggs. Quietly. We'll decide if it's important. That sounds like spying, Liam said anyway. Noah's jaw flexed. It sounds like being a good guard, he replied. Look, if someone had warned us Evan was lifting extra cans, maybe we could have handled it differently. Talked to him sooner. Avoided all this public drama. Information early is mercy. Information late is damage control. Evan was just feeding his kids, Liam blurted. I'm not saying he's a monster, Noah said. I'm saying small cracks become big ones if we pretend they're not there. You care about this place, Cole. You want to be part of the patrols for real one day? Then you have to be willing to do the hard parts, not just the fun ones. Liam stared at the charred rail. He thought of Grace's drawings, of his mom arguing with Briggs at the hearing, of the way people had looked at Evan like he'd kicked a puppy and then voted to starve him anyway. He thought of being 11 and how he suddenly felt much older and much smaller at the same time. What if I don't tell you something and then something bad happens? He asked quietly. Then you'll have to live with knowing you could have stopped it, Noah said, and that's heavier than any bucket. The words hit their mark. Guilt slid into place, a weight designed perfectly for his shoulders. I'm not saying run to me every time someone gripes about small portions, Noah added, tone softening. People complain. That's normal. I'm talking about real danger. Plans, threats, stuff that makes your gut twist. You'll know the difference. Would he? Liam wasn't sure. Everything made his gut twist lately. Think about it, Noah said. I trust you. That's why I'm asking you. Not some little kid who can't keep his mouth shut. Trust, approval, the things he'd been chasing ever since the world went sideways and all the grown-ups started looking scared. I'll listen, Liam said. If I hear something really bad, I'll tell you. Noah clapped his shoulder. That's all we ask, he said. You're a good kid, Cole. You're going to be a good man. As he walked away, Liam didn't feel like either. Silver Creek slept badly that night. Smoke lingered over town, a ghostly haze that crept into houses, through cracked windows and under doors. People woke coughing. Children cried, disoriented by bad dreams. Mara lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the fire line at the bridge, the way flames had curled toward the supports like fingers. She saw the broken bottle, the glint of glass. She heard Briggs's voice. Everyone is suspect. Beside her, the small clock she no longer wound sat silent. In the next room, she could hear Grace's soft whimpering. Liam's bed creaked as he turned restlessly. She swung her legs over the side of the mattress and padded softly down the hall. Grace's eyes flew open when she eased the bedroom door open. Mom, she whispered, did the bridge die? No, Mara said, crossing the room to sit on the edge of her bed. We saved it. You helped, remember? You passed buckets. I got smoke in my nose, Grace said, wrinkling it. It smelled like when Uncle Joe forgot the barbecue. Worse, Mara said, but it's out now. Grace shifted, fingers twisting in the blanket. Are we safe? She asked. Mara hesitated. We're safer than we were an hour before the fire, she said carefully. We caught it. We know it can happen. We're learning. Grace squinted at her. That sounds like when you say, we'll see, but you mean no, she said. Mara laughed softly despite everything. You're too smart for me, she said. I need you to be slightly more gullible for my parenting style. Grace managed a small smile. Try to sleep, Mara said, smoothing her hair back. Dream about something nice. Dragons that bake bread. Libraries that stay open forever. What about you? Grace asked. What do you dream about? Right now, Mara said. Your dad making bad coffee in our kitchen again. You make better coffee, Grace said. Tell him that when he gets home, Mara replied. Okay, Grace said. Her eyes drifted close. Mara moved to Liam's bed. He was awake, staring at the ceiling, hands folded under his head. Can't sleep? She asked. Too much thinking, he said. She sat on his bed as she'd done when he was little, tucking the blanket around his legs. You did well today, she said. With the buckets, with Grace. I'm proud of you. He shifted, uncomfortable. Everyone keeps saying that, he said. It doesn't feel, I don't know, like something to be proud of. We were scared. We just didn't want the bridge to fall. Isn't that basic? Basic can still be brave, she said. Being afraid and acting anyway is sort of the definition. He was quiet for a moment. Noah talked to me, he blurted. Her spine went cold. About what? She asked. About listening, he said. About telling him if I hear stuff that sounds dangerous, at the library or at home. Her stomach clenched tighter. What did you say? She asked. I said I'd listen, he said. I didn't promise to tell him everything, just the really bad stuff, like if someone was going to set another fire or blow up the church. Something like that. Mara exhaled slowly, relief and worry tangled. That's a lot to ask of you, she said. He said if I don't and something bad happens, it'll be my fault, Liam said, voice small. That I'll have to live with it. Mara closed her eyes briefly. She wanted to march to Noah's house and shake him until his ears rattled. Listen to me, she said, opening them again. Nothing that happens in this town will ever be your fault alone. Adults make choices. We're the ones responsible for our decisions, not you. He said information early is mercy, Liam said. Information late is damage control. Sounds like something he heard in a training manual once and decided was profound, she muttered. Mom, Liam said, what if you're wrong? What if, what if someone is planning something bad? Like the fire? What if I heard and didn't say anything and then... She cut him off gently. If you hear someone planning to hurt people, she said, really hurt them. Set a fire, attack the pantry with guns. Anything like that, you come to me. First, always. We'll decide together what to do. What if we don't agree? He asked. Then we argue, she said. And then we figure it out because we're family. But I promise you, I will never ask you to choose between protecting the town and protecting us. Those should be the same thing. If someone makes you feel like you have to pick, that's wrong. He swallowed. Noah said he trusts me, he said. I trust you too, she said. Enough not to use you as my ears in someone else's war. He studied her face. Are you at war? He asked. With Briggs? Her throat tightened. I don't want to be, she said. I want him to remember that leadership doesn't mean control, that people thinking for themselves isn't the enemy, but he's making choices that scare me. And when someone with that much power starts getting scared, they can do bad things in the name of good ones. Like cutting Evan's food, Liam said. Like that, she said. And like asking kids to spy on their parents. He flinched. I'm not mad at you, she added quickly. I'm mad at him for putting you in that position. He stared at his hands. What are you going to do? He asked. She looked toward the window where the faint glow of the church's security lights bled into the dark. I don't know yet, she said, but tonight made something clear. What? He asked. That we can't just quietly stock extra soup and hope it all blows over, she said. The fire on it gave him an excuse to tighten things further. The next excuse might be smaller or bigger. Either way, our margin for quiet resistance is shrinking. That means, he prompted. It means, she said slowly, choosing each word. We may have to decide, sooner than we'd like, whether we're going to try to change things here or leave. Leave? His voice went up. Like, leave Silver Creek? If it stops being a place we can live without becoming something we're not, she said, I won't let this town turn you into a spy or Grace into someone who draws more crosses over people outside the fence than inside. And I won't wait until they tell us we don't have a choice. He was silent for a long time. Dad won't know where to find us if we leave, he said finally. She felt the words like another wound. We wouldn't go far, she said. Not at first. I know places nearby. The old fire tower, the rail spur. We could leave signs, messages. We wouldn't vanish. It still feels like breaking something, he said. It is, she said. But sometimes you break out of a cage, not out of a home. He rolled onto his side, facing the wall. I liked it better when my biggest problem was math homework, he muttered. Same, she said. She stayed there until his breathing evened, until his shoulders unknotted enough to look almost like a sleeping child's again. Back in the kitchen, she sat at the table with a pad of paper, the candle's flame throwing small shadows. She redrew her mental map of Silver Creek and its surroundings, this time in ink. Bridge, scorched but standing, controlled more tightly now, watched double. Church, food, power, bell, chains. Library, her territory, but with eyes on it now. Houses of those she trusted, Ortiz, Hennigans, Phelps, Klein. Hidden caches marked with tiny X's only she would recognize. Oak Tree Hollow, rock by the old rail bed, hollow beneath the library shelf that sagged slightly because she'd kicked one of its supports loose on purpose. She added new marks, possible exit routes that avoided the main road and the bridge, the shallow crossing upstream, the deer path through the woods that cut around the second pasture. As she wrote, the bell in the distance rang once. It sounded less like a warning this time, more like a reminder. You're on our clock, it seemed to say, on our leash. She pressed the pen harder. Not forever, she whispered. The next morning, Briggs was everywhere. He moved from house to house under the guise of checking for damage, accompanied by deacons. He shook hands, clapped shoulders, radiated gratitude for the town's bravery. I'm proud of you, he told them. You saved our bridge. We did that together. He also quietly asked questions. Have you noticed anyone acting off, he'd say. Anyone spending time alone near the riverbank? Anyone who's been particularly negative about our rules? He phrased it like concern for mental health. People heard the subtext. Lists formed. By midday, people whispered of a watch list, names compiled of those who caused trouble or might. No one knew exactly who was on it. Everyone suspected someone. Mara didn't need a list to know she was on it. When she arrived at the library, a deacon was already there, standing just inside the door. "Morning," he said. "Pastor Briggs asked us to keep an eye on all public gathering places, just in case someone gets ideas." "Make sure people aren't plotting to steal my encyclopedias?" she asked. "Make sure no one's lingering," he said. "Too long." "Got it," she said. "I'll set a timer for acceptable lingering." He didn't laugh. Later that day, when she tacked up a new flyer about water purification, someone had scrawled in small letters at the bottom, "Watch what you say. The walls have ears." She didn't remove it. She added in equally small letters beneath, "So do we." Mrs. Phelps caught her eye and gave the ghost of a smile. Mark stopped by with a basket of slightly bruised apples. "Officially," he said, setting them on the table, "this is a donation to the Community Learning Center to keep minds sharp. Unofficially, hide half of these where only your dragons can find them." "Understood," she said. "You hear?" he added, lowering his voice. "They're saying the fire might have been encouraged by someone who wants to go looking for this mythical safe harbor Nora mentioned." "Nora?" Mara asked. "Lady at the farm where Ethan stopped last," Mark said. "You'd like her. She swears at satellites. Anyway, rumor is there's a place east of here broadcasting about being a refuge. Briggs doesn't want that getting out. Says it'll make people restless." Mara's heart beat faster. "You believe it's real?" she asked. "I believe someone's broadcasting," he said. "Whether that makes it safe, I don't know. But it means the world is bigger than this burned patch of dirt." He tapped the table. "If your man's still walking this direction," he said, "he might hear it. Or he might end up being the news when he gets here. Either way, we'd better be ready to make fast decisions when that happens." "What kind of decisions?" she asked. "The kind between staying chained up or cutting loose," he said. "Bridge or no bridge." She thought of Grace's drawing, the stick figures inside the circle, the ones outside lying still. "Cutting loose without burning the world down around us," she said. "That's the trick." He shrugged. "The world's already burning," he said. "We're just deciding which fire we want to stand closest to." That night, as Silver Creek huddled under the weight of new rules and old fears, a man in dusty clothes and a worn backpack stood on a hill miles away, staring at a distant cluster of lights. The town was small, its glow modest compared to the city he'd left, but it shimmered in the dark like a promise. "Silver Creek?" Ethan asked, lips cracking around the words. Beside him, Caleb squinted. "Could be," he said. "We'll know when we get closer. See if there's a sign." Nora fiddled with the radio, catching a faint scrap of static and a few clipped words about harbor, intake, coordinates. Tessa leaned on the truck, staring at the sky. "Whatever it is," Nora said, "it's the first town in a while that doesn't look like it's either on fire or empty." Ethan's chest tightened. "Please be there," he said under his breath. "Please be something I can fix." He had no way of knowing that, in Silver Creek, the fires he'd need to deal with weren't the kind you smothered with water. They were the kind that started behind people's eyes when fear and power fed each other. And by the time he reached the bridge, he'd find not just scorch marks on the concrete, but invisible burns in the space between neighbors, between parents and children, between his wife and the man who now rang the town's bell. Chapter 8, Crossing Lines. The morning they drove into the hills, the sky looked almost innocent. High, pale blue, brushed with a few lazy clouds. No ash, no contrails, no distant plumes of smoke. Just light and air and the illusion that the world might be normal again if you squinted hard enough. Ethan had stopped believing in that kind of illusion days ago, maybe weeks. He sat in the passenger seat, map folded on his knees, eyes scanning the road ahead. The highway had narrowed into a two-lane ribbon that slipped between low ridges and stands of scrub pine. The truck's engine hummed steadily, each vibration a reminder of the fuel gauge and its unspoken countdown. "How's our patient?" Caleb asked, breaking the quiet. Tessa looked up from the back seat where she'd been scribbling in a notebook, legs tucked under her. Nora's not a patient, she said. She's just antisocial before noon. I meant the truck, Caleb said dryly. Oh, Tessa peered at the dashboard. Still alive. Still thirsty. Like all of us. Nora sat by the window in the rear passenger side, earbuds in, the battered radio cradled in her lap. Wire from their DIY antenna ran up along the truck's frame, secured with tape and zip ties. She stared out at the landscape, but Ethan could tell from the focus in her eyes that she was mostly listening. Anything? He asked. Static. Static. Some guy in Idaho talking to his cousin about chickens. Static, she said. And our friend. Safe harbor? Tessa asked, suddenly attentive. Yeah, Nora said. She fiddled with the dial, a small frown creasing her forehead. Signal's stronger here. They're repeating the same message every 15 minutes. Sounds more organized today. Less glitchy. Anything new? Caleb asked. Like we have a helicopter and hot showers waiting? Nora shook her head. Same basic loop, she said. This is Harbor Point. That's the first time I caught a name. Designated safe zone under provisional authority. Food, water, shelter, security. Limited intake remaining. Priority to families with children. Essential medical and technical personnel. Then coordinates, then disclaimers about capacity thresholds and behavioral expectations. Behavioral expectations, Tessa repeated. They could at least call it, please don't be a jerk in the apocalypse. Where is it? Ethan asked. Exactly? Nora unfolded a second map over Ethan's, smoothing it against the back of his seat so they could both see. She pointed to a spot northeast of their current position. Here, she said, Harbor Point. It's not on the printed map, obviously, but the coordinates put it near this reservoir. Might have been some kind of training facility or camp before. Now, who knows? Ethan traced the distance with his eyes. Harbor Point sat like a question mark beyond Silver Creek, farther into the hills. If we went straight there, Caleb said, we'd overshoot Silver Creek by what? 50 miles? Closer to 80, Nora said, on roads that may or may not still be roads. Ethan's throat tightened. We're not skipping Silver Creek, he said. My family's there. Or was, Caleb said quietly. Is, Ethan insisted. The word came out sharper than he meant. We agreed. Silver Creek first, then we assess. Harbor Point's a backup, not a replacement. I know, Caleb said. I just don't want you walking blind past an open door while you chase ghosts. They're not ghosts, Ethan said. They're my kids. The truck fell silent for a moment. Even Tessa's usual commentary stayed folded between her teeth. Finally, Nora cleared her throat. Signal's getting stronger as we head east, she said softer. So we know at least someone out there has generators and enough organization to keep a loop going. That's useful. But I'm with Ethan on this one. We don't skip Silver Creek. Thank you, he said. Also, she added, I kind of want to meet the man who thought behavioral expectations was good phrasing in the middle of the end of the world. There it is, Tessa said. The real motivation. They drove on. Hills rose higher around them, turning the road into a winding corridor. Trees grew thicker in patches, then thinned again to scrub. The air cooled a fraction, the dryness edged with the faint resin smell of pine. Around mid-morning, they saw the first sign that the hills weren't as empty as they looked. Literally, a sheet of plywood nailed to two posts on the side of the road, the words spray-painted in black. Slow down, checkpoint ahead. Toll required. Caleb eased off the gas. Well, that's subtle, he said. Toll, Tessa repeated. Like coins. In this economy. Could be some leftover local authority, Nora said. Sheriff's department trying to control traffic, maybe. Or it could be bandits who learned cursive, Caleb said. Either way, we don't barrel in blind. He rolled the truck to a crawl, scanning the shoulders of the road. Ethan's hand drifted toward the glove compartment, remembering the feel of the handgun they'd gotten back in Red Ridge. It was loaded but hidden, a weight of possibility. See anything? He asked. Nothing yet, Caleb said, which is worse. They rounded a bend and saw the checkpoint. It wasn't professional. No orange cones, no reflective vests, just a pair of battered pickup trucks parked at an angle across the road, forming a V-shaped blockade. A third vehicle, a rusted SUV missing a door, sat off to one side, hood up. A bonfire burned low in a metal barrel near the shoulder, smoke curling into the sky. And people. 6 of them by Ethan's quick count. 3 men, 2 women, 1 teenager, all with weapons visible. Shotguns, rifles, a baseball bat taped up like a boxer's hand. Their clothes were dusty, layered, faces drawn by hunger and watchfulness. As the truck approached, one of the men stepped forward, raising a hand. He looked to be in his 30s, lean, with a beard that had started as fashion and become necessity. A red bandana was tied around his neck. He carried his rifle casually, but his eyes were sharp. Caleb stopped the truck a dozen yards away, engine idling. "Nobody move yet," he said under his breath. "Hands visible." Ethan placed both hands on the dashboard. In the back, Tessa did the same on the seat in front of her. Nora shifted the radio aside, palms flat on her knees. The man with the bandana smiled, or something like it. "Welcome to our toll booth," he called. "Road's not free anymore, folks. Gotta pay the maintenance crew." "What's the toll?" Caleb asked, voice neutral. "Depends what you got," the man said. "Fuel's always good. Food, ammo. We'll take cash if it's wrapped around something useful." One of the women laughed at that, a dry sound. "We're just travelers," Caleb said. "Not a convoy. Supplies are limited." "Everybody's limited now," the man said. "But the road still goes through our backyard, and we've got to eat like everyone else." His tone wasn't immediately threatening. The gun in his hands argued with that impression. Ethan leaned forward slightly. "We're heading to a town a few miles on," he said. "Silver Creek. We've got family there. We just need to pass through." "Silver Creek," the teenager repeated with something like disgust. "Fence people." One of the women spat in the dirt. "Saw their patrols once," she said. "Act like they own the road. Wouldn't even trade gas unless we worked their fields." The bandana man shrugged. "We all pick our poison," he said. "Some folks choose fences, some choose highways." His eyes flicked to the truck bed. "You look like you've got a nice cargo there. We're not asking for all of it, just enough." "How much is enough?" Caleb asked. "Let's say—" The man considered, eyes ticking over fuel cans, boxes, the tarp. "Half a can of gas, couple of your food packs, maybe that toolbox." "Half a can might be the difference between us reaching town or not," Caleb said. "That toolbox is how we keep this truck running." "Not my problem," the man said. His smile dropped away, replaced by something colder. "The road's not free anymore. You want the easy route, you pay the toll. You can always turn around." "And go where?" Tessa muttered quietly. Ethan felt the old part of himself, the paramedic, the negotiator in emergency rooms, rise to the surface. Talk first, de-escalate, find other options. He raised his voice slightly, keeping it calm. "We can pay something," he said. "We're not trying to cheat you, but half a can is too much. We give you that. We might stall 10 miles down the road. Then we're stuck, and you've just created 4 desperate people wandering around your hills." "That sounds like a you problem," the teenager said. His knuckles were white around the bat. The bandana man held up a hand to quiet him. "What are you offering?" he asked Ethan. "A quarter can of gas," Ethan said. Caleb shot him a look but didn't interrupt. "Some medical supplies, a few bandages, antiseptic, and food. A couple of cans, some rice." The man's eyes narrowed. "Medical supplies," he repeated. "You a doctor?" "Paramedic," Ethan said. One of the women perked up. "Hey, what about your leg, Rick?" she said, nudging the other man. "You've been limping since that fall." Rick, the broader-shouldered man near the barrel, shifted uncomfortably. "It's fine," he muttered. The bandana man, who Ethan guessed was their leader, looked between them. "Show me," he said. "Seriously?" Rick grumbled. "Seriously," the leader said. "He might be useful." Rick cursed under his breath but limped forward a few steps, keeping his hands visible. He lifted the hem of his jeans. His shin was wrapped in a dirty strip of cloth, stained yellow and brown. When he pulled it aside, the skin underneath was angry red, swollen with a small puncture wound near the middle. The area around it looked hot and tight. "How long ago?" Ethan asked, instincts kicking fully on. 3 days, Rick said. "Fell down the ravine, jammed it on a spike. It's fine." "It's not fine," Ethan said. "You've got an infection brewing. You keep walking on that, you'll be lucky if you don't lose the leg. Or more. Rick glared. We don't have a hospital in case you didn't notice, he said. I notice, Ethan said. I've got some antibiotics. Limited, but I can spare enough for you. I can clean it properly. Bandage it. It'll give your body a fighting chance. The leader studied him. In exchange for, he prompted. In exchange for adjusting your toll, Ethan said. Quarter can of gas, some food, and I fix his leg as best I can. That way we all walk away, less likely to die in the next week. And if we just take what we want, the teenager said. You got, what, one gun in there? Maybe two? We got 6 people. Ethan's heart kicked harder. Caleb's fingers tightened on the steering wheel. He hadn't moved toward the glove box, but Ethan knew exactly how fast he could. You could try, Caleb said, voice suddenly very flat, and maybe you'd get everything. Or maybe my first shot takes you, bandana, and my second takes your friend with the bat. And then the rest of us see how many of you we can drag down before you finish us. Either way, somebody's dying over a half can of gas today. The words hung in the air, sharp and cold. The teenager shifted, bravado faltering for a second. The woman with the shotgun's eyes darted between them. Easy, Ethan said quietly to Caleb. We're not dying over anything today. Caleb didn't take his eyes off the leader. He brought death into the conversation, he said. I'm just pointing out it's not a one-way street. Bandana guy raised his free hand, palm out, as if pushing tension away. Let's not go there, he said. We're not stupid. We don't want a shootout. We just don't want to starve. Do you have kids? Ethan asked. The man's jaw tightened. Yeah, he said. 2. We left them with my sister at a campsite by the old quarry. They've got enough for a few days. Maybe. Depends on what we get here. I have kids in Silver Creek, Ethan said. I'm not paying for your family's survival with their lives, but I will help you if I can. That's the best I can do. Something in the man's expression flickered. Recognition, maybe. The particular misery of competing responsibilities. Quarter can and a doctor visit, he said slowly. You make it sound like a package deal. It is, Ethan said. I'll show you exactly which pills and how much. You'll need to make sure he takes the full course. No skipping because he feels better. Rick scowled. I don't like pills, he said. I don't like amputations, Ethan replied. A tense beat. The wind shifted, carrying the smell of their barrel fire and old exhaust. A bird called somewhere up the slope. Finally, the bandana man nodded once. Fine, he said. Quarter can, 2 food items, and you patch Rick up. Fair? It wasn't fair, but it was close enough that no one had to die. Deal, Ethan said. Caleb exhaled slowly. I can live with that, he said. Literally. They stepped out of the truck together, hands still visible. One of the women walked over to the bed, eyeing their supplies as Caleb unscrewed the cap on one fuel can. Just a quarter, he said firmly. No siphoning the rest while we're distracted. She rolled her eyes but watched him measure. He poured fuel into an old plastic jug their toll booth crew had sitting nearby, stopping when it reached the agreed level. Tessa climbed out and grabbed 2 cans from their food box, black beans and peaches. Protein and morale, she said, handing them to the woman. Use the syrup as a bribe for whoever's the grumpiest in your group. The woman's mouth twitched. That'd be all of us, she said. Thanks. Ethan knelt beside Rick's leg. He rinsed his hands with a trickle from their water bottle, then used antiseptic wipes to clean around the wound. Rick hissed through his teeth as the sting hit. Hold still, Ethan said. You want microbes or a little pain? Fine, Rick muttered. The puncture was deep but not obviously puncturing bone. No red streaks yet, but the swelling worried him. He dug through his pack, pulled out a small bottle of antibiotics. Every pill he gave away felt like a subtraction from an invisible equation, but so did every future infection he walked past. Twice a day, he said, counting out enough for 10 days. With food if you can, lots of water. If you start feeling worse, fever, chills, you find someone who knows more than me, or come back here and hope I'm still alive. Comforting bedside manner, Rick grunted. You'll live to complain about it if you follow directions, Ethan said. The bandages he wrapped around the cleaned wound were cleaner than the last, snug but not constricting. When he was done, Rick tested his weight gingerly. "Feels less like it's full of fire ants," he said. "That's an improvement," Ethan said. The bandana leader watched all of it. When Ethan stood, he stuck out his hand. "Name's Jude," he said. "You're—" "Ethan," he replied, shaking it. "Look, man," Jude said. "We're not saints, but we're not monsters either. We didn't blow up this world. We're just trying to carve a notch out of what's left." "You and everybody else," Ethan said. "Just don't carve it out of corpses if you can help it." Jude's eyes flicked to the truck. "You think Silver Creek's your answer," he said. "Fence and rules. Maybe it is. Maybe you get there and they don't let you in, or they want more from you than gas and beans." "If they don't let him in," Tessa said, "we'll help him knock on something else. Loudly." Jude studied her, then Nora with her coils of wire, then Caleb, solid at Ethan's shoulder. "Tell you what," Jude said, "if Silver Creek gives you the boot, you come back this way. We got a camp. It's not fancy, but it's ours. We could use people who know how to fix things and patch idiots up." "Appreciate the offer," Caleb said. "Hope we don't need it." Jude shrugged. "Hope doesn't scratch much into wood these days," he said. "But yeah, same." He stepped back, lifting his rifle in a loose salute. "Move the red truck," he called to his people. "Let them through. They paid." The blockers shifted, engines coughing as they were pushed out of the way. A path opened. As Caleb climbed back into the driver's seat, Ethan caught Jude's eye one more time. "Take care of your kids," he said. "You too," Jude replied. "And watch your fence, folks. Sometimes the ones behind walls are more dangerous than the ones on the road." Ethan filed that away next to 100 other warnings. They rolled forward, the truck's tires crunching over gravel. Behind them, the makeshift toll booth shrank, then disappeared around a bend. For a while, no one spoke. "I almost shot that kid," Caleb said finally, voice low. "The one with the bat." "I know," Ethan said. "Part of me still thinks I should have," Caleb said. "To make a point." "About what?" Tessa asked quietly. "That we're scarier than they are?" "About not squeezing people when they're cornered," he said. "You let guys like that think they can push and push because everyone's afraid to push back." "Then you become the kind of guy nobody wants to meet on the road," Nora said. Caleb blew out a breath. "Yeah," he said. "That's the line I keep trying to see in all this, where we stop defending ourselves and start being the problem." Ethan watched the trees flick past. "Today," he said, "we stayed on the right side of it, more or less." "You gave away meds you might need," Caleb said. "Was that the right side?" "I don't know," Ethan admitted. "But I know leaving an infection walk away untreated is something that would keep me up more than the thought of a few pills missing from my bag. That's my line." "We're all carving our own," Nora murmured. "Hope they line up enough we don't cut each other." They saw the first sign for Silver Creek just after noon. A green highway marker, its reflective coating dulled by dust. Silver Creek, 7 miles. If Ethan had been alone, he might have pulled over just to stare at it, to touch the letters like a charm. As it was, he just swallowed hard and pressed his palm flat against his thigh. 7 miles had never sounded so far or so close. The landscape changed subtly as they drove. More fenced pastures, a few isolated farmhouses, smoke curling from chimneys, clotheslines sagging under worn shirts and sheets. "We're in their catchment," Nora said. "If they've been patrolling, they've seen this road." "Do we want them to see us?" Tessa asked. "We want them to see Ethan's face before they see our truck," Caleb said. "Man's earned the right to be the first impression." The road dipped, rose, then curved around a stand of trees, and there it was. Silver Creek. From a distance, it looked like 100 other small towns Ethan had driven past in his life. A scatter of houses, a church steeple, a water tower with the town's name painted on it. The creek itself glinted as it cut a path along the edge. The bridge a solid line over it. Up close, the differences screamed. A fence ringed the town now, part wire, part patched wood, part whatever they'd been able to scavenge. Not as tall or uniform as Redridge's, but there, a spine of separation. At intervals, platforms had been built along it, like rough watch posts. The bridge bore scars. Blackened streaks crawled up its northern railings. The concrete at the near edge cracked and stained. The bank beside it showed a wide swath of charred earth, now muddied where water had soaked it. "Somebody's been playing with fire," Caleb muttered. Guard shapes moved on the bridge. Two at the center, rifles slung. Another at the near end, standing in the middle of the road with a hand up in the universal stop gesture. Ethan's heart hammer grew louder than the engine. "That's it," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "That's home." "Home with extra hardware," Nora said quietly. As they rolled closer, details sharpened. One of the guards was older, stocky, with a ball cap and a reflective vest. The other was younger, late teens, with a blue strip of cloth tied around his arm. Ethan's breath caught. "Stop," he said. Caleb eased the truck to a halt 50 yards from the bridge. "What?" he asked. "The kid," Ethan said, leaning forward. "On the left. That's—" The guard shaded his eyes with a hand, squinting at the truck. The distance and the angle made his features blur for a second. Then he took a step forward, and the blur snapped into focus. Liam. Older than the last time Ethan had seen him by a fraction of height and muscle. Smudged with what looked like soot at the collar, but undeniably his son. "Jesus," Ethan said. His vision tunneled. "That's Liam." Tessa's hand flew to her mouth. "He's on the bridge," she whispered. "Of course he is." Nora's eyes flicked from Ethan to the boy, her usual composure cracking at the edges. "Well," she said, voice thick, "I guess we're not turning around now." Caleb exhaled slowly. "You want me to—" he began. "Drive," Ethan said. "Slow." They rolled forward, the gap closing. On the bridge, the older guard spoke to Liam, gesturing sharply. Liam nodded, shoulders squaring. He lifted his rifle, not at them, but across his chest, and stepped to the center of the road. When the truck was close enough that Ethan could see the freckles on his son's nose, Liam raised a hand. "Halt!" he called. His voice cracked slightly on the word, trying for authority and landing somewhere between command and question. "State your business and your, intent." Ethan laughed once, a short, shocked burst that was half a sob. "Intent," he repeated under his breath. Of course he uses the good vocabulary. Caleb killed the engine but left his hands on the wheel. "You go first," he said quietly, nice and slow, hands empty. Ethan pushed the door open. His knees felt oddly weak as he stepped onto the asphalt. The town's smell hit him. Smoke, damp earth, a faint hint of stew from somewhere, the metallic tang of the creek. He raised both hands, palms out. "Intent is friendly," he called. His voice shook on the last word. "Very friendly." The older guard lifted his rifle a fraction, eyes narrowing. "That's close enough, he said. "We don't know you. This road is controlled." "Actually," Ethan said, hard in his throat, "you do." He looked at Liam. Up close now, he could see the moment recognition struck. It started in Liam's eyes, a widening like someone had turned up the brightness. Then his mouth opened soundlessly. "Dad?" Liam breathed. It wasn't loud, but it was enough. The older guard shot him a sharp look. "You know this man?" he asked. Liam didn't take his eyes off Ethan. "Yeah," he said. His voice broke all over the word. That's my dad." Ethan had imagined this moment 100 different ways on the road. Tidy, cinematic reunions with hugs and tears in slow motion. None of them involved his son holding a rifle, standing on a scorched bridge in front of a fence. For a second, no one moved. Then the older guard, a man Ethan recognized dimly as Noah Briggs from town barbecues, lowered his weapon a fraction. "Ethan Cole," Noah said slowly, "from the clinic. We heard you were stuck in Phoenix." "I was," Ethan said. "Then I wasn't. I've been trying to get here since the planes fell." Liam's rifle sagged, barrel dipping dangerously toward his foot. He didn't seem to notice. "You came," he said. His voice cracked again, raw. You made it." Ethan wanted to cross the distance in 3 strides and crush him in a hug, to feel the reality of bone and breath and heartbeat. His muscles tensed to do exactly that. Noah shifted, rifle still half raised. "Hold up," he said. "We've got procedures. Folks don't just roll up in a truck and stroll in anymore. Not with what's been happening." "What's been happening?" Ethan asked. Noah's gaze flicked to the blackened rail, then to the fence line visible beyond. People testing the perimeter, he said. Fires, theft. Not everyone's as happy to see this place as your boy is. That fire was, Liam started, then cut himself off, shooting a quick, uneasy look at Noah. Ethan filed the hesitation away. Later. For now, there was only one thing that mattered. Where's Mara? He asked. And Grace? Liam swallowed hard. His eyes shone, but he managed a shaky grin. Library or home, he said. Mom's doing a lot of both. Grace is still Grace. She drew the fire before it happened. He shook his head like that wasn't important right now. They're okay, they're here. Here. The word loosened something in Ethan's chest he hadn't realized was clenched that tight. His vision blurred for a moment. Behind him, the truck doors opened. Tessa climbed out first, eyes wide, taking in the town she'd heard so much about. Nora followed, a little more cautious, hands visible. Caleb joined them at the front of the truck, neutral expression firmly in place. Everyone stays where I can see you, Noah said. We've got rules. We're getting that theme, Nora murmured. Noah's eyes flicked to her, then back to Ethan. You can't bring a truck full of supplies and strangers through our gate without the council knowing who you are and what you want, he said. Family or not. We want to live, Caleb said. Same as you. And we want to know who's deciding the definitions of living these days, Nora added. Pastor Briggs runs intake, Noah said. You know that. Ethan's stomach dipped. He remembered Briggs from before. Steady sermons, potluck organization, a firm handshake, and a reassuring baritone. He had no idea who Briggs had become in the weeks since the grid fell. Fine, Ethan said. Take us to him. But first, he looked at Liam. Can I? He asked, the unfinished question hanging between them. Noah hesitated, glancing between father and son. Protocol said no. Humanity said yes. Make it quick, Noah said gruffly. We're still on duty. Liam didn't wait for a second invitation. He closed the distance in 3 running steps, rifle banging awkwardly off his shoulder, and collided with Ethan in a hug that knocked the breath out of both of them. Ethan wrapped his arms around him, burying his face in his hair, breathing in smoke and sweat and something indefinably Liam. You're tall, he said, because every important thing he wanted to say was caught behind a dam, and that was the only one that squeezed out. You're late, Liam said, voice muffled against his chest. He sniffed hard. But you're here. Traffic was terrible, Ethan said, and Liam huffed a wet laugh that shook both of them. Behind them, Tessa wiped at her eyes. Nora pretended to adjust a wire. Caleb looked away, jaw working. Noah cleared his throat after a moment. Okay, Cole, he said. Don't make me be the bad guy here. We gotta move this party. Ethan eased back, hands on Liam's shoulders, studying his face. A faint bruise at the temple, new calluses on his palms, tiredness in his eyes that no 11-year-old should wear. I'm not going anywhere, he said, for Liam's ears alone. Not again. Not if I can help it. Liam nodded, a fierce little jerk. Don't fight Briggs right away, he whispered back. Please, it's, complicated. Complicated? Ethan almost laughed. He'd driven across 3 states of disaster to hear his son describe the man controlling their food and safety as complicated. I'll do my best, he said. No promises. Liam's mouth twisted. Figures, he said, but there was no real bite in it. Noah gestured toward the far side of the bridge. Move the vehicle, he called to someone Ethan couldn't see yet. We've got incoming. As the truck rolled forward, tires bumping over the patched surface, Ethan walked beside it with Liam at his side. The scorched concrete underfoot bore witness with every step. Something had already burned here. The question was whether it had been put out or just driven underground. Beyond the bridge, the fence loomed closer, patched and watched. Inside it, houses clustered like nervous animals. People moved through the streets with the wary efficiency of those used to being observed. Nora glanced up at the water tower, then at the wires strung from it. Nice rig, she muttered. We'll have to compare notes with their radio tech, if they let us. Assuming they have one, Tessa said. And it isn't just some guy who thinks batteries are magic. Caleb said nothing. His eyes moved constantly, measuring distances, noting vantage points. Fence height, gate structure, the placement of men with rifles. I hate that I respect some of this, he said under his breath. Ethan's gaze found the church steeple, its cross stark against the sky. Images flickered in his mind. Mara chairing a meeting in the fellowship hall, Grace hiding under a pew, Briggs handing out casseroles after a funeral. Now the church held the pantry, the bell, the rules, the chains. "Welcome to Silver Creek," Liam said quietly as they passed through the open gate, guards locking it behind them. Ethan looked at the town he'd once trusted as safe by default and saw something new, a place that might shelter his family or break them. "We made it," Nora said. "Yeah," Tessa replied. "Question is, to what?" Ethan felt the weight of the road behind him in his bones and the weight of what lay ahead pressing from the other side. He'd crossed miles, rivers, checkpoints, and moral lines to get here. Silver Creek would demand he cross more. Chapter 9, Terms of Shelter. They brought them straight to the church. Ethan would have preferred to go home first, to walk into his own kitchen, to see whether the mug he'd left in the sink that morning weeks ago still sat there gathering dust, to hug Grace somewhere that didn't smell like incense and smoke. But the procession from the gate moved with its own momentum, and he and Caleb and the others were swept along. Liam walked beside him, still in his reflective vest, still with the blue patrol band on his arm. Every few seconds, he glanced up at Ethan's face like he couldn't quite believe it was real. "Does it hurt?" Liam asked quietly, nodding at the faint scrapes and bruises on Ethan's hands. "Only when your sister's not talking," Ethan said. Liam snorted. "So, always," he said. Ahead of them, Noah set the pace, boots striking the pavement with crisp certainty. The truck followed behind, escorted by 2 patrol volunteers, one walking on each side like the world's most nervous honor guard. People stopped what they were doing to stare. A woman hanging laundry froze mid-clip, sheet flapping in her fingers. Kids playing in the dirt by a porch dropped their sticks and marbles. Mr. Rudyard, the retired mailman, leaned on his cane beside the general store. Eyes narrowed. Whispers followed them like a wake. "Is that? Back from Phoenix. Trucks loaded. Who are the others?" Ethan scanned the faces automatically, searching for 2 in particular. He saw Mara first. She stepped out of the library as they approached the square, notebook in one hand, pencil tucked behind her ear. She wore her teaching shirt, soft blue cotton, sleeves rolled up, and her hair was scraped back in a messy bun. There was a smudge of chalk on her wrist. For a heartbeat, she just stared, as if her brain refused to process what her eyes were telling it. Then the notebook slipped from her fingers and hit the ground with a slap. "Ethan," she said. It came out more like an exhale than a word. He veered off the line without asking permission. Noah barked his name, but the sound bounced off him. There was only the space between Mara and him, shrinking with every step. They collided halfway between the library and the church. It wasn't graceful. He nearly tripped on the curb. She almost knocked them both over. But he caught her, arms wrapping around her shoulders, and she clutched the back of his shirt with both hands like she was afraid he'd evaporate. "You're late," she said into his chest. "Traffic," he managed, throat tight. She pulled back just enough to look at his face, palms warm against his cheeks. Her own face had new planes, new shadows under her eyes, but her eyes were the same. "You idiot," she said. "You absolute stubborn idiot." "Hi," he said. His voice broke. "Nice to see you, too." She rose on her toes and kissed him, brief, fierce, salty from the tears neither of them had admitted to yet. Then she shoved his shoulder lightly. "You smell like smoke and highway," she said. "Couldn't you have at least changed your shirt before the dramatic entrance?" "I left my tux in the other apocalypse," he said. A small sound squeaked nearby. "Dad?" They both turned. Grace stood near the library steps, crumpled flyer still in her fist. Her hair was a tangled halo. There were faint ink smudges on her fingers. Her dragon journal peeked from under her arm. Her eyes were huge. "Hey, Dragon," Ethan said. She flung herself at him so fast he had to brace to stay upright. Her arms wrapped around his waist, her face pressed into his jacket. "You came," she said, voice muffled. "You came, you came, you came." He stroked her hair, hand shaking. I told you I would, he said. Might have gotten a little lost on the way. You always get lost, she said, and this time the words were pure relief, no accusation. Behind them, Nora cleared her throat. I hate to interrupt your family reunion, she said softly, but your welcoming committee is looking very twitchy about role-playing border control. Ethan glanced back. Noah stood with his rifle at a ready but not aimed posture, jaw tight. A few more patrol volunteers had gathered, hands on their weapons, and walking toward them from the church, flanked by two deacons, was Pastor Briggs. He'd aged in ways that had nothing to do with time. His hair was more silver at the temples, his shoulders slightly more hunched, but it was his eyes that had changed the most. The warmth Ethan remembered was still there, but layered with something harder. Calculation, weariness, the kind of resolve that came from making too many decisions with no good options. Mara, Briggs called. Bring them inside, please. We can't hold a council meeting on the sidewalk. Mara's spine stiffened at his tone. Ethan felt the minutes shift under his hands. Of course, Pastor, she said. To Ethan, she added under her breath. We'll talk later, where walls don't have ears. Do any walls qualify? He murmured. Fewer than there used to be, she said. She ruffled Liam's hair, tugged Grace's hand, then stepped aside so Ethan could walk beside her. The church doors yawned open, cool and shadowy. The air inside smelled of candles, old wood, and something else now. Cooked beans, flour, stored provisions. The fellowship hall tables had been pushed aside in favor of stacked crates and shelves. Ethan's eyes caught on the sign over the kitchen pass-through. Community pantry, under council care. Beside it, a second sign in smaller letters. No unauthorized access. Briggs led them not into the sanctuary, but into one of the side rooms that had once been used for Bible studies and committee meetings. A long table dominated the center, surrounded by mismatched chairs. Papers, lists, and a map of the town with colored pins littered the surface. Mrs. Phelps was already there, along with Mark from the store and Mr. Hennigan. They stood when the group entered. Council, Mara said quietly to Ethan. Unofficially official. Unofficially official? Tessa whispered to Nora. That's comforting. Briggs took the head seat. Noah moved to stand against the wall near the door. The others spread out. Mara and the kids on one side. Ethan, Caleb, Nora, and Tessa opposite. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Briggs folded his hands and smiled. Ethan, he said, it's good to see you alive. Likewise, Ethan said. Thanks for keeping my family alive until I could get here. Briggs dipped his head graciously. We do what we can, he said. These are hard times, but by God's grace and some practical planning, we're still standing. Mrs. Phelps' gaze met Ethan's briefly. There was something like a warning there. Briggs gestured around the table. You know most of us, he said. Mr. Hennigan, Mark, Mrs. Phelps. We've been coordinating food, work assignments, security. Our usual structure isn't exactly functioning these days, but we've done our best to preserve what we can. Not exactly functioning, Mark muttered under his breath. Understatement of the year. Briggs ignored that. And these, he said, indicating Caleb, Nora, and Tessa. Your companions? This is Caleb, Ethan said. We worked together back in Phoenix. He drove us most of the way here. Nora, radio and electronics wizard. Tessa, resident troublemaker and commentary provider. I'm also good at carrying buckets, Tessa said, in case you have a chore chart. We have many charts, Briggs said, chores included. Tessa's expression said she'd been joking and was now mildly alarmed that it hadn't landed as such. How far have you come? Mrs. Phelps asked gently. From Phoenix, Ethan said. We got stuck when the planes started dropping, spent time at a hospital there, then moved east, stayed on a farm near Bloomfield for a bit, stopped in a town called Red Ridge, got past a few creative toll booths on the way. Hennigan grunted. We've heard about people setting up roadblocks, he said, taking tolls. We negotiated, Caleb said, more or less peacefully. Good, Briggs said. We don't need to antagonize every group out there. We have enough local tensions. His eyes skimmed the room, landing briefly on Mara, then Mark, then Noah. like a man mentally checking his chessboard. Tell us, he continued, what you've seen. Any signs of organized response? Government, military, NGOs? Ethan shook his head. Nothing consistent, he said. Some military chatter on the radio. Scrambled, high level. A few ham operators trading news. Mostly small towns doing what you've done. Throwing up fences, rationing, trying to keep some kind of order. And Phoenix, Mrs. Phelps asked. We've heard rumors. Looting, fires. Phoenix is... Ethan searched for a word that wasn't just hell. Bad. Hospitals failing. Supplies gone. People desperate. Some neighborhoods organized, sure. Others, not. The day I left, the hospital I'd been at lost generator power for the last time. We had to carry patients down dark stairwells by flashlight. Grace flinched. Mara reached for her hand under the table. Briggs nodded slowly. So we were right not to wait on outside help, he said. We're on our own. You were right not to wait, Ethan agreed. You did the right thing taking action. I'm grateful you did. I wouldn't be looking at my family right now if you hadn't. He meant it. That was the complicated part. But, he added, I've heard things from people on the road about how it's working here. A flicker ran through the room. Mrs. Phelps's fingers tightened around her pencil. Mark's jaw clenched. Mara's eyes sharpened. Briggs' expression remained bland. Is that so? He said. What exactly? Ration cuts, Ethan said. Public punishments. People turned away at the bridge no matter their situation. Talk of a safe place farther east that isn't being discussed openly here. Briggs's brows lifted. Ah, he said. Rumors traveled fast. Facts travel too, Nora said. When you're listening. Briggs looked at her. You're the one who tuned into that broadcast, he said. Harbor Point, yes? Offering safe harbor under provisional authority. Nora nodded. That's the one, she said. So you have heard it. We've picked up fragments, Briggs said. Nothing reliable. Nothing that justifies turning this town into a staging ground for exodus. I didn't say you should, Nora replied evenly. I said it exists. Information's useful. People deserve to know. People deserve stability, Briggs countered. They're hanging by a thread as it is. Dangling a maybe savior in front of them without certainty would rip that thread to shreds. It's not only about dangling hope, Ethan said. It's about options. If this place becomes... He searched for a word that wouldn't set the room on fire. A trap, Mark supplied helpfully. Briggs's gaze snapped to him. Careful, Mark, he said. Are you saying Silver Creek is a trap, Ethan? Briggs asked, turning back. I'm saying, Ethan replied carefully, that fences can be protection, or they can be cages. The difference isn't the wire, it's who holds the key and how often they open the gate. Poetic, Briggs said. I've always enjoyed your metaphors. His smile didn't touch his eyes. We've had to make hard choices, Briggs went on, turning people away at the bridge, punishing theft, limiting fuel and food. I don't enjoy it, but I'd rather endure a few ugly scenes than preside over a slow-motion famine. Ethan thought of Evan Ortiz's bruised face, the talk of half rations and patrol punishment, the scorched bank by the bridge. Hard choices are one thing, he said. Making them alone is another. That's why we have the council, Briggs said. We don't decide anything without discussion. Discussion where you set the parameters, Mark muttered. Briggs shot him a look. You are welcome to step down from the council if you don't like the responsibility, he said. I'm not chaining you to that chair. Chairs are the last thing you've chained, Mark said. It's everything else I'm worried about. The tension in the room ratcheted up another notch. Caleb cleared his throat. We didn't come here to referee your internal politics, he said. We came because this is home for Ethan's family, and because this looks like one of the more functional towns we've seen. High praise, Mrs. Phelps said dryly. Caleb nodded toward Briggs. You've clearly kept people fed, he said. Alive. Armed. That's not nothing. But we need to know what that survival costs. Briggs spread his hands. I won't sugarcoat it, he said. We run a tight system. Food, fuel, and medical supplies are under central control in the church basement. Everyone able-bodied is assigned work. Fields, patrol, maintenance, teaching. We have curfew. We have patrols. We have an information committee to filter out dangerous rumors. Information committee, Nora repeated. You mean censorship. I mean coordination, Briggs said. People like Mara and Mrs. Phelps bring us what they plan to teach. We make sure nothing contradicts our core plan or encourages desertion. Mara's jaw tightened. Sometimes we disagree on what counts as encouraging desertion, she said. And sometimes, Briggs said mildly, you accept that a majority decision isn't your favorite, but is still binding. What about our supplies? Ethan asked. The truck, the fuel, the meds. What happens to those if we stay? They go into the communal pool, Briggs said. Everything does. We log it all. We allocate based on need. You're a paramedic. You'd likely run a clinic under council oversight. Nora, with your radio skills, would be invaluable for communications. Caleb and... He nodded toward Tessa. Both of you can help with perimeter design and labor. In exchange, you get full resident status. Food, water, shelter inside the fence. And if we don't agree to put everything in your basement? Caleb asked. Then you are guests, Briggs said. Temporary, limited access to resources. You keep your truck and supplies, but you sleep outside the fence or in a controlled area near it. No vote in council matters. No free reign. You mean we get to be the people you turn away, Tessa said, but with a nicer parking spot. Briggs' eyes flicked to her. I appreciate your candor, he said, but this isn't a joke. We cannot afford to have private stockpiles undermining the trust in our ration system. We've already seen how that plays out. His gaze settled on Mara for a fraction of a second, then moved on. If Ethan hadn't been watching for it, he might have missed it. Mara's fingers twitched under the table. People stocking extra food because they don't trust your control might say the system undermined their trust, not the other way around, Nora said. But sure, blame the symptoms. You think you can run this better? Briggs asked her. You, who just got here. You haven't seen the arguments, the midnight inventory checks, the people crying because they think their child's bowl looks smaller than their neighbor's. No, Nora said, I haven't. And I don't envy you. But I know information wants to move. The more you squeeze it, the more it leaks through weird cracks. Fires, theft, rumors. Mara's throat worked. We can't just keep tightening everything, she said quietly. The fire on the bridge wasn't just an attack on the town. It was a scream from someone's breaking point. And you think loosening rules will prevent that? Briggs asked. Letting everyone hoard, gossip, and wander? I think letting people feel like they have a voice and a stake will prevent them from lighting matches in the dark, she said. Ethan watched the volley, feeling like he was seeing the last few weeks condensed into minutes. He cleared his throat, drawing the room's attention back to him. You asked what we want, he said. I'll tell you. I want my family safe, physically and morally. I don't want them starving or getting picked off by some highway gang. But I also don't want them growing up thinking safety means never questioning a man with the keys to the pantry. Fair, Briggs said, but we don't have the luxury of tailored ethics classes right now. We have crops to tend and fences to watch. Ethics isn't a luxury, Mrs. Phelps said softly. It's the only thing that makes this more than extended triage. Briggs sighed. We're circling, he said. Let me make it simple. He ticked points off on his fingers. 1. If you want to live inside the fence as full residents, you surrender your supplies to the communal pool and accept assignment under council oversight. 2. If you want to remain independent, you can camp just outside the fence near the creek. We'll trade with you, limited at set times. You can see your family during the day, but not after curfew. You keep your truck and weapons, but do not bring them inside town. Third option? Caleb asked. Briggs raised an eyebrow. There is no third option. You could make one, Nora said. Something like, you work with us, keep some autonomy, and we stop treating every independent thought like arson. That's chaos, Briggs said flatly. That's how you end up with cliques, factions, and no central plan. We barely hold it together as is. Mark leaned forward. Maybe if you trusted people a hair more, they'd surprise you, he said. Not everyone wants to storm the pantry. Some of us just want to sleep without wondering which neighbor's on half rations this week. Half rations that were voted on, Briggs said. Voted on with the options you gave, Mark shot back. Enough, Briggs snapped more sharply than before. He caught himself, smoothed his features. We can have abstract debates after we survive the next harvest. He looked at Ethan. You have until tomorrow morning to decide, he said. Resident or guest, inside or outside. Bring your answer to me before the first bell. Ethan's pulse thudded in his ears. Tomorrow, he repeated. You expect us to decide in a night? Time is not a renewable resource anymore, Briggs said. We can't have people in limbo, half in, half out. It undermines everything. You mean it undermines your authority, Nora said. Briggs held her gaze. My authority, he said, is the conduit through which this town's survival flows. You don't have to like the conduit. You just have to acknowledge it exists. Tubes, Tessa murmured. We're back to tubes. Apocalypse plumbing. Noah shifted by the door. We're done here, he said quietly, but the steel in his tone was clear. Take them home, Mara. Let them wash and eat. They look like they've slept in a truck bed for a month. That's because they have, Tessa said. Briggs nodded. Of course, he said. Ethan, I meant what I said. I am glad you're alive. None of this structure is personal. It's not just about me, Ethan said. That's the problem. Mara stood. Come on, she said, touching Ethan's arm. Our house still knows your footsteps. Let's see if the roof leaks on you, too. Their house felt like a parallel universe. The front door stuck in the humidity like it always had. The hallway creaked in the same places. Grace's handprints still smudged the lower half of the walls. Someone had filled the house with new details. A stack of buckets by the door, a line of hooks for coats and bags, more organized than Ethan remembered. A map of Silver Creek taped to the fridge, annotated in Mara's handwriting. The sink held dishes, but fewer than expected. The pantry shelves were barer than he'd ever seen them. Home, sweet rationed home, Mara said. Ethan dropped his pack by the couch and just stood there for a minute, absorbing the sight of it all. His eyes caught on the small chipped mug by the stove, the one Grace had painted with clumsy dragon scales at school the year before. You kept it, he said. Grace fended off 3 potential repurposers, Mara said, including me. I weaponized sentimentality, Grace said proudly. Liam hovered near the doorway, still in his patrol vest, clearly torn between wanting to stay with them and feeling like he should be out on duty. Take it off, Mara said. He blinked. What? The vest, she said. And the band. You're home. For the next few hours, you get to be just Liam. He hesitated, then shrugged them off, hanging them on a chair. Without them, he looked suddenly younger, more like the boy who'd built Lego forts on this floor. They ate a meal that felt simultaneously like a feast and like a reminder of scarcity. Stew stretched with extra water, bread sliced thin, 1 apple cut into 6 segments so everyone could have a piece. Ethan savored every bite, every word, every elbow bump under the table. Tessa looked around, trying not to stare too obviously at the normalcy. I like your house, she told Grace. It doesn't have any murdery vibes yet. Yet? Grace echoed. Kidding, Tessa said. Mostly. After dinner, Liam and Grace dragged Tessa outside to show her the tree where they used to build forts. Caleb excused himself to check on the truck, settling it as comfortably as possible in the assigned space just inside the gate. Ethan and Mara found themselves alone in the kitchen, the quiet between them now heavy, not blissful. He leaned against the counter. She sat at the table, turning a spoon between her fingers. Well, he said, you've had an interesting month. She snorted. You have no idea, she said. I tried to save the town with index cards and old manuals. Briggs tried to save it with locks and bells. We're tied on points for now. He mentioned the information committee, Ethan said. That's one word for it, she said. I call it the Ministry of Truth, which I do not say in front of him because I enjoy eating regularly. How bad is it? He asked. She traced a circle and a drip of water on the table. Depends who you ask, she said. If you ask Mrs. Klein, it's fascism with potlucks. If you ask Evan, who's on half rations and patrol punishment, it's unjust and personal. If you ask the families who haven't missed more than a meal or 2 yet, it's strict but necessary. If you ask Briggs, it's the only thing between us and chaos. And you? He asked. She sighed. I think he's right about something, she said. We needed someone to coordinate. We needed rations. We needed curfew when the first looters started testing us. But he's starting to believe that because his system kept us alive so far, it's beyond question now. Any crack is a betrayal to him. Any deviation is sabotage. Fire on the bridge, Ethan said. Yeah, she said. Nobody's claimed it, obviously. He's been using it as Exhibit A in every argument since. See what happens when we allow dissent? As if someone set the fire because they heard me explain how to make a fire break. Did Liam tell you Noah talked to him? Ethan asked. Her jaw clenched. He did, she said. Pulled him aside after the fire. Asked him to be their early warning system for dangerous talk. Liam told me that night. He was shaking. I told him if he hears anything truly dangerous, someone planning to hurt people, he comes to me first, Ethan said. I didn't want Noah to have a direct pipeline into our dinner table. Good, she said, because I've already got enough spies in my classes. She reached under the table, tapped something with her foot. A faint hollow sound answered. You hear that? She asked. He frowned. Loose floorboard? Loose by design, she said. I've been stashing bits there. Rice, beans, vitamin tablets. Not enough to feed a revolt. Just enough to keep us from being completely helpless if Briggs's system collapses or turns on us. And if he finds it? Ethan asked. He'll call it stealing, she said. I call it hedging. Silence settled for a beat. Tomorrow, he said, we're supposed to decide, inside, outside, resident, guest. Yeah, she said. Fun times. What do you want? He asked. She looked up sharply. You're asking me? She said. I figured you'd come in with a grand plan and a noble speech. I have adrenaline and opinions, he said. That's not a plan. This is your battleground. I'm arriving mid-war. She huffed. Mid-war is generous, she said. More like late Act 2. Cliffhanger approaching. He waited. She pushed her hair back from her face, fingers snagging in a knot. If we stay outside, she said slowly, we keep more control. You don't hand over your meds. Caleb keeps his truck. Nora can run her radio without committee approval. We can come and go more freely for now. But we're one bad night away from being told to move along, or from some other group deciding the outer camp looks like easy picking. And the kid? He asked. Frightened, cold, and watching the fence from the wrong side, she said. Every night. He nodded. If we go inside, full residence, he prompted. Then we eat, she said. Regularly, roof over our heads. Less worry about distant gunshots. But we give Briggs and his council control over our supplies and a big chunk of our days. We become part of his system. Harder to resist from within without painting big targets on our backs. He already has. Your name written in Sharpie on a target, Ethan said. True, she said. But right now, I'm the concerned citizen who asks too many questions. If we come in under his terms and then start undermining them, I become traitor. That's a different category. You think he'd go that far? Ethan asked. She looked toward the window, where the dark bulk of the church was just visible. I watched him make an example of Evan, she said. I watched him speak at the fire like every shadow could be an arsonist. I watched him use words like we and our will to cover his own decisions. I think he believes he'd never go that far. I also think men in fighting stances sometimes don't see how close their fists are to people's throats. He exhaled slowly. You've been thinking about leaving, he said softly. Even before I got here. She snorted. I started plotting exit routes the first time he said, there is no alternative. And locked the pantry, she said. I just didn't want to leave before you had a chance to argue with him in person. He smiled despite the knot in his gut. You saved the good fight for me, he said. Call it a delayed anniversary gift, she said. He pushed off the counter, paced a short line between sink and stove. I can't stand the idea of Grace sleeping outside that fence, he said, of Liam being told he's half in and half out every day. They need a baseline of safety, schedules, food. I know, she said. Part of me wants to say yes to Briggs just so we can breathe for a week without calculating every calorie. But, he asked, but if we say yes and then never push back, we're teaching them that survival means surrendering their voices, she said. And that scares me more than the dark sometimes. So we do both, he said. She frowned. Both? We accept residency, he said. For now. We play along enough to keep the kids inside, fed, warm. I run the clinic. Nora works with the radio, Caleb with security. We become valuable enough that pushing us out becomes inconvenient. And while we do that, she asked, we build something parallel, he said. Quietly. Your caches, my medical supplies, some of them at least, off the books. Nora's unfiltered channels, a network of people who trust each other more than they trust one man with a keyring. You want to build a resistance, she said. I want to build options, he said. Resistance if needed, alternative if possible. She considered it, thumb worrying the edge of the table. Briggs will want everything inventoried, she said. We'll have to lose some things before they ever see daylight in his ledger. I've lost charts under worse circumstances, Ethan said. We can be creative. And what about Harbor Point, she asked. If it's real, if it's safer, saner, do we tell people? Do we keep that as a card for ourselves? He stared at the map on the fridge, his gaze drawn to the taped-on circle where Nora had marked the approximate coordinates earlier. If we blare it from the steeple, half the town will want to march there tomorrow, he said. Briggs will clamp down harder. There'll be a rupture. So we don't tell them, she asked, voice quiet. I don't know yet, he said honestly. We need more information. Nora needs a clearer lock on the signal. We need to know if Harbor Point is actually a harbor and not a pretty name for another cage. She nodded. Information early is mercy, she said. Information misused is a weapon, he replied. They shared a tired, grim smile at the unintentional echo of Noah's lecture to Liam. Grace's footsteps pounded down the hall. She burst into the kitchen, followed more slowly by Liam and Tessa. Can we all sleep in the living room? Grace asked, breathless. Like a dragon horde, but with blankets. Yeah, Liam said, trying for casual and landing on hopeful. You're staying tonight, right? You're not going back out? Ethan looked at Mara. She looked back. Tonight, he said, we're all here. Inside, no one's going anywhere. Grace beamed. Liam's shoulders dropped a fraction. Okay, she said. I call the couch. We'll negotiate later, Mara said. Go get pillows. They scampered off, Tessa in their wake, muttering about sleepover diplomacy. Ethan and Mara were alone again for a moment. We can't fix everything tonight, he said, but we can do this. Tell Briggs we'll take resident status on provisional terms, that we expect transparency, that we're not handing over our brains with our supplies. He'll hear blah, 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 resident, Mara said. The rest will bounce off. Maybe, Ethan said, but we'll know. The kids will know. That matters. She stood stretching her back. Provisional residents of Silver Creek, she said, with a side hustle and subversion. Sounds exhausting. Like the rest of our marriage, he said. She snorted. Fair. She stepped closer, touched his cheek. I'm glad you're here, she said. Even if you insist on complicating everything. Complicating things is my love language, and he said. She kissed him softer this time. Less desperation, more promise. Outside, the church bell rang once. In the living room, Grace shouted, Pillow war, followed immediately by, Oops, sorry. The town's chains rattled faintly in the distance. Inside the small house, threads of something else, resilience, defiance, stubborn love, wove tighter. Tomorrow there would be terms and conditions, arguments and concessions. Tonight there were blankets on the floor, whispered jokes in the dark, the sound of his children's breathing within arm's reach. For the first time in weeks, Ethan slept without dreaming of the road. Chapter 10, Fault Lines. 3 weeks after Ethan walked through Silver Creek's gate, his hands knew the clinic's layout better than his own house. The former insurance office on Main Street had been converted hastily. Front desks shoved against walls to make room for cots. A supply cabinet labeled with shaky marker. Laminated posters left over from a dental practice now sharing space with hand-drawn charts about wound care and dehydration. Outside, the world had shrunk to the radius of the fence. Inside, the town's problems had only grown. Breathe in, Ethan said. The little girl on the cot wheezed obediently. Her ribs showed more than he liked. Her mother hovered nearby, wringing a rag between her fingers. Again, Ethan said, stethoscope pressed to the child's back. Big as a dragon. The girl tried. The whistle in her chest made his teeth clench. Bronchospasm, he said, more to himself than anyone. Not full pneumonia, thank God. When did this start? 2 days ago, the mother said. I brought her as soon as I could. We had to finish our irrigation shift. Ethan swallowed the angry retort that wanted to come out. Any fever? He asked. A little, the woman said. She sleeps hot, but she's not burning up. He pulled one of his precious inhaler canisters from the bottom drawer. It wasn't on the official inventory sheet. The one that was listed there had been used up a week ago. 2 puffs now, he said, shaking it. Then we see how she responds. If she's better, you bring her back in the morning. If she's worse tonight, you come wake me up. I don't care what curfew says. The mother's eyes widened. Pastor Briggs. Can file a complaint form, Ethan said. Your kid doesn't need a sermon. She needs air. He showed the girl how to seal her lips around the mouthpiece, how to time her breath. Her small fingers clutched the canister like it was a magic wand. You're going to feel weird for a minute, he said. Heart racing, maybe shaky. That's okay. Just sit and breathe. As the medicine did its work, the wheeze eased into a rattle, then a quieter hush. Her shoulders relaxed. The mother's own breath came out in a shudder. Thank you, she said. We didn't want to bother you. We know supplies are tight. Supplies are for bothering, Ethan said. That's the point. He scribbled a note on her chart, carefully not including the words second inhaler in any way that would look like an extra to an auditor. When they left, he sagged onto the swivel chair behind the desk. Mrs. Phelps, sitting at the makeshift reception table, raised an eyebrow. That's the last one, isn't it? She said. He rubbed his eyes. Last one not on their list, he said. There's half of one in the official stash. I'll have to start deciding which lungs get preference soon. We're treating consequences, she said quietly, not causes. Causes are in Briggs's ledger, he said, and his sermons. She lowered her voice further. Speaking of sermons, she said, he's added a new one. Ethan's stomach tightened. How bad? He asked. Depends whether you like people with rifles going through your underwear drawer, she said. There's going to be an announcement this afternoon. Council meeting, all hands. Random searches, he guessed. Targeted, he says, she replied. Based on intelligence. I suspect the intelligence looks a lot like who's annoyed me lately. He leaned his head back against the wall, staring at the water-stained ceiling tiles. For the record, he said, I have never wanted less to be right about something. The radio lives upstairs, Nora had decided. The attic of the old town hall had the best elevation and the worst insulation. In summer, it turned into a slow oven. In winter, it would be a drafty icebox. For now, it was a tangle of wires, coax cables, and antenna mast segments that made her heart lift in a way few things did anymore. She wiped sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist, then leaned over the battered transceiver. Say it again, she said into the mic. You're breaking up on the tail. Static hissed, popped, then cleared just enough for a voice to come through. Calm, male, practiced like someone who'd said the same thing 100 times. This is Harbor Point, it said. Designated safe zone under provisional authority. Current status, at 85% capacity. Intake limited. Priority remains for families with children, essential medical personnel, and technical specialists. Nora jotted notes, pencil moving quickly. Repeat coordinates, she said. The voice did. She'd confirmed those days ago. Now she listened for nuance. Behavioral expectations remain in full effect. The message continued. No weapons inside central living areas. All residents participate in work rotation. Violent offenses result in immediate expulsion beyond perimeter with no reentry. Intake windows currently once per week, weather and security permitting. The phrase expulsion beyond perimeter made her think unpleasantly of Red Ridge. But the cadence of the broadcast was different. Less swagger, more bureaucracy. Additional note, the voice added this time, new. Due to increasing resource strain, Harbor Point cannot accept large groups without prior coordination. Travelers should be prepared for screening and potential denial. This message will repeat. Static swallowed the tail again. Nora leaned back, chair creaking. Tessa, sprawled on an old filing cabinet, swung her legs idly. They're full, she said. Or almost. They're approaching their own lines, Nora said. The ones they drew, to avoid becoming Phoenix. Do we still want to go there? Tessa asked. Sounds like Briggs, but with better branding. It's data, Nora said. That's what matters. A point on the map that says, someone out there has electricity and organized thought. Whether we go is a different question. She flipped to a new page of her notebook. Also, she added, I heard something else today, on a different band. Tessa sat up straighter. Spill. Nora tapped the page. Ham operator east of us, she said. Old sounding, call sign W7 something. I missed the rest. He's been relaying news between towns. Heard about the fire on the bridge weeks ago. Heard that Silver Creek shut its gates to new folks and started cutting rations for offenders. Gossip travels fast, Tessa said. It's more than gossip, Nora said. He also said, and this is the part that matters, that some towns nearby have started using the phrase Silver Creek rules as shorthand for strict and unforgiving. Tessa winced. We're a meme, she said, and not the funny kind. Reputation has mass, Nora said. Briggs's decisions aren't happening in a vacuum. They change how other people treat travelers, how much they share, how fast they reach for their guns. So when Ethan patched up that guy at the toll booth, Tessa mused, he was fighting against Silver Creek rules too, not just that one group's greed. Pretty much, Nora said. Footsteps sounded on the stair. She slid the notebook partially under the radio, reflexive. Caleb's head appeared through the hatch. You two frying your brains up here? He asked. It's like a sauna for conspiracy theorists. Come join us, Tessa said. We're marinating in paranoia. Caleb hauled himself up, ducking beams. Patrol meeting in an hour, he said to Nora. Briggs called it. That usually means he wants us more paranoid about something. We're getting an all-town meeting too, Nora said. Rumor is home searches. He must have gotten spooked by something. Caleb scratched at his beard. Not just spooked, he said. We found a stash yesterday, out by the old East pasture. Nora's attention sharpened. What kind of stash? She asked. Food, he said. Cans, bagged rice, some medicine, buried under a sheet of tin and dirt. Someone dug it in weeks ago, maybe longer. Who's we? Tessa asked. Patrol team, he said. Noah, me, 2 others. We were checking fence integrity. Noah's boot clipped the edge of the tin. Sounded wrong. We dug, and there it was. Did he know whose it was? Nora asked. That's the thing, Caleb said. He said it proved a coordinated effort to steal from the pantry, like he'd been waiting to find evidence of a plot. Was it? Tessa asked. Was it a coordinated theft ring run by villains with mustaches? No, Caleb said. Was it stuff that probably should have been logged but wasn't? Yeah, could have been anyone who wanted a safety net outside Briggs' spreadsheets. Nora's gaze flicked to the attic floor, as if she could see through it to the house below, to the pantry, to the loose board under Mara's kitchen table. He's going to use it, she said, as justification, to search, to control more. Already started, Caleb said. Told us to keep the find quiet until he can present it in context, which is code for build a story of betrayal around it. Does he know about Mara's caches? Tessa asked. No, Nora said quickly. And we'd like to keep that Venn diagram as separate circles. Caleb looked at her. You should tell Ethan, he said. Soon before the meeting. He needs to decide how much to lie if questions come up. Nora nodded. I will, she said. Go sweat with your fellow fence walkers. We'll be up here plotting an informational coup. Caleb snorted. Try not to topple the regime without me, he said. I'd be offended to miss it. The church was full. Every pew taken, aisles lined, balcony crowded. The air buzzed with the low-grade hum of restless bodies and anxious whispers. The temperature rose with the packed humanity, the smell of sweat and soap mixing with candle wax. Ethan sat near the front with Mara, Liam, and Grace. Caleb, Nora, and Tessa had claimed seats a few rows back, flanked by Mark and Mrs. Ortiz. Evan sat on the far side of the aisle, his boys pressed close. On the stage, the cross loomed above the pulpit. Beside it, a table held 3 objects, a dirt-smudged sheet of corrugated tin, a plastic bucket filled with cans and bags, and a lantern. Mara's fingers dug into her thigh. Show and tell, she muttered. Briggs stepped up to the pulpit. "Brothers and sisters," he said, voice projecting to the rafters. "Thank you for coming on short notice. I know you're tired. We all are. But we have to talk about trust." Ethan watched faces tilt up toward him, some expectant, some wary, some blank. "When we first set up rationing," Briggs continued, "we did it because we believed in something, that this town would survive if we shared, if we pooled our resources and gave according to need, not greed. We pledged to each other that we'd put the community before ourselves." He nodded toward the pantry door at the back of the hall. "That room is a symbol of that trust," he said. "It's where we keep the food, the medicine, the fuel. It's where we count and recount, where we argue about percentages so you don't have to. It's where our survival lives." Murmurs, a few nods. "Most of you have honored that trust," he said. "You've taken your rations, done your work, brought whatever you found or grew back to the center. You've grumbled. Of course you have. But you've stayed in the system. And because of that, we've made it through another month without anyone starving to death." He let that sink in. "But not everyone has," he said. "Not everyone has played by the same rules." He gestured to the tin on the table. A deacon lifted it for all to see. "Yesterday," Briggs said, "a patrol checking the east fence found this, buried under brush. Underneath, we discovered a stash." The deacon set the tin aside and held up a can. Another lifted a bag of rice. Someone rattled a bottle of pills. "Food," Briggs said. "Medicine. Enough to feed a family for weeks if they were careful. Enough to keep someone comfortable while their neighbors' portions shrank." A wave of uneasy sound moved through the congregation. "The labels and dates," Briggs went on, "match items from our pantry. We verified. These weren't old pre-collapse cans someone dug up from their own yard. This came from here, from our shared stock, from the room you've all trusted me to guard." Evan's face went pale. Mrs. Adler muttered something under her breath. Mrs. Phelps's pencil snapped in her hand. "We don't know yet whose stash this was," Briggs said. "We're investigating. Quietly, we will find out. But whether it was one person or several, it proves something I've been worried about for some time. There is a coordinated effort to siphon resources away from the community." Mark let out a derisive snort. "Coordinated," he whispered. "Fancy word for someone scared." Briggs didn't call him out. Not yet. "I don't say this lightly," he said, "and I don't enjoy it. But facts are facts. Our system is under attack from within, and that means we must respond. Not with rage, with resolve." He straightened. "Effective immediately," he said. "We are implementing the following measures. First, any store of food or medicine outside the pantry must be declared and logged within the next 72 hours. Household reserves are allowed, but they must be recorded. Anything found after that, which is not on the list, will be considered stolen. Second, patrol has the authority to conduct random searches of homes and common areas, respectfully, with at least one council member present when possible, but thoroughly. We cannot afford blind spots. Third, all comings and goings through the gate will be strictly scheduled and recorded. No more casual visits outside the fence. Work parties only with designated leaders. We will not give saboteurs an easy exit or entry. Fourth, all information about outside safe zones, like Harbor Point, must be presented to the council before being discussed publicly. We cannot have half-truths and rumors luring people into dangerous journeys or stirring discontent." The word Harbor Point rippled through the crowd like a shockwave. Heads turned toward Nora. She smiled tightly, every muscle around her eyes controlled. Briggs raised his hands. "I know this feels harsh," he said. "I know you will say, 'Pastor, don't you trust us?' And I will say, 'I trust most of you, but I have a responsibility to protect all of you.' That means we cannot look away when cracks appear. We must fix them before they become chasms." He looked straight at Ethan. "I have welcomed new residents into our system," he said. "Doctors, drivers, radio operators. They've brought skills and supplies. In return, they receive food and security. That is fair, but they too must be subject to the same rules. No exceptions, no private stashes, no secret networks." Ethan felt every eye near him flick his way. Mara's hand found his under the bench, squeezed hard. "We will survive this," Briggs said. "Not by scattering, not by hoarding, not by chasing every rumor of someplace better. We will survive by standing together and tightening our belts a little more." He paused, then added softer. "And if any of you are afraid, if you've already hidden something, and now you don't know how to bring it forward without shame, come talk to me. In private. Confession is always better than discovery. Mercy is always nearer when you step toward it than when you run away." Grace shifted uncomfortably. Liam stared at his shoes. "God help us," Briggs finished, "because we are helping ourselves as much as we can." "Amen," Noah said immediately. A few others echoed. The rest of the room sat in charged silence. As the congregation broke into low conversations, Noah moved to the front. "Patrol assignments will be updated," he announced. "We'll be coordinating with the council on search schedules. Volunteers are welcome. We need eyes everywhere." Liam flinched at the phrase, "eyes everywhere." Mara leaned in toward Ethan. "We need to move," she whispered. "Now," he whispered back. "Soon," she said. "Before 72 hours turns into sorry, we're escorting you out." Mark slid into the aisle beside them. "Your guy's got a knack for turning fear into bullet points," he said. "We should steal him for marketing if civilization ever comes back." "We need a place to talk," Ethan said. "Not here. Not now." "Library's bugged by deacons with big ears," Mark said. "Your house is probably next on the inspection tour." "Then we go where they can't stand," Mara said. "The creek path. North side, after dark." "Curfew," Ethan said automatically. "Curfew can file a complaint form," she said, echoing his earlier line. "We move quiet." Mark grinned, humorless. "There it is," he said. "The Cole family brand." That night, Silver Creek lay under a heavier blanket of silence than usual. The bell had rung, the last lamplight had been dimmed, patrols walked their routes. Noah had doubled the watch near the bridge and the gate, as promised, but the fence had more than one seam. Ethan and Mara slipped out the back door, moving like they had years ago when sneaking candy into the kids' rooms at Christmas. Only this time, they wore dark clothes and carried no jingling bags, just a small flashlight with the lens covered in a piece of chalk. "Liam," Mara whispered, pausing by his bedroom door. "Remember the rules?" He lay in bed fully clothed, eyes bright. "If there's trouble, I take Grace to Mrs. Phelps and stay put," he recited. "No looking for you. No wandering. I pretend to snore loudly if anyone checks on us." "Good," Ethan said. "And if Noah asks where we are?" "I say you're in the bathroom," Liam said. "And then I ask him if he wants to help with toilet duty." Mara snorted. "Do not actually do that," she said. "He might take you up on it." "Be careful," Liam said, voice small. "Always," Ethan said, kissing his forehead. "Don't open the door for anyone but us, Mrs. Phelps, Mark, or Evan. Or a dragon. If it's a dragon, negotiate." Grace pretended to be asleep, but her hands shot out as they passed. Mara squeezed it. Outside, they moved along the shadowed alleys, sticking close to fences and sheds. The moon was only a slice, clouds covering most of it. Good for sneaking, bad for tripping. They slipped between two properties where the fence met the creek bank. Weeks ago, Ethan had helped Caleb tighten the wire there. He'd noticed then that the ground was soft, the posts less secure. Now someone had loosened one of the posts carefully. The bottom of the fence could be lifted just enough for a person to wriggle under. "Mark," Mara murmured, "or Evan, or both." She dropped to her belly, wriggled under. Ethan followed, feeling the wires scrape the back of his jacket. On the other side, the creek sounded louder, the gurgle of water over rocks, a strange comfort. A figure stepped from behind a tree, and Ethan's heart lunged before his brain identified the silhouette. "Relax," Mark whispered. "If I was Briggs's guy, I'd be much worse at hiding." Evan emerged too, limping slightly. Mrs. Phelps stood beside them, wrapped in a shawl. Nora and Caleb arrived moments later from the other direction, Tessa in tow. "Welcome to the least secret meeting," Tessa murmured. "If a raccoon sneezes, we all jump." They gathered in a rough circle under the trees. Fireflies blinked near the water, indifferent to human scheming. "Briggs's 72-hour deadline," Mark said. "What's our move?" "Short term," Mara said. "We have to decide what we're willing to declare and what we're not. Ethan needs some of his meds off ledger. I need teaching materials he doesn't vet. Nora needs radio time. And some of us," Evan said, Need enough set aside that if this whole thing goes from tight to strangle, we can get our families out without starving on day 3. His boys' faces hovered in Ethan's mind, thin and watchful. I'm not giving Briggs everything, Evan said flatly. I'll admit to having some. I'll hand over part. But I'm not surrendering every can I squirreled away while I was on half rations because he decided your kid's allergies are more important than my boy's empty plates. Ethan opened his mouth, closed it again. I don't want anyone on half rations, he said. I'm not picking who gets full lungs and who gets full bellies. He is. Exactly, Evan said. So we hedge. Together. Or we let him decide whose confession buys mercy and whose doesn't. Caleb squatted, poking at a rock with a stick. There's another layer, he said. Noah found that stash with me. He's not stupid. He's going to start connecting dots. If searches turn up multiple caches, he'll assume coordination. Maybe he already does. He's not wrong, Nora said softly. We are coordinating. The question is whether we keep doing it in whispers or admit it and take the hit. We admit nothing, Mark said immediately. You ever notice how confession in times like these means, please make my punishment slightly smaller in public? Mrs. Phelps wrapped her shawl tighter. My seed stash, she said. I can't lose it. If they plant everything at once because of panic, we'll have nothing left for next spring. It'll be famine delayed, not prevented. Ethan looked at them, neighbors, friends, the core of what he still liked about this place. When I was on the road, he said, I told myself Silver Creek would be the easy part. Get here, plug into whatever system you had, rest. I was wrong. This is harder, but we're not the only ones facing it. We heard on the radio today that other towns are using Silver Creek rules as shorthand for strict to the point of cruel. Great, Mark said. We're famous. If we just run, Ethan said, leave now, we might save ourselves. Maybe. Harbor Point might still take us, or we might end up like the families at the bridge, turned away, told to move on. But if we stay and do nothing, this becomes who we are. Not just Briggs, us, the people who live by his rules. So we do something, Nora said. What exactly? 2 tracks, Mara said. Survive and prepare. She counted on her fingers. 1, we go through the motions for Briggs. Declare some food. Let them search and find a few small things so they feel effective. Ethan logs most of his meds, keeps a fraction hidden. I hand over my controversial pamphlets and keep the rest in code. Code? Tessa perked up. Can we make a secret library language? I volunteer for the encryption committee. Later, Mara said. 2, we expand the network of people who are awake. Carefully. Folks like Mrs. Klein, the Ortiz family, the Hennigans. People we trust not to run to Briggs with every worry. We let them know where some of the off-grid supplies are, and we teach them routes out. Deer Trail, Shallow Crossing, Fire Tower. 3? Caleb prompted. 3, she said. We get more information about Harbor Point. Real information. If we ever have to leave, some of us, or most of us, we need to know what we're heading into. We can't drag kids through woods on rumors. Nora nodded. I'm already working on that, she said. I caught a fragment of a Q&A between Harbor Point and a town called Millcross. They have intake schedules, screening questions. We might be able to mimic the format, show up looking organized instead of desperate. And 4, Ethan said, surprising himself, we draw a line. They all looked at him. A line, he repeated, in our own heads. A moment when, if Briggs crosses it, we act. Not just hide cans, not just complain, act. What kind of line? Mrs. Phelps asked. If he starts using force to quash dissent, Caleb said quietly. Real force. Not ration cuts, not public shaming, violence. If he tries to separate families, Mara added, as punishment, or to reassign kids from uncooperative parents. I know that type. If he closes the gate entirely, Nora said, no one out, ever. That's not safety, that's prison. If he asks kids to spy on their parents, Evan said bitterly. Oh, wait. They fell silent for a moment, the list hanging there as both warning and prophecy. I can't overthrow him, Ethan said. I'm not a general. I fix bodies. I don't lead coups. but I can refuse to cooperate past a certain point, and I can help people leave if they choose. You think enough people would? Mark asked. Not at once, Ethan said. Not in some dramatic exodus, but in waves. A family here, two there, over weeks, quietly, before the net tightens. And you? Mrs. Phelps asked. Would you go? Ethan looked at the creek, silver in the dark, at the fence line, dimly visible through the trees. I came here to stay, he said, to put down what's left of my roots, to rebuild something for my kids on familiar ground. That still matters to me, but I won't stay at any cost. If this town asks us to sacrifice our conscience for our comfort, I'll choose discomfort. Mara's hand slipped into his. Then I choose it with you, she said. Same, Mark said. Much as it pains me to give up my starring role in the Silver Creek grocery drama. Evan nodded slowly. If he cuts our rations again because we don't clap loud enough, he said, I'm not watching my boys shrink so a man with a full plate can preach about sacrifice. Mrs. Phelps smiled sadly. I'm old, she said. My bones don't like the idea of hiking through woods. But my students, they're watching. I don't want the last lesson they learn from me to be, sit down and take it. Nora drew a small X in the dirt with the toe of her boot. This is the line then, she said. We don't know exactly where he'll cross it, but when he does, we don't pretend we didn't see. Harbor Point isn't a promise, Caleb said. It's a possibility. So is staying and forcing change here. But both require that we stop acting like passengers and start acting like, what, co-pilots? Reluctant co-pilots, Tessa said. I didn't sign up for this flight. Mara looked at each of them in turn. Tomorrow, she said, we let them search a little. We declare enough to avoid immediate suspicion. We don't lie with big things if we don't have to, but we hold back what keeps us from being completely at their mercy. And we start talking to the ones who look like they're already peeking at the fence. And if they find more, Mrs. Phelps asked, if they search the kitchen and hear the hollow step, if they pry up floorboards, then we're closer to that line than we thought, Ethan said, and we move faster. A twig snapped farther along the bank. Everyone stiffened. Caleb's hand went instinctively toward the knife at his belt. Nora shifted to cover Tessa. Evan stepped slightly in front of Mrs. Phelps. A shadow detached itself from the underbrush. It's me, came a whisper. Don't stab. Liam. He stepped into the faint light, cheeks flushed, chest heaving. Mara's voice went sharp. What are you doing here? She hissed. You were supposed to stay with Grace. She's with Mrs. Phelps, he said quickly. I swapped places while you thought I was in the bathroom. Mrs. Phelps scowled. You little fox, she said. You timed that well. I had to come, Liam said. I heard Noah and Pastor Briggs talking. In the hall. After the meeting. Ethan's heart stuttered. What did you hear? He asked. Liam swallowed. They're starting the searches tomorrow, he said. North side first. They think that's where the stash people live. And Noah said your names. Whose? Mara asked. Yours, Liam said. Dad's, Mark. Evan. Mrs. Klein. Mrs. Phelps. They said you asked too many questions, that you have influence, that if the stash was coordinated, it would be you. Silence crashed over the little group like cold water. And, Liam's voice wobbled, Noah asked me again, if I'd noticed anything, if you were hiding things. He said if I really wanted to protect the town, I should tell him. He said my loyalty has to be to Silver Creek first, even before family. Mara's eyes went dark and flat. Ethan felt something harden in his chest he hadn't recognized in himself before. A line, crystallizing. What did you say? Ethan asked, voice calm in a way that scared him. Liam looked at his shoes. I said I hadn't seen anything, he whispered, that you just work late at the clinic and Mom just complains a lot. He managed a weak smile. Sorry. Don't apologize, Ethan said. You did exactly right. Liam's head snapped up, surprise written plain. I will never ask you to choose between us and some abstract idea of the town, Ethan said. You are the town to me. You and your sister. Remember that. If anyone tells you otherwise, they're wrong. I don't care what title they have. Liam nodded, tears glinting. Mara stepped forward and cupped his face. "You are not a spy," she said. "You are not their ears. You're a kid who deserves not to have to carry this. I'm angry they put that on you. Not at you for telling us." He sagged against her, relief making him suddenly boneless. Eva cleared his throat. "Then the clock just sped up," he said. "If we're on the first search list, they'll find something," Mrs. Phelps finished, "even if it's just dust bunnies and overdue library books. Then we make sure what they find is what we choose," Nora said. "Plant a decoy, move the real things tonight." "From where to where?" Mark asked. "We don't have an infinite number of floors to lift." Ethan thought of the clinic, the cabinet he'd organized so meticulously, the back room barely used. "Church won't suspect the clinic yet," he said. "Not beyond what they've logged. They still see me as useful asset, not potential thief. I can shift some supplies there, hide meds in the old file drawers. As long as I keep the visible shelves matching their lists, they won't look deeper. Not right away." Mara nodded. "I'll pull some of the kitchen stash," she said. "Leave enough that if they tap around, they find a little. Looks like we're guilty but repentant." He loves that story. "Seeds are staying where they are for now," Mrs. Phelps said. "If I move them all at once, I'll just lead them by the nose. But I'll split them, half to the rock by the rail bed, half under my floor. Let them find the floor if they must. The rock will still be there." Caleb looked at Evan. "You?" he asked. Evan sighed. "I moved most of ours after the last hearing," he said. "Some under the tool shed, some in the wall behind the shop. I'll let them find the shed. They'll feel triumphant. They won't think to count bricks." "And the line?" Tessa asked quietly. "What do we do if they cross it?" Ethan reached down and picked up a small stone from the creek's edge. He rolled it between his fingers, feeling its weight. "We remember that we're not powerless," he said. "We have skills, supplies, roots, and each other. When they come for more than cans or lectures, when they come for our decisions, our family, our ability to leave, we use those. We go over, under, or through that fence with as many as we can safely take, and we don't look back." "And if some choose to stay?" Mrs. Phelps asked. "Then we don't call them cowards," Mara said. "We call them neighbors, and we leave doors open, literal and metaphorical, for them to follow later if they change their minds." A patrol whistle sounded faintly in the distance. Time tugged at them. "We should go," Caleb said, "before Noah decides to add loitering by creek to the list of offenses." One by one, they slipped back under the fence, returning to their houses, their beds, their roles. Ethan went last, Liam in front of him, Mara after. He paused on the far side, hand on the fence post. The wire under his palm was rough, cold. "Fault lines," he murmured. "What?" Mara asked. "That's what we are now," he said. "Not a solid wall. Not yet broken apart. Cracked. Ready to shift." "Let's make sure when it shifts," she said, "it doesn't bury the people we're trying to save." He nodded. They walked back to their house under a sky that looked deceptively calm. In the morning, the searches would begin. Cans would be counted. Secrets would be weighed. Somewhere east, Harbor Point's radio would repeat its loop, officially almost full. Inside Silver Creek, something else had reached capacity. The thin, brittle tolerance between obedience and conscience. The next move wouldn't belong to Briggs alone.